Recorded Books presents Suttree by Cormac McCarthy, narrated by Richard Poe, and directed by Jennifer O'Donnell.
Dear friend, now in the dusty, clockless hours of the town, when the streets lie black and steaming in the wake of the water trucks, and now when the drunk and the homeless have washed up in the lee of walls, in alleys or abandoned lots, and cats go forth, high-shouldered and lean, in the grim perimeters about. Now in these soot-blacked brick or cobbled corridors, where light-wire shadows make a Gothic harp of cellar doors, no soul shall walk save you. Old stone walls unplumbed by weathers, lodged in their strive fossil bones, limestone scarabs rocked in the floor of this once inland sea. Thin, dark trees through yon iron palings where the dead keep their own small metropolis. Curious marble architecture, stele and obelisk and cross and little rain-worn stones, where names grow dim with years. Earth packed with samples of the casket-maker's trade, the dusty bones and rotted silk, the deathware stained with carrion. Out there under the blue lamplight the trolley tracks run on to darkness, curved like cock-heels in the pinchbeck dusk. The steel leaks back the day's heat. You can feel it through the floors of your shoes. Past these corrugated warehouse walls, down little sandy streets where blown-out autos sulk on pedestals of cinder block. Through warrens of sumac and pokeweed and withered honeysuckle, giving onto the scored clay banks of the railway. Gray vines coiled leftward in this northern hemisphere. What winds them shapes the dog-whelk's shell. Weeds sprouted from cinder and brick. A steam shovel reared in solitary abandonment against the night sky. Cross here. By frog rails and fish plates where engines cough like lions in the dark of the yard. To a darker town, past lamps stoned blind, past smoking oblique shacks and china dogs and painted tires where dirty flowers grow. Down pavings rent with ruin, the slow cataclysm of neglect, the wires that belly pole to pole across the constellations hung with kite string, with bolos composed of hobbled bottles or the toys of the smaller children. Encampment of the damned. Precincts, perhaps, where dripping lepers prowl unbelled. Above the heat and the improbable skyline of the city, a brass moon has risen, and the clouds run before it like watered ink. The buildings stamped against the night are like a rampart to a farther world forsaken, old purposes forgot. Countrymen come from miles with the earth clinging to their shoes, and sit all day like mutes in the marketplace. This city constructed on no known paradigm, a mongrel architecture reading back through the works of man in a brief delineation of the aberrant, disordered, and mad. A carnival of shapes upreared on the river plain that has dried up the sap of the earth for miles about. Factory walls of old dark brick, tracks of a spur line grown with weeds, a course of foul blue drainage where dark filaments of nameless dross sway in the current. Tin panes among the glass and the rusted window frames. There is a moon-shaped rictus in the street lamp's globe where a stone has gone, and from this aperture there drifts down through the constant helix of aspiring insects a faint and steady rain of the same forms, burnt and lifeless. Here at the creek mouth the fields run on to the river, the mud delted and bearing out of its rich alluvial harbored bones and dread waste, a rack of cratewood and condoms and fruit rinds, old tins and jars and ruined household artifacts that rear from the fecal mire of the flats like landmarks in the trackless vales of dementia precox. A world beyond all fantasy, malevolent and tactile and dissociate, the blown light bulbs like shorn polyps, semi-translucent and skull-colored, bobbing blindly down, and spectral eyes of oil, and now and again the beached and stinking forms of fetal humans, bloated like young birds, moon-eyed and bluish or stale gray. Beyond, in the dark, The river flows in a sluggard ooze towards southern seas, running down out of the rain-flattened corn and petty crops and the river-loam gardens of up-country landkeepers, grating along like bone dust, a freight with the past, dreams dispersed in the water some way, nothing ever lost. Houseboats ride at their hawsers. The neap mud along the shore lies ribbed and slick, like the cavernous flitch of some beast hugely foundered. And beyond, the country rolls away to the south and the mountains, where hunters and woodcutters once slept in their boots by the dying light of their 1,000 fires, and went on. Old Teutonic forebears with eyes incandesced by the visionary light of a massive rapacity, wave on wave of the violent and the insane, their brains stoked with spureless analogues of all that was. Lean Aryans with their abrogate Semitic chapbook, reenacting the dramas and parables therein, and mindless and pale with a longing that nothing save dark's total restitution could appease. We are come to a world within the world. In these alien reaches, these maugre sinks and interstitial wastes that the righteous see from carriage and car, another life dreams. Ill-shapen or black or deranged, fugitive of all order, strangers in every land. The night is quiet, like a camp before battle. The city beset by a thing unknown, and will it come from forest or sea? The Muringers have walled the pale. The gates are shut. But lo, the thing's inside, and can you guess his shape? Where he's kept, or what's the counter of his face? Is he a weaver, bloody shuttle shot through a time warp, a carter of souls from the world's nap? Or a hunter with hounds? Or do bone horses draw his dead cart through the streets, and does he call his trade to each? Dear friend, he is not to be dwelt upon, for it is by just such wise that he's invited in. The rest, indeed, is silence. It has begun to rain. Light summer rain, you can see it falling slant in the town lights. The river lies in a grail of quietude. Here from the bridge the world below seems a gift of simplicity. Curious, no more. Down there in grots of fallen light, a cat transpires from stone to stone, across the cobbles liquid black and sown in rapid antipodes over the rain-dark street, to vanish cat and counter-cat in the rifted works beyond. Faint summer lightning far downriver. A curtain is rising on the western world. A fine rain of soot, dead beetles, anonymous small bones. The audience sits webbed in dust. Within the gutted sockets of the interlocutor's skull, a spider sleeps, and the jointed ruins of the hanged fool dangle from the flies, bone pendulum in motley. Four-footed shapes go to and fro over the boards. Ruder forms survive. Peering down into the water where the morning sun fashioned wheels of light, coronets fanwise, in which lay trapped each twig, each grain of sediment, long flakes and blades of light in the dusty water sliding away like optic strobes where motes sifted and spun. A hand trails over the gunwale, and he lies athwart the skiff, the toe of one sneaker plucking periodic dimples in the river with the boat's slight cradling, drifting down beneath the bridge and slowly past the mud-stained stanchions. Under the high cool arches and dark keeps of the span's undercarriage, where pigeons babble and the hollow flap of their wings echoes in stark applause. Glancing up at these cathedral vaultings with their fossil woodknots and pseudomorphic nail-heads in gray concrete, drifting, the bridge's slant shadow leaning the width of the river, with that headlong illusion postulate in old cup racers, frozen on photoplates, their wheels elliptic with speed. These shadows form over the skiff, accommodate his prone figure, and pass on. With his jaw cradled in the crook of his arm, he watched idly surface phenomena. Gouts of sewage, faintly working, gray clots of nameless waste, and yellow condoms roiling slowly out of the murk like some giant form of fluke or tapeworm. The watcher's face rode beside the boat, a sepia visage yawing in the scum, eyes veering, and watery grimace. A welt curled sluggishly on the river's surface, as if something unseen had stirred in the deeps, and small bubbles of gas erupted in oily spectra. Below the bridge he eased himself erect, took up the oars, and began to row toward the south bank. There he brought the skiff about, swinging the stern into a clump of willows, and going aft he raised up a heavy cord that ran into the water from an iron pipe driven into the mud of the bank. This he relayed through an open oarlock mounted on the skiff's transom. Now he set out again, rowing slowly, the cord coming up wet and smooth through the lock and dipping into the river again. When he was some 30 feet from shore, the first dropper came up, doubling the line until he reached and cast it off. He went on, the skiff lightly quartered against the river's drift, the hooks riding up one by one into the oarlock with their leached and tattered gobbets of flesh. When he felt the weight of the first fish, he shipped the dripping oars and took hold of the line and brought it in by hand. A large carp broke water, a coarse mailed flank, dull bronze and glinting. He braced himself with one knee and hefted it into the boat and cut the line and tied on a fresh hook with a chunk of cutbait and dropped it over the side and went on, sculling with one oar, the carp warping heavily against the floorboards. When he had finished running the line, he was on the other side of the river. He rebaited the last drop and let the heavy cord go, watching it sink in the muddy water among a spangled nimbus of sunmotes, a broken corona up through which flared for a moment the last pale chunk of rancid meat. Shifting the oars aboard, he sprawled himself over the seats again to take the sun. The skiff swung gently, drifting in the current. He undid his shirt to the waist and put one forearm to his eyes. He could hear the river talking softly beneath him, heavy old river with wrinkled face. Beneath the sliding water cannons and carriages, trunnions seized and rusting in the mud, keelboats rotted to the consistency of mucilage. Fabled sturgeons with their horny pentagonal bodies, the cupreous and dace-bright carp and catfish with their pale and sprueless underbellies, a thick muck shot with broken glass, with bones and rusted tins and bits of crockery reticulate with mud-black crazings. Across the river the limestone cliffs reared gray and roughly faceted, and strung with grass across their face in thin green faults. Where they overhung the water, they made a cool shade, and the surface lay calm and dark and reflected like a small white star the form of a plover, hovering on the updrafts off the edge of the bluff. Under the seat of the skiff, a catfish swam dry and intransigent, with his broad face pressed to the bulkhead. Passing the creek mouth, he raised one hand and waved slowly. The old blacks, all flowered and bonneted, coming about like a wind-tilted garden, with their canes bobbing and their arms lifting, dark and random, into the air, and their gaudy and barbaric costumes billowing with the movement. Beyond them, the shape of the city, rising, wore a wrought, a jaded look, hammered out dark and smoking against a china sky. The grimy river littoral lay warped and shimmering in the heat, and there was no sound in all this lonely summer forenoon. Below the railway trestle, he set to running his other line. The water was warm to the touch, and had a granular lubricity like graphite. It was full noon when he finished, and he stood in the skiff for a moment, looking over the catch. He came back upriver, rowing slowly, the fish struggling in a thin gray bilge in the floor of the boat, their soft barbels fingering with dull wonder the slimed boards, and their backs where they bowed into the sunlight already bleached a bloodless pale. The brass oarlocks creaked in their blocks, and the river water curled from the bow planks with a viscid quality, and lay behind the skiff in a wake like plowed mire. He rowed up from under the shadow of the bluffs and past the sand and gravel company, and then along by barren and dusty lots where rails ran on cinder beds and boxcars oxidized on blind sidings, past warehouses of galvanized and corrugated tin set in flats gouged from the brick-colored earth, where rhomboid and volute shapes of limestone jutted, all brindled with mud like great bones washed out. He had already started across the river when he saw the rescue boats against the bank. They were trolling in the channel while a small crowd watched from the shore. 2 white boats lightly veiled in the heat and the slow blue smoke of their exhaust, a faint chug of motors carrying the calm of the river. He crossed and rowed up the edge of the channel. The boats had come alongside each other, and one of them had cut the engine. The rescue workers wore yachting caps and moved gravely at their task. As the fishermen passed, they were taking aboard a dead man. He was very stiff, and he looked like a window dummy, save for his face. The face seemed soft and bloated, and wore a grappling hook in the side of it, and a crazed grin. They raised him so, gambreled up by the bones of his cheek. A pale, incruent wound. He seemed to protest woodenly, his head awry. They lifted him onto the deck, where he lay in his wet seersucker suit and his lemon-colored socks, leering wall-eyed up at the workers with a hook in his face, like some gross-water homunculus taken in trolling, that the light of God's day had stricken dead instanter. The fisherman went past and pulled the skiff into the bank upriver from the crowd. He rolled a stone over the rope and walked down to watch. The rescue boat was coming in, and one of the workers was kneeling over the corpse, trying to pry the grapnel loose. The crowd was watching him, and he was sweating and working at the hook. Finally, he set his shoe against the dead man's skull and wrenched the hook with both hands, until it came away, trailing a stringy piece of blanched flesh. They brought him ashore on a canvas litter, and laid him in the grass, where he stared at the sun with his drained eyes and his smile. A snarling clot of flies had already accrued out of the vapid air. The workers covered the dead man with a coarse gray blanket. His feet stuck out. The fisherman had made to go when someone in the crowd took his elbow. "Hey, Suttree." He turned. "Hey, Joe," he said. "Did you see it?" "No. They say he jumped last night. They found his shoes on the bridge." They stood looking at the dead man. The squad workers were coiling their ropes and seeing to their tackle. The crowd had come to press about like mourners, and the fisherman and his friend found themselves going past the dead man as if they'd pay respects. He lay there in his yellow socks, with the flies crawling on the blanket, and one hand stretched out on the grass. He wore his watch on the inside of his wrist, as some folks do, or used to. And as Suttree passed, he noticed with a feeling he could not name that the dead man's watch was still running. "That's a bad way to check out," said Joe. "Let's go." They walked along the cinders by the edge of the railroad. Suttree rubbed the gently pulsing muscle in his speculative jaw. "Which way do you go?" said Joe. "Right here. I've got my boat." "Are you still fishing?" "Yeah." "What made you take that up?" "I don't know," Suttree said. "It seemed like a good idea at the time." "You ever get uptown?" "Sometimes." "Why don't you come out to the corner some evening, and we'll drink a beer?" "I'll get out there one of these days." "You fishing today?" "Yeah, a little." Joe was watching him. "Listen," he said, "you could get on up at Miller's. Brother said they need somebody in men's shoes." Suttree looked at the ground and smiled and wiped his mouth with the back of his wrist and looked up again. "Well," he said, "I guess I'll just stick to the river for a while yet." "Well, come out some evening." "I will." They lifted each a hand in farewell, and he watched the boy go on up the tracks and then across the fields toward the road. Then he went down to the skiff and pulled the rope up and tossed it in and pushed off into the river again. The dead man was still lying on the bank under his blanket, but the crowd had begun to drift away. He rowed on across the river. He swung the skiff in beneath the bridge and shipped the oars and sat looking down at the fish. He selected a blue cat and fetched it up by the gill slots. his thumb resting in the soft yellow throat. It flexed once and was still. The oars dripped in the river. He climbed from the skiff and tied up at a stop and labored up the slick, grassless bank toward the arches where the bridge went to earth. Here a dark cavern beneath the vaulted concrete, with rocks piled about the entrance, and a crudely lettered "Keep Out" sign slashed in yellow paint across a boulder. A fire burned in a stone cairn on the rank and sunless clay, and there was an old man squatting before it. The old man looked up at him, and looked back at the fire again. "I brought you a catfish," Suttree said. He mumbled and waved his hand about. Suttree laid the fish down, and the old man squinted at it, and then poked among the ashes of the fire. "Sit down," he said. He squatted. The old man watched the thin flames. Slow traffic passed above them in a muted rumble. In the fire, potatoes blistered and split their charred jackets with low hissing sounds, like small organisms expiring on the coals. The old man speared them from the ashes, 1, 2, 3 black stones, smoking. He grouped them in a rusty hubcap. "Get you a tater," he said. Suttree lifted a hand. He didn't answer because he knew that the old man would offer 3 times, and he must parcel out his words of refusal. The old man had tilted a steaming can and was peering inside, a handful of beans boiled in river water. He raised his ruined eyes and looked out from under the beam of tufted bone that shaded them. "I remember you now," he said, "from when you was just little." Suttree didn't think so, but he nodded. The old man used to go from door to door, and he could make the dolls and bears to talk. "Go on, get you a tater," he said. "Thanks," said Suttree. "I've already eaten." Raw steam rose from the mealy pith of the potato he broke in his hands. Suttree looked out toward the river. "I like a hot dinner, don't you?" the old man said. Suttree nodded. Arched sumac fronds quivered in the noon warmth, and pigeons squabbled and crooned in the bridge's ribbed spandrels. The shadowed earth in which he squatted bore the stale odor of a crypt. "You didn't see that man jump, did you?" Suttree said. He shook his head. An old ragpicker, his thin chops wobbling. "I seen him dragging," he said. "Did they find him?" "Yes." "What did he jump for?" "I don't guess he said." "I wouldn't do it. Would you?" "I hope not." "Did you go over in town this morning?" "No, I never went. I've been too poorly to go." "What's the matter?" "Lord, I don't know. They say death comes like a thief in the night. Where is he? I'll hug his neck." "Well, don't jump off the bridge." "I wouldn't do it for nothing." "They always seem to jump in hot weather." "There's worse weather to come," said the ragpicker. "Hard weather. Be foretold." "Did that girl come out to see you?" "Ain't been nobody to see me." He was eating the beans from the tin with a brass spoon. "I'll talk to her again," said Suttree. "Well, I wish you'd get you one of these here taters." Suttree rose. "I gotta get on," he said. "Don't rush off." "Gotta go." "Come back." "All right." A slight wind had come up, and going back across the river, he braced his feet against the uprights in the stern and pulled hard. The skiff had shipped enough water through her ill-joined planks to float the morning's catch, and they wandered over the cupped and paint-chipped floorboards, colliding dumbly. Rag ends of caulking string flared from the seams and ebbed in the dirty water among bits of bait and paper, and the sweeps dipped and rose, and a constant sipe of river water sang from under the tin of one patched blade. Half awash as she was, the skiff wallowed with a mercurial inertia and made heavy going. He turned upriver close to shore and went on. Black families in bright Sunday clothes fishing at the river's brim watched somberly his passage. Dinner pails and baskets adorned the grass, and dark infants were displayed on blankets kept at their corners by stones against the wind. When he reached the houseboat, he shipped the oars, and the skiff slewed to a stall and settled ponderously against the tire casings nailed there. He swung himself up with a rope in one hand and made fast. The skiff bobbed and slid heavily, and the bilge water surged. The fish sculled sluggishly. Suttree stretched and rubbed his back and eyed the sun. It was already very hot. He went along the deck and pushed open the door and entered. Inside the shanty, the boards seemed buckled with the heat, and beads of pitch were dripping from the beams under the tin roof. He crossed the cabin and stretched himself out on the cot, closing his eyes. A faint breeze from the window stirring his hair. The shanty-boat trembled slightly in the river, and one of the steel drums beneath the floor expanded in the heat with a melancholy bong. Eyes resting, this hushed and mazy Sunday. The heart beneath the breastbone pumping, the blood on its appointed rounds. Life in small places, narrow crannies. In the leaves, the toad's pulse, the delicate cellular warfare in a water drop. "A dextrocardiac," said the smiling doctor. "Your heart's in the right place. Weather-shrunk and loveless. The skin drawn and split like an overripe fruit." He turned heavily on the cot and put one eye to a space in the rough board wall. The river flowing past out there, Cloaca Maxima. Death by drowning. The ticking of a dead man's watch. The old tin clock on grandfather's table hammered like a foundry. Leaning to say goodbye in the little yellow room, reek of lilies and incense, he arched his neck to tell me something I never heard. He wheezed my name. His grip belied the frailty of him. His caved and wasted face. The dead would take the living with them if they could. I pulled away. Sat in an ivy garden that lizards kept with constant leathery slitherings. Hotched hairs, ghost pale, in the shade of the carriage-house wall. Flagstones in a rose garden. The terraced slope of the lawn above the river. Odor of boxwood and moss mold and old brick in the shadow of the springhouse. Under the watercress stones and the clear flowage cluttered with periwinkles. A salamander, trout-speckled, leaning to suck the cold and mossy water. A rimpled child's face watching back. A watery isomer, a goggle in the rings. In my father's last letter, he said that the world is run by those willing to take the responsibility for the running of it. If it is life that you feel you are missing, I can tell you where to find it. In the law courts, in business, in government. There is nothing occurring in the streets. Nothing but a dumb show composed of the helpless and the impotent. From all old seamy throats of elders, musty books, I've salvaged not a word. In a dream I walked with my grandfather by a dark lake, and the old man's talk was filled with incertitude. I saw how all things false fall from the dead. We spoke easily, and I was humbly honored to walk with him deep in that world where he was a man like all men. From the small end of a corridor in the autumn woods, he watched me go away to the world of the waking. If our dead kin are sainted, we may rightly pray to them. Mother Church tells us so. She does not say that they'll speak back, in dreams or out, or in what tongue the stillborn might be spoken. More common, visitor. Silent. The infant's ossature. The thin and brindled bones, along whose sulcate facets clove old shreds of flesh and cerements of tattered swaddle. Bones that would no more than fill a shoebox, a bulbous skull. On the right temple, a mauve half-moon. Suttree turned and lay staring at the ceiling, touching a like mark on his own left temple gently with his fingertips. The ordinary of the second sun, mirror image, gauche carbon. He lies in Woodlawn, whatever be left of the child with whom you shared your mother's belly. He neither spoke nor saw, nor does he now. Perhaps his skull held seawater. Born dead and witless both, or a teratoma grisly in form. No, for we were like to the last hair. I followed him into the world, me, a breech birth, hind and fore in common with whales and bats, life forms meant for other mediums than the earth, and having no affinity for it. And used to pray for his soul days past, believing this ghastly circus reconvened elsewhere for all time. He in the limbo of the Christless righteous, I in a terrestrial hell. Through the thin and riven walls, sounds of fish surging in the sinking skiff. The sign of faith, 12th house of the heavens, ushering in the Western Church. St. Peter, patron of fishmongers, St. Fiacre, that of piles. Suttree placed one arm across his eyes. He said that he might have been a fisher of men in another time, but these fish now seemed task enough for him. It was late evening before he woke. He didn't stir, lying there on the rough army blanket, watching the licking shapes of light from the river's face lapse and flare over the ceiling. He felt the shanty tilt slightly, steps on the catwalk, and a low trundling sound among the barrels. No shade, this. Through the cracks he could see someone coming along the walk. A timorous tapping, once again. "Come in," he said. "Buddy?" He turned his head. His uncle was standing in the doorway. He looked back at the ceiling, blinked, sat up, and swung his feet to the floor. "Come in, John," he said. The uncle came through the door, looking about, hesitant. He stopped in the center of the room, arrested in the quadrate bar of dusty light, davided between the window and its skewed replica on the far wall. A barren countenance cruelly lit, eyes watery and half-closed with their slack pendules of flesh hanging down his cheeks. His hands moved slightly with the wooden smile he managed. "Hey, boy," he said. Suttree sat looking at his shoes. He folded his hands together, opened them again, and looked up. "Sit down," he said. The uncle looked about, pulled the one chair back, and sat carefully in it. "Well," he said, "how are you, buddy?" "Like you see. How are you?" "Fine, fine. How's everything going?" "All right. How'd you find me?" "I saw John Clancy up the Eagles, and he said that you were living in a houseboat or something, so I looked along the river here and found you." He was smiling uncertainly. Suttree looked at him. "Did you tell them where I was?" He stopped smiling. No, he said. "No, that's your business." "All right. How long have you been down here?" Suttree studied with a cold face the tolerant amusement his uncle affected. "Since I got out," he said. "Well, we hadn't heard anything. How long has it been?" "Who's we?" "I hadn't heard. I mean, I didn't know for sure if you were even out or not." "I got out in January." Good, good. What, you rent this or what?" "I bought it." "Well, good." He was looking about. "Not bad. Stove and all." "How've you been, John?" "Oh, I can't complain, you know." Suttree watched him. He looked made up for an older part, hair streaked with chalk, his face a clay mask, cracked in a footman's smile. "You're looking well," said Suttree. A tick jerked his mouth corner. "Well, thanks. Try to keep fit, you know. Old liver not the best." He put the flat of his hand to his abdomen, looked up toward the ceiling, out the window where the shadows had grown long toward night. "Had an operation back in the winter. I guess you didn't know." "No. I'm pulling out of it, of course." Suttree could smell him in the heat of the little room, the rank odor of his clothes, touched with a faint reek of whiskey. Sweet smell of death at the edges. Behind him on the western wall, the candled wood knots shone blood-red and incandescent, like the eyes of watching fiends. "I don't have a drink, or I'd offer you one." The uncle raised a palm. No, he said. "Not for me, thanks." He lowered one brow at Suttree. "I saw your mother," he said. Suttree didn't answer. The uncle was pulling at his cigarettes. He held out the pack. "Cigarette?" he said. "No, thanks." He shook the pack. "Go ahead." "I don't smoke." "He used to." "I quit." The uncle lit up and blew smoke in a thin blue viper's breath toward the window. It coiled and diffused in the yellow light. He smiled. "I'd like to have $1 for every time I quit," he said. "Anyway, they're all fine. Thought I'd let you know." "I didn't think you saw them." "I saw your mother uptown." "You said." "Well, I don't get out there much, of course. I went at Christmas, you know. They left word at the Eagles for me to call one time and, I don't know, come to dinner sometime, you know. I didn't want to go out there." "I don't blame you for that." The uncle shifted a little in his chair. "Well, it's not that I don't get along with them, really. You just can't stand them, nor them you." A funny little smile crossed the uncle's face. "Well," he said, "I don't think I'd go so far as to say that. Now, of course, they've never done me any favors." "Tell me about it," said Suttree dryly. "I guess that's right," the uncle said, nodding his head. He sucked deeply on his cigarette, reflecting. "I guess you and me have a little in common there, eh, boy?" "He thinks so." "You should have known my father. He was a fine man." The uncle was looking down at his hands uncertainly. "Yes," he said, "a fine man." "I remember him." "He died when you were a baby." "I know." The uncle took another tack. "You ought to come up to the Eagles some night," he said. "I could get you in. They have a dance on Saturday night. They have some good-looking women come up there. You'd be surprised." "I guess I would." Suttree had leaned back against the raw plank wall. A blue dusk filled the little cabin. He was looking out the window where nighthawks had come forth and swifts shied chittering over the river. "You're a funny fella, buddy. I can't imagine anyone being more different from your brother." "Which one?" "What?" "I said, which one?" "Which what?" "Which brother?" The uncle chuckled uneasily. "Why," he said, "you just got the one. Carl." Couldn't they think of a name for the other one? "What other one? What the hell are you talking about?" "The one that was born dead." "Who told you that?" "I remembered it." "Who told you?" "You did." "I never. When did I?" "Years ago. You were drunk." "I never did." "All right, you didn't." "What difference does it make?" "I don't know. I just wondered why it was supposed to be a secret." "What did he die of?" "He was stillborn." "I know that." "I don't know why, he just was. You were both premature. You swear I told you?" "It's not important." "You won't say anything, will you?" "No, I was just wondering about it. What the doctor says, for instance. I mean, you have to take them both home. Only one you take in a bag or a box. I guess they have people to take care of these things." "Just don't say anything." Suttree was leaning forward, looking down at his cheap and rotting shoes where they lay crossed on the floor. "God, John, don't worry about it. I won't." "Okay. Don't tell them you saw me." "Okay, fair enough. That's a deal." "Right, John. A deal." "I don't see them anyway." "So you said." The uncle shifted in the chair and pulled at his collar with a long yellow forefinger. "He could have helped me, you know. I never asked him for anything. Never did, by God. He could have helped me. Well, said Suttree, he didn't. The uncle nodded, watching the floor. You know, he said, you and me are a lot alike. I don't think so. In some ways. No, said Suttree, we're not alike. Well, I mean, the uncle waved his hand. That's his thesis. But I'm not like you. Well, you know what I mean. I do know what you mean, but I'm not like you. I'm not like him. I'm not like Carl. I'm like me. Don't tell me who I'm like. Well, now, look, buddy, there's no need. I think there is a need. I don't want you down here either. I know they don't like you. He doesn't. I don't blame you. It's not your fault. I can't do anything. The uncle narrowed his eyes at Suttree. No need to get on your high horse with me, he said. At least I was never in the goddamn penitentiary. Suttree smiled. The workhouse, John. It's a little different. But I am what I am. I don't go around telling people I've been in the TB sanitarium. So? I don't claim to be a teetotaler, if that's what you're getting at. Are you an alcoholic? No? What are you smiling at? I'm no goddamn alcoholic. He always called you a rummy. I guess that's not quite as bad. I don't give a damn what he says. He can... Go ahead. The uncle looked at him warily. He flipped the tiny stub of his cigarette out the door. Well, he said, he don't know everything. Look, said Suttree, leaning forward. When a man marries beneath him, his children are beneath him. If he thinks that way at all. If you weren't a drunk, he might see me with different eyes. As it is, my case was always doubtful. I was expected to turn out badly. My grandfather used to say, blood will tell. It was his favorite saying. What are you looking at? Look at me. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, you do. I'm saying that my father is contemptuous of me because I'm related to you. Don't you think that's a fair statement? I don't know why you try and blame me for your troubles. You and your crackpot theories. Suttree reached across the little space and took his uncle's willowing hands and composed them. I don't blame you, he said. I just want to tell you how some people are. I know how people are. I should know. Why should you? You think my father and his kind are a race apart. You can laugh at their pretensions, but you never question their right to the way of life they maintain. He puts his pants on the same way I do mine. Bullshit, John. You don't even believe that. I said it, didn't I? What do you suppose he thinks of his wife? They get along okay. They get along okay. Yeah, John, she's a housekeeper. She has no real belief even in her goodness. Can't you guess that he sees in her traces of the same sorriness he sees in you? An innocent gesture can call you to mind. Don't call me sorry, said the uncle. He probably believes that only his own benevolent guidance kept her out of the whorehouse. That's my sister you talking about, boy. She's my mother, you maudlin sot. Sudden quiet in the little cabin. The uncle rose, shaking. His voice was low. They were right, he said. What they told me. They were right about you. You're a vicious person. A nasty, vicious person. Suttree sat with his forehead in his hands. The uncle moved warily to the door. His shadow fell across Suttree, and Suttree raised his head. Maybe it's like color blindness, he said. The women are just carriers. You are colorblind, aren't you? At least I'm not crazy. No, Suttree said. Not crazy. The uncle's narrowed eyes seemed to soften. God help you, he said. He turned and stepped onto the catwalk and went down the boards. Suttree rose and went to the door. The uncle was crossing the fields in the last of the day's light toward the darkening city. John, he called. He looked back. But that old man seemed so glassed away in worlds of his own contrivance that Suttree only raised his hand. The uncle nodded like a man who understood, and then went on. The cabin was almost dark, and Suttree walked around on the little deck and kicked up a stool and sat leaning back against the wall of the houseboat with his feet propped on the railing. A breeze was coming off the river, bearing a faint odor of oil and fish. Night sounds and laughter drifted from the yellow shacks beyond the rail spur, and the river spooled past, high-backed and hissing in the dark at his feet, like the seething of sand in a glass, wind in a desert, the slow voice of ruin. He wedged his knuckles in his eye sockets and rested his head against the boards. They were still warm from the sun, like a faint breath at his nape. Across the river, the lights of the lumber company lay foreshort and dismembered in the black water, and downriver the strung bridge lamps hung in catenary replica, shore to shore, and softly guttering under the wind's faint chop. The tower clock in the courthouse tolled the half-hour. Lonely bell in the city. A firefly there. And there. He rose and spat into the river, and went down the catwalk to the shore and across the field toward the road. He walked up Front Street, breathing in the cool of the evening, the western sky before him still a deep cyanic blue, shot through with the shapes of bats, crossing blind and spastic like spores on a slide. A rank smell of boiled greens hung in the night, and a thread of radio music followed him house by house. He went by yards and cinder gardens rank with the mutes of roosting fowls, and by dark grottos among the shacks, where the music flared and died again, and past dim window lights where shadows reeled down cracked and yellowed paper shades. Through reeking clabbered warrens where children cried and craven, half-bald watchdogs yapped and slank. He climbed the hill toward the edge of the city, past the open door of the Negro meeting house, softly lit within. A preacher that looked like a storybook blackbird in his suit and gold-wire spectacles. Suttree coming up out of this hot and funky netherworld, attended by gospel music. Dusky throats tilted and veined like the welted flanks of horses. He had watched them summer nights. A pale pagan sat on the curb without. One rainy night nearby he heard news in his tooth fillings, music softly. He was stayed in a peace that drained his mind. For even a false adumbration of the world of the spirit is better than none at all. Up these steep walkways Can allured for foot purchase the free passage of roaches. To tap at this latched door leaning. Jimmy Smith's brown rodent teeth just beyond the screen. There's a hole in the rotten fabric which perhaps his breath has made over the years. Down a long hallway lit by a single sulphur-colored light bulb, hung from a cord in the ceiling. Smith's shuffling slippers rasp over the linoleum. He turns at the end of the hall, holding the door there. The slack yellow skin of his shoulders and chest so bloodless and lined that he appears patched up out of odd scraps and remnants of flesh, tacked with lap seams and carefully bound in the insubstantial and foul gray web of his undershirt. In the little kitchen, 2 men are sitting at a table drinking whiskey. A third leans against a stained refrigerator. There is an open door giving onto a porch, a small buckled portico of gray boards that hangs in the dark above the river. The rise and fall of cigarettes tells the occupants. There are sounds of laughter, and a bloated whore looks out into the kitchen and goes away again. "What do you have, Sut?" "A beer." A man leaning against the refrigerator moves slightly to one side. "What say, bud?" he says. "Hey, Junior." Jimmy Smith has opened a can of beer and holds it towards Suttree. He pays, and the owner deals up change out of his loathsome breeks and counts the coins into Suttree's palm and shuffles away. "Who's back in the back?" "Bunch of drunks. Brother's back there." Suttree tipped a swallow of beer against the back of his throat. It was cold and good. "Well," he said, "let me go back there and see him." He nodded to the 2 men at the table and went past, and down the corridor, and entered an enormous old drawing room, with high sliding doors long painted fast in their tracks. 5 men sat at a card table. None looked up. The room was otherwise barren. A white marble fireplace masked with a sheet of tin, old varnished wainscoting, and a high stamped rococo ceiling with Pargett scrolls and beaded drops of brazing about the gas jet where a light bulb now burned. Surrounded as they were in this crazed austerity by the remnants of a former grandeur, the poker players seemed themselves like shades of older times, or rude impostors on a stage set. They drank and bet and muttered in an air of electric transiency. Old men in gaitered sleeves, galvanized from some stained sepia, posting time at cards prevenient of their dimly augured doom. Suttree passed on through. In the front room was a broken sofa, propped on bricks, nothing more. One wonky spring reared from the back with a beer can seized in its coils, and deeply couched in the mouse-colored and napless upholstery sat a row of drunks. "Hey, Suttree," they called. "Goddamn," said J-Bone, surging from the bowels of the couch. He threw an arm around Suttree's shoulders. "Here's my old buddy," he said. "Where's the whiskey? Give him a drink of that old crazy shit." "How you doing, Jim?" "I'm doing everybody I can. Where you been? Where's the whiskey? Here you go. Get you a drink, bud." "What is it?" "Early Times. Best little old drink in the world. Get you a drink, Sut." Suttree held it to the light. Small twigs, debris, matter coiled in the oily liquid. He shook it. Smoke rose from the yellow floor of the bottle. "Shit almighty," he said. "Best little old drink in the world," sang out J-Bone. "Have a drink, bud." He unthreaded the cap, sniffed, shivered, drank. J-Bone hugged the drinking figure. "Watch old Suttree take a drink," he called out. Suttree's eyes were squeezed shut, and he was holding the bottle out to whoever would take it. "God damn! What is that shit?" "Early Times," called J-Bone. "Best little old drink there is. Drink that and you won't feel a thing the next morning. Or any morning. Ooh, Lord, give it here. Hello, Early. Come to your old daddy." "Here, pour some of it in this cup and let me cut it with Coca-Cola." "Can't do it, bud." "Why not?" "We done tried it. It eats the bottom out." "Watch it, Suttree. Don't spill none on your shoes." "Hey, Bobby John." "When's old Callahan getting out?" said Bobby John. "I don't know. Sometime this month." "When have you seen Bucket?" "He's moved to Burlington, the Bucket has. He don't come around no more." "Come sit with us, Sut." J-Bone steered him by the arm. "Sit down, bud. Sit down." Suttree eased himself down on the arm of the sofa and sipped his beer. He patted J-Bone on the back. The voices seemed to fade. He waved away the whiskey bottle with a smile. In this tall room, the cracked plaster soot-streaked with the shapes of laths beneath, this barrenness, this fellowship of the doomed, where life pulsed obscenely fecund. In the drift of voices and the laughter and the reek of stale beer, the Sunday loneliness seeped away. "Ain't that right, Suttree?" "What's that?" "About there being caves all in under the city." "That's right." "What all's down there in 'em?" "Blind slime. As above, so it is below." Suttree shrugged. "Nothing that I know of," he said. "They're just some caves." "They say there's one that runs plumb underneath the river. That's the one that comes out over in Chilhowie Park. They were supposed to have used it in the Civil War to hide stuff down there. I wonder what all's down in there now." "Shit if I know. Ask Suttree." "You reckon you can still get down in them Civil War caves, Sut?" "I don't know. I always heard there was one ran under the river, but I never heard of anybody that was ever in it." "There might be them Civil War relics down there." "Here comes one of them now," said J-Bone. "What say, nigger?" Suttree looked toward the door. A gray-looking man in glasses was watching them. "I can't say," he said. "How you boys? What are you drinking?" "Early Times, Jim says it is." "Get you a drink, nig." He shuffled toward the bottle, nodding to all, small eyes moving rapidly behind the glasses. He seized the whiskey and drank, his slack gullet jerking. When he lowered it, his eyes were closed and his face a twisted mask. Pooh! He blew a volatile mist toward the smiling watchers. Lord God, what is that? Early times, Nig, cried J-Bone. Early tombs is more like it. Lord, honey, I know they make that old Splo in a bathtub, but this here is made in the toilet. He was looking at the bottle, shaking it. Bubbles the size of goose shot veered greasily up through the smoky fuel it held. It'll make you drunk, said J-Bone. Nig shook his head and blew and took another drink and handed over the bottle with his face averted in agony. When he could speak, he said, Boys, I've fought some bad whiskey, but I'm a dirty nigger if that there ain't almost too sorry to drink. J-Bone waved the bottle toward the door where Junior stood grinning. Brother, don't you want a drink? Junior shook his head. Boys, scoot over and let the old nigger sit down. Here, Nig, sit here. Scoot over some, Bear Hunter. Lord, boys, if I ain't plumb give out. He took off his glasses and wiped his weepy eyes. What you been up to, Nig? I've been trying to raise some money about Bobby. He turned and looked up at Suttree. Don't I know you? He said. We drank a few beers together. I thought I remembered you. Did you not know Bobby? I saw him a time or two. Nigger shook his head reflectively. I raised 4 boys, and damned if they ain't all in the penitentiary except Ralph. Of course, we all went to Jordonia, and they did have me up here in the workhouse one time, but I slipped off. Old Blackburn was guard up there and knowed me, but he never would say nothing. Was you in Jordonia? Clarence says there ain't nothing to it now. Boys, when I was in there, it was rougher than an old cob. Of course, they didn't send you there for singing in a choir. I done 3 years for stealing. Tried to get sent to TSI, where they learn you a trade, but you had to be tardy to get in down there, and they said I wasn't tardy. I was 18 when I come out of Jordonia, and that was in 1916. I wish I could understand them boys of mine. They have costed me. I spent $18,000 getting them boys out. Their granddaddy was never in the least trouble that you could think of, and lived to be 87-year-old. Now, he'd take a drink, which I do myself, but he was never in no trouble with the law. Get you a drink, Sit. Nigger intercepted the bottle. You know Jim? He's a fine boy. Don't think he ain't. I wish McAnally Flats was full of 'em just like him. I knowed his daddy. He was smaller than Junior yonder. Wait just a minute. Whew! Damned if that ain't some whiskey. He wouldn't take nothing off nobody, Irish Long wouldn't. I remember he come over on what they used to call Woolen Mill Corners there one time. You know where it's at, Jim. Where Workers' Cafe is at. Come over there one Sunday morning hunting a man, and there was a bunch of tush hogs all standing around out there under a shed used to be there, and you boys wouldn't remember it, drinking whiskey, and was friends of this old boy's. And Irish Long walked up to him and wanted to know where he's at. Well, they wouldn't say, but there wasn't a one of them tush hogs asked what he wanted with him. He would mortally whip your ass if you messed with him, Irish Long would. And there wasn't nobody in McAnally no better hearted. He gave away everything he owned. He'd have been rich if he wanted. Had them stores. Nobody didn't have no money. People couldn't buy their groceries. You boys don't remember the Depression. He'd tell them just go on and get what they needed. Flour and taters, milk for the babies. He never turned down nobody, Irish Long never. There's people living in this town today in big houses that would have starved plumb to death, except for him. But they ain't big enough to own it. Better get you a drink there, Set, before nigger drinks it all. Give Bear Hunter a drink, Suttree said. How about giving Bobby John a drink, said Bobby John. There's a man who'll take a drink, said Nigger. Don't think he won't. Which I will myself, said J-Bone. Which I will my damn self, said Nigger. Jimmy Smith was moving through the room like an enormous trained mole, collecting the empty cans. He shuffled out, his small eyes blinking. Kenneth Hazelwood stood in the doorframe watching them all with a sardonic smile. Come in here, Worm, called J-Bone. Get you a drink of this good whiskey. Hazelwood entered smiling and took the bottle. He tilted it and sniffed and gave it back. The last time I drank some of that shit, I like to died. I stunk from the inside out. I laid in a tub of hot water all day and climbed out and dried, and you could still smell it. I had to burn my clothes. I had the dry heaves, the drizzling shits, the cold shakes, and the jake leg. I can think about it now and feel bad. Hell, Worm, this is good whisk. I pass. Worms, put down my whiskey, bud. I think you better put it down before it puts you down. You'll find your liver in your socks some morning. But J-Bone had turned away with a whoop. Early times, he called. Make your liver quiver. Hazelwood grinned and turned to Suttree. Can't you take no better care of him than that? He said. Suttree shook his head. Me and Catherine's going out to the Trocadero. Come on, go with us. I better get home, Kenneth. Come right out there with us. We'll bring you back. I remember the last time I went for a ride with you. You got us in 3 fights, kicked some woman's door in, and got in jail. I ran through some yards and like to hang myself on a clothesline, and got a bunch of dogs after me, and spotlights zipping around, and cops all over the place, and I wound up spending the night in a corrugated conduit with a cat. Worm grinned. Come on, he said. We'll just have a drink and see what all's going on out there. I can't, Kenneth. I'm broke anyway. I didn't ask you if you had any money. Hey, Worm, did you see old Crumbless in the paper this morning? What's he done now? They found him about 6 o'clock this morning under a tree in a big alfalfa field. He found the only tree in the whole field and run into it. They said when the cops come and opened the door, old Crumbless fell out and just laid there. Directly he looked up and seen them blue suits, and he jumped up and hollered, said, Where is that man I hired to drive me home? Suttree rose, grinning. Don't run off, Sud. I gotta go. Where you going? I gotta get something to eat. I'll see y'all later. Jimmy Smith fell in with him to see him to the door, down the long corridor, mole and guest, an unlatching of the screen door, and so into the night. It is overcast with impending rain, and the lights of the city wash against the curdled heavens, lie puddled in the wet black streets. The water truck recedes down Locust with its footmen in their tattered oilskins, wielding brooms in the flooded gutters, and the air is rich with the odor of damp paving. Through the midnight emptiness, the few sounds carry with amphoric hollow, and the city in its quietude seems to lie under edict. The buildings lean upon the dim and muted corridors where the watchman's heels click away the minutes. Past black and padlocked shop fronts. A poultry dresser's window where half-naked cockerels nod in a constant blue dawn. Clock chime and bell toll lonely in the brooding, sleep-fast town. The gutted, rusting trucks on Market Street with their splayed tires pooling on the tar. The flowers and fruit are gone, and the sewer grates festooned with wilted greens. Under the fanned light of a street lamp, a white china cup handle curled like a sleeping slug. In the lobbies of the slattern hotels, the porters and bellmen are napping in the chairs and lounges, dark faces jerking in their sleep down the worn wine plush. In the rooms lie drunken, home-come soldiers sprawled in painless crucifixion on the rumpled counterpanes, and the whores are sleeping now. Small tropic fish start and check in the moss-green deeps of the eye doctor's shop window. A lynx rampant with a waxen snarl. Gouts of shredded wood sprout from the sutures in his leather belly, and his glass eyes bulge in agony. Dim tavern, an alley mouth where ashcans gape, and where in a dream I was stopped by a man I took to be my father. Dark figure against the shadowed brick. I would go by, but he has stayed me with his hand. I've been looking for you, he said. The wind was cold. Dream winds are so. I had been hurrying. I would draw back from him and his bone grip. The knife he held severed the pallid lamplight like a thin blue fish, and our footsteps amplified themselves in the emptiness of the streets to an echo of routed multitudes. Yet it was not my father, but my son who accosted me with such rancorless intent. On Gay Street the traffic lights are stilled. The trolley rails gleam in their beds, and a late car passes with a long slish of tires. In the long arcade of the bus station, footfalls come back like laughter. He marches darkly toward his darkly marching shape in the glass of the depot door. His fetch come up from life's other side like an autoscopic hallucination. Suttree and anti-Suttree. Hand reaching to the hand. The door swung back and he entered the waiting room. The shapes of figures sleeping on the wooden benches lay like laundry. In the men's room, an elderly pederast leaning against a wall. Suttree washed his hands and went out past the pinball machines to the grill. He took a stool and studied the menu. The waitress stood tapping her pencil against the pad of tickets she held. Suttree looked up. Grilled cheese and coffee. She wrote. He watched. She tore off the ticket and placed it face down on the marble counter and moved away. He watched the shape of her underclothes through the thin white uniform. In the rear of the cafe, a young black labored in a clatter of steaming crockery. Suttree rubbed his eyes. She came with the coffee, setting it down with a click, and the coffee tilting up the side of the pink plastic cup and flooding the saucer. He poured it back and sipped. Acridity of burnt socks. She returned with napkin, spoon, ring of gold orange blossoms constricting her puffy finger. He took another sip of the coffee. In a few minutes, she came with a sandwich. He held the first wedge of it to his nose for a minute, rich odor of toast and butter and melting cheese. He bit off an enormous mouthful, sucked the pickle from the toothpick, and closed his eyes, chewing. When he had finished, he took the quarter from his pocket and laid it on the counter and rose. She was watching him from beyond the coffee urn. "You want some more coffee?" she said. "No, thank you." "Come back," she said. Suttree shoved the door with his shoulder, one hand in his pocket, the other working the toothpick. A face rose from a near bench and looked at him blearily and subsided. He walked along Gay Street, pausing by store windows, fine goods kept in glass. A police cruiser passed slowly. He moved on from out of his eye corner, watching them watch. Past Woodruff's, Clark and Jones, the theaters. Corners emptied of their news peddlers and trash scuttling in the wind. He went down to the end of the town and walked out on a bridge and placed his hands on the cool iron rail and looked at the river below. The bridge lights trembled in the black eddy water like chained and burning supplicants, and along the riverfront a gray mist moved in over the ashen fields of sedge and went ferreting among the dwellings. He folded his arms on the rail. Out there, a jumbled shack-strewn waste, dimly lit. Kindling wood cottages, gardens of rue. A patchwork of roofs, canted, under the pale blue cones of lamplight, where moths aspire in giddy coils. Little plots of corn, warped purlieus of tillage in the dead spaces shaped by constriction and want, like the lives of the dark and bitter husbandsmen who have this sparse harvest for their own out of all the wide earth's keeping. Small spills of rain had started, cold on his arm. Downstream, recurving shore currents chased in deckle light wave on wave like silver spawn. To fall through dark to darkness, struggle in those opaque and fecal deeps, which way is up, till the lungs suck brown sewage and funny lights go down the final corridors of the brain, small watchmen to see that all is quiet for the advent of eternal night. The courthouse clock tolled 2. He raised his face. There you can see the illumined dial suspended above the town, with not even a shadow to mark the tower. A Cheshire clock hung in the void like a strange hieroglyphic moon. Suttree palmed the water from his face. The smoky yellow window light on the houseboat of Abednego Jones went dark. Below he could make out the shape of his own place, where he must go. High over the downriver land, lightning quaked soundlessly and ceased. Far clouds rim-lit. A brimstone light. Are there dragons in the wings of the world? The rain was falling harder, falling past him toward the river. Steep rain, leaning in the lamplight, across the clock's face. Hard weather, says the old man. So may it be. Wrap me in the weathers of the earth. I will be hard and hard. My face will turn rain like the stones. He came up from the back lot, threading his way among the shapes of cast-off and broken and useless debris rotting under the late summer sun. Old tires and bricks and broken jars. A rusty chicken feeder. He squinched his nose at the rank odor of washwater in the air, and he threw a rock he was carrying at the tethered goat. The goat raised its chin from the grass and looked at him with its strange goat's eyes, and lowered its head to graze again. He went on around the corner of the house to the front porch, where a green and white washing machine shuddered and churned, and over which stood a young woman with a soapy paddle clubbed in her hands, as if defying the first insurgent rag to rear from the slate-blue and foamless water in which the week's wash moiled. "Hattie," he said. She moved her weight, bringing up out of the spongy boards beneath her shoes a black seepage. She did not look nor answer. "Old Orville ain't been by, has he?" She laid the paddle across the washer where it slurred into concatenate images with the motion of the machine and began to slide off slowly. She wiped her forehead with the hem of her apron. "No," she said. "He ain't been here." He looked toward the open door of the house. "What does she want now?" he said. "What do you care? I just asked." She didn't answer. He propped his foot on the porch and spat, watching out across the dead clay yard at nothing at all. The paddle dropped to the floor, and she stooped and got it and began to dig at the clothes, her breasts pendulous and bobbing with the movement of her shoulders. Blue, curded washwater dripped from the end of the porch into a puddle of gray scum. When she looked at him, he had not moved. She tossed her hair and tilted one shoulder forward, blotting the sweat from her upper lip. She pouted and blew the hair from her eyes. "Why don't you grub some of them weeds out of the tomatoes for me, if you ain't got nothing else to do?" she said. He sat down facing out across the yard. He put one finger in his ear and jiggled it, and she bent to the washer again. After a while, a thin voice came again from the rear of the house. She stopped and looked at him. "See what she wants, will you?" He spat. "I didn't take her to raise," he said. She lifted her bleached and wrinkled hands from the water and wiped them on the front of her dress. "All right, Mama," she called. "Just a minute." When she came back out, he was hanging by his elbows in the wire fence that ran along the little lane the house faced, and he was talking to another boy. They left together. He came back for his supper and went out again and stayed until past dark. Just before midnight, she heard him leave the house again. He listened at her door, and then went on to the front room, where he sat on the daybed and donned his shoes. Then he was out in the warm August night, lush and tactile. The door set shut with a faint cry of the keeper's spring, down the path, through the gate, and into the lane. When he came out on the pike, he could feel the day's warmth from the macadam through his thin shoe soles, and he could smell it, musky and faintly antiseptic. He went up the pike at a jog. He went solitary and starlit through the sleep-fast countryside, trotting soundlessly on his soft-worn shoes, past dead houses and dark land with the odor of ripe and humid fruits breathing in the fields, and night birds crying in the keep of enormous trees. The road climbed up out of the woods and went on through farmland, and he slowed to a walk, his hands slung in his hip pockets and his elbows flapping, taking a dirt road down to the right, padding along soft as a dog, sniffing the rank grass and the odor of dust the dew had laid. He crossed the tracks of the railway and loped into the growth on the far side, wiping his nose with his sleeve as he went, and casting his eyes about, passing along a high revetment of honeysuckle, and then through a patch of cane, and coming at last along the edge of a field where his old tracks had packed the clay in a furrow you could follow in the dark, and his shape washed shadowless across a backdrop of sumac and sassafras. He could see the house beyond in darkness, against the star-blown sky, and the barn behind it rising outsized and stark. He was going along the troughs in the heavy-turned earth, past cornrows, the shell-brown spears on his arms with fine teeth, into the open field where the melons lay. There were no more than a quarter acre of them. A long black rectangle set along the edge of the corn, in which, by the meager starlight of late summer, he could see the plump forms supine and dormant in spaced rows. He listened. In the distance a dog was yapping, and in his keen ears the blind passage of gnats sounded incessantly. He knelt in the rich and steaming earth, his nostrils filled with the winey smell of ruptured melons. To steal upon them where they lay, his hand on their warm, ripe shapes, his pocket-knife open. He lifted one, a pale jade underbelly turning up. He pulled it between his knees and sank the blade of the knife into its nether end. He shucked off the straps of his overalls, his pale shanks kneeling in a pool of denim. A whippoorwill had begun to call, and with his ear to the ground this way he began to hear the train, too. A star arced long and dying down the sky. He raised his head and looked toward the house. Nothing moved. The train had come on, and her harpy-throated highball wailed down the lonely summer night. He could hear the wheels shucking along the rails, and he could feel the ground shudder, and he could hear the tone of the trucks shift at the crossing, and the huffing breath of the boiler, and the rattle and clank and wheel click, and coupling clacking, and then the last long shunting on the downgrade, drawing on toward the distance, and the low moan bawling across the sleeping land, and fading, and the caboose clicking away to final silence. He rose and adjusted his clothes, and went back along the rows of corn to the woods and to the road, and set himself toward home again. Brogan's stood in the tracks he left, walking up, back, turning, towing the bunged melons lying in the sun, a slow spout of black ants pluming forth, a yellow jacket. He came again that night. In a persimmon tree at the edge of the field a mockingbird whistled him back, but he would not hear. Down past the corn he came, and into the dark of the melon patch with stark wooden lubricity, looking once toward the lightless house, and then going to his knees in the rich and wine-slaked loam. When the light of the sealed beam cut over the field, he was lying prone upon a watermelon with his overalls about his knees. The beam swept past, stopped, returned to fix upon his alabaster nates looming moonlike out of the dark. He rose vertically, pale, weightless, like some grim Tellurian wraith, up over the violated fruit with arms horrible, and off across the fields, hauling wildly at the folds of old rank denim that hobbled him. "Hold it!" a voice called. He had no ear for such news. The dry bracken that rimmed the field crashed about him. He crossed the stand of cane in a series of diminishing reports, and went over the top of the honeysuckle in graceful levitation, and lit in the road in the lights of a car rounding the curve. The car braked and slewed in the gravel. A crazed figure, dressing on the run, blown out of the dark wall of summer green and into the road. In the distance, the train called for the crossing. 2 pairs of brogans went along the rows. "You ain't gonna believe this. Knowing you for a born liar, I most probably won't. Somebody has been fucking my watermelons." "What?" "I said somebody has been—" No, hell no. Damn you if you ain't got a warped mind." "I'm telling you, I don't want to hear it. Looky here. And here." They went along the outer row of the melon patch. He stopped to nudge a melon with his toe. Yellow jackets snarled in the seepage. Some were ruined a good time past, and lay soft with rot, wrinkled with imminent collapse. "It does look like it, don't it?" "I'm telling you, I seen him. I didn't know what the hell was going on when he dropped his drawers, but then when I see what he was up to, I still didn't believe it. But yonder they lay." "What do you aim to do?" "Hell, I don't know. It's about too late to do anything. He's damn near screwed the whole patch. I don't see why he couldn't have stuck to just one, or a few. Well, I guess he takes himself for a lover, sort of like a sailor in a whorehouse. I reckon what it was he didn't take to, the idea of getting bit on the head of his pecker by one of them waspers. I suppose he showed good judgment there." "What was he, just a young fella?" "I don't know about how young he was, but He was as active a feller as I've seen in a good while. But I don't reckon he'll be back. I don't know. A man fast as he is ought not to be qualmy about going anywhere as he took a notion. To steal or whatever. What if he does come back? I'll catch him if he does. And then what? Well, I don't know. Be kindly embarrassing now I think about it. I'd get some work out of him is what I'd do. Ought to, I reckon. I don't know. You reckon to call the sheriff? And tell him what? They were walking slowly along the rows. It's just the damnedest thing I ever heard of, ain't it, you? What are you grinning at? It ain't funny, a thing like that. To me, it ain't. Once she had moved beyond the shadow of the smokehouse, he couldn't see her anymore. He could hear the dull chop of the hoe among the withered yard flowers as she progressed with bland patience along the little garden she had planted there, her and the hoe in shadow oblique and thin, and the chop and clink of the shadow blade in the stony ground. Or she came up from the spring house lugging a shrunken bucket that sprayed thin fans of water from between the slats and left a damp and trampled swath out to the flower beds and back. He sat on the porch with his feet crossed and fashioned knots and weed stems. Finally it rained. It rained all one afternoon, and at dusk the burnt grass stood in water, and it rained on into the night. By the time he left the house it had quit, and the sky was clearing, but he would not turn back. He waited and waited at the field's edge, watching the house and listening. From the dark of the corn they saw him pass, lean and angular, a slavering nightshade among the moon-sprung vines, over the shadowed blue and furrowed summer land. They gripped each other's arm. It's him. I hope it is. I'd hate to think of there being two of them. Before them in the field there appeared sudden and apparitional a starkly pale set of legs, galvanized out of the night like a pair of white flannel drawers. Throw the light to him. We ain't mounted. Throw it to him. He was standing in the middle of the patch, facing them, blinking, his overalls about his ankles. Hold it right there, old buddy. Don't move. But he did. He caught up the bib of his overalls in both hands and turned to run. The voice called out again. He had the straps clenched in his fist, making for the field's edge. The train bawled twice out there in the darkness. Now beg God's mercy, Letcher. Unnatural. Finger-coiled, blind sight, a shadow. Smooth, choked, oiled pipe pointing judgment and guilt. Done in a burst of flame. Could I call back that skeltering lead? He was lying on the ground with his legs trapped in his overalls, and he was screaming, "Oh, God! Oh, God!" The man still holding the smoking gun stood about him like a harried bird. The blood oozing from that tender, puckered skin in the gray moonlight undid him. "Shit," he said. "Oh, shit." He knelt, flinging the gun away from him. The other man picked it up and stood by. "Hush now," he said. "Goddamn, hush." Lights from the house limned them and their sorry tableau. The boy is rolling in the rich, damp earth, screaming, and the man keeps saying for him to hush, kneeling there, not touching him. The deputy held the car door, and he climbed out, and they entered a building of solid concrete. The first deputy handed Harrowgate's papers to a man at a small window. The man looked through the papers and signed them. Harrowgate stood in the hall. "Harrowgate," the man said. "Yes, sir." He looked him over. "Goddamn if you ain't a sad sack," he said. "Walk on down to that door." Harrowgate walked down the corridor to an iron-barred door. The other deputy had emerged from a side door with a cup of coffee. He had his thumb stuck in his belt, and he blew on the coffee and sipped at it. He didn't look at Harrowgate. After a while, the man came down the hall with a big brass ring of keys. He opened the gate and pointed for Harrowgate to enter. He shut the gate behind them and locked it, and turned and went up a flight of concrete stairs. There were two men in striped pants and jumpers sitting there smoking. They scooted against the wall to let the man pass. Harrowgate had started up the stairs when one of them spoke to him. You better not go up there if he ain't said to. He came back down again. When the man reappeared, he had a young black with him. The black wore stripes, too. The man opened the door to a large cell, and they entered. The black looked at Harrogate and shook his head and went on through to a door at the rear. There was a little window in the wall, and Harrogate could see him in there, thumbing through stacks of clothing on a shelf. "Strip out of them clothes and take a shower yonder," said the man. Harrogate looked around. In the center of the room was a stained porcelain trough with a row of dripping taps hung from a pipe. In each corner at the front of the cell was a concrete wall about as high as Harrogate. Behind one wall there were 3 toilets, and behind the other were 2 showers. While he was looking at the showers, a dry towel hit him in the back of the head and fell to the floor. "You better get on some kind of time," the man said. Harrogate picked up the towel and put it around his neck, and undid his shirt and peeled out of it and laid it on a bench by the wall. Then he unbuttoned his trousers and stepped out of them and laid them across the shirt. He looked like a dressed chicken, his skin puckered with the shot wounds still red and fresh-looking. He raised his shoes each and slid them from his feet without untying the laces. The concrete floor was cold. He crossed to the showers and peered at them, their valves and spouts. "I ain't going to tell you again," said the man. "I don't know how," said Harrogate. The black boy at the window turned his face away. The man looked up at this news with what seemed to be real interest. "You don't know how to what?" he said. "How to run a shower." "What are you, a fucking smartass?" "No, sir." "You mean to tell me you ain't never took a shower?" "I ain't never even seen one." The man turned and looked back down the hall. "Hey, George." "Yeah. Come in here a minute." A second man looked in. "What is it?" he said. "Tell him what you just told me." "I ain't never even seen one," said Harrogate. "Seen what?" "A shower. He don't know how to take a shower." The second man looked him over. "Does he know where he shit last?" he said. "I doubt it." "It was down at the county jail," said Harrogate. "I think you got a smart ass on your hands." "I think I got a dumb ass, is what I got. You see them there handles?" "These here?" "Them there. You turn 'em and water comes out of that there pipe." Harrogate stepped into the shower stall and turned the taps. He picked a slab of used soap from a niche in the wall and soaped himself and adjusted the taps, stepping under the shower carefully so as not to wet his hair. When he was done, he turned off the shower and took the towel down from where he'd hung it over the top of the partition and dried himself, and crossed the floor to where he'd left his clothes. He had one leg in his trousers when the black spoke to him. "Hold it, little buddy." He paused on one leg. "Bring them over here." Harrogate collected his clothes and carried them to the window. The black took them and hung them on a hanger gingerly with 2 fingers. The man was sorting about behind him. "It's hanging on a nail yonder," the black said. Harrogate was sitting naked on the bench. The man came out with a long-handled spray gun. He stood up. "Raise your arms." He did. The man pumped the sprayer and squirted his armpit. "Shoo," said Harrogate. "What's that for?" "Bugs," said the guard. "Turn around." "I ain't got no bugs." "You ain't now," said the man. He sprayed under the other arm and then gave Harrogate a good spraying over his sparse pubic hair. "Get them crotch crickets, too," he said. When he was done, he stepped back. Harrogate stood with his arms aloft like a robbery victim. "Damn if you ain't just barely feathered," said the man. "How old are you?" 18, said Harrogate. 18. Yes, sir. You just did get in under the wire, didn't you? I reckon. What's these here? That's where I shot. The man looked from his skinny body to his face again. Shot, huh? He said. He handed the spray gun through the window to the black, and the black hung the gun back up behind him and pushed a folded set of stripes through the window at Harrogate. Harrogate unfolded the suit and looked at it. He held the shirt in his teeth while he flapped the trousers out and started to step into them. "Ain't you got no underwear?" said the man. "No." The man shook his head. Harrogate stood on one leg. He took a little hop to capture his balance. "Go on," said the man. "If you ain't got any, you ain't got any." He dressed and stood barefoot. The trousers ran down over his feet and onto the floor, and just his fingertips hung from the sleeves of the jumper. He looked at the black in the window. "Don't look at me," said the black. "Them's as small as they come. Roll them sleeves and pants up. You'll be all right." Harrogate rolled the sleeves back 2 turns. The clothes were clean and rough against his skin. "Do I wear my own shoes?" he said. "You wear your own shoes." The smallest prisoner crossed the floor and stepped into his shoes and clattered back to the window. The man looked him over sadly and handed him a blanket. "Let's go," he said. Harrogate followed him out and up the stairs, shuffling along, a slight limp. At the top of the stairs they turned down a hall past huge barred cages like the one they'd left. At the end of the hall sat a man at a table reading a magazine. He rose, smiling, and placed the magazine face down on the table. The man was sorting through the keys. "I think they ought to have thrown this one back, Ed. What do you think?" Ed looked at Harrogate and smiled. The man opened the iron door, and Harrogate entered alone. A concrete room painted pea green. He walked past the sink, the taps each tied with little tobacco sacks hanging from their mouths. Pale winter light fell through the welded iron windows. The door clanked shut behind him, and the guard's footsteps receded in the corridor. With his blanket he went down the room past rows of iron beds in blocks of 4, all painted green, some with sack-like mattresses, some with nothing but the woven bare iron straps that served for springs. He went along the aisle, looking left and right. A few figures lay motionless in the cots he passed. He went to the end of the room and stood on tiptoe and peered out the window. Rolling hills, stark winter trees. He came back up the aisle and nudged a sleeper by the foot. "Hey," he said. The man on the pallet opened one eye and looked at Harrogate. "What the fuck do you want?" he said. "Where am I supposed to sleep?" The man groaned and closed his eyes. Harrogate waited for him to open them again, but he didn't. After a while he jostled the foot again. "Hey," he said. The man didn't open his eyes. He said, "If you don't get the fuck away from me, I'm gonna kick the shit out of you." "I just wanted to know where I'm supposed to sleep." "Anywhere you like, you squirrely son of a bitch. Now get the hell away from here." Harrogate wandered on up the aisle. Some of the bunks had pillows as well as blankets. He picked one out that had only a bare tick and climbed up and spread his blanket and sat in the middle of it. He sat there for a while, and then he climbed down again and went to the bars and peered out. Someone in a suit like his was coming backward down the hallway, towing a bucket on wheels by a mop submerged in the black froth it held. He glanced at Harrogate as he went past, a cigarette in the corner of his mouth. He didn't look friendly. Across the hall, another prisoner was peering from his cage. Harrogate studied him for a minute. Then he gave a sort of crazy little wave at him. "Howdy," he said. "Sure," said the other prisoner. Harrogate turned and went back and climbed into his bunk and lay staring at the ceiling. Concrete beams painted green. A few half-blackened light bulbs screwed into the masonry. It had grown dim within the room, the early winter twilight closing down the day. He slept. When he woke, it was dark out, and the bulbs in the ceiling suffused the room with a sulphurous light. Harrogate sat up. Men were filing into the cell with a sort of constrained rowdiness, not quite jostling one another, lighting or rolling cigarettes, speaking only once they were inside. A rising exchange of repartee and shaded insult. One spied Harrogate where he sat up in his cot like a ground squirrel and pointed him out. "Looky here, new blood." They filed past. Toward the end came men hobbling with what looked like the heads of pickaxes welded about one ankle. The door clanged, keys rattled. 2 men turned in at the bunks beneath Harrogate. One of them lay down and closed his eyes for a minute, and then sat up and shucked off his shoes and lay back and closed his eyes again. The other stood with his head bent a few inches from Harrogate's knee and began to unload his pockets of various things. A pencil stub, matchbooks, a beer can opener, a flat black stone, a sack of tobacco. He saw Harrogate watching him and looked up. "Hey," he said. "Hey," said Harrogate. "You don't piss in the bed, do you?" "No, sir." "You smoke?" "I used to some, before I got thrown in the jailhouse and couldn't get nary." "Here." He pitched the sack of tobacco up onto Harrogate's blanket. Harrogate immediately opened the sack and took a paper from the little pocket under the label and began to roll a cigarette. "You get one of those every week," the man said. "When do I get mine?" "Next week." "You ain't got no match, have you?" "Here." Harrogate lit the cigarette and sucked deeply and blew out the match and put it in his cuff. "Keep 'em." He put the matches in his pocket. "How old are you?" 18. 18? "Yes, sir." "You just made it, didn't you?" "That's what they keep telling me." "What's your name?" "Gene Harrogate." "Harrogate," the man said. He had one elbow on the upper bunk and was holding his chin in his fingers, studying the new prisoner with a rather detached air. "Well," he said, "my name's Suttree." "Howdy, Mr. Suttree." "Just Suttree." "What are you in for?" "Stealing watermelons." "That's bullshit. What are you in for?" "I got caught in a watermelon patch." "With what, a tractor and trailer?" "They don't send people to the workhouse for stealing a few watermelons. What else did you do?" Harrogate sucked on his cigarette and looked at the green walls. "Well," he said, "I got shot." "Got shot?" "Yeah." "Whereabouts?" "Yeah, I know, in the watermelon patch. Where did you get hit?" "Pretty near all over." "What with, a shotgun?" "Yeah." "For stealing watermelons?" "Yeah." Suttree sat down on the lower bunk and put one foot up and began to rub his ankle. After a while, he looked up. Harrogate was lying on his stomach, looking down over the edge of his bunk. "Let's see where you got shot," said Suttree. Harrogate knelt up on the bed and lifted his jumper. Little mauve tucks in his pale flesh all down the side of him like pox scars. "I got 'em all down my leg, too. I still can't walk good." Suttree looked up at the boy's eyes, bright with a kind of animal cognizance, with incipient goodwill. "Well," he said, "it's getting rough out there, isn't it?" "Boy, I thought I was dead." "I guess you're lucky you're not." "That's what they said at the hospital." Suttree leaned back in his bunk. "What kind of son of a bitch would shoot somebody for stealing a few watermelons?" he said. "I don't know. He come out to the hospital and brung me a ice cream. I didn't much blame him. He said himself he wished he'd not done it." "Didn't keep him from pressing charges, though, did it?" "Well, I guess seeing as he done shot me, he couldn't back out." Suttree looked at the boy again with this remark, but the boy's face was bland and without device. He wanted to know when supper was served. 5 o'clock. Should be in a few minutes." "Did they feed good?" "You'll have time to get used to it. What did you draw, anyway?" 11.29. Old 11.29. "Boy, they feed good in that hospital. Best you ever ate." "Couldn't you have run off from there?" "I never had no clothes. I thought about it, but I didn't have stitch one, nor no way to come by any. I'd rather be in a workhouse than get caught out wearing one of them old crazy nightshirts they make you wear. Wouldn't you?" "No." "Well, that's you." "That's me." Harrogate looked down at him, but he had his eyes closed. He rolled back over and stared at the ceiling. Someone had written a few sentiments there, but they were lost in the glare of the light bulbs. After a while, he heard a bell clang somewhere. A guard came to the door and opened it, and when Harrogate sat up, he saw that the prisoners were shaping up ready to leave, and he hopped from the bunk and shaped up with them. They marched down the concrete stairs and turned through a door and filed through a mess hall where picnic tables ran the length of the room. They were cobbled up out of oak flooring and had the benches bolted to them. At the end of the mess hall, the prisoners turned into the kitchen where each man got a tin plate and a large spoon. They filed past a steam table where kitchen help, likewise in stripes, ladled up smoking pinto beans, cabbage, potatoes, hot rounds of cornbread. Harrogate had his thumb in his plate and got hot cabbage spooned over it by a smiling black man. He said, "Yow!" Swapped hands and stuck the thumb in his mouth. A guard came over and looked down at him. "Was that you?" he said. "Yes, sir." "One more holler out of you and you get no supper." "Yes, sir." Nearby, prisoners wore pinched faces, apparently in pain, eyes half shut with joy constrained. Harrogate followed on into a mess hall like the one they'd come through. The benches and tables were filling up with prisoners. He sought out Suttree and sat next to him, and fell to with his spoon. A great clanking and scraping throughout the hall, and no word spoke. The table across from them was taken by black prisoners, and Harrogate eyed them narrowly from under his brows. His head bent over his plate, and the spoon he gripped like a trowel, rising and falling woodenly. When his group had all done eating, the guard walked along behind them to the head of the table and rapped, and they rose and filed back through the kitchen, scraping their plates into a slop can and stacking them on a table, dropping their spoons into a bucket. Then they filed out through the other mess hall, now partly filled with prisoners eating, and into the hall and up the stairs to their cell again. "There wasn't no meat," said Harrogate. "That's right," said Suttree. "Did they ever have meat?" "I don't know." "Have you ever eat any meat here?" "You mean other than breakfast bacon?" "Yeah, other than breakfast bacon." "No." Harrogate leaned against the bunk. After a while he said, "How long you been here?" "About 5 months." "They hell fire," said Harrogate. It was dark when they rose in the morning, and dark when they filed into the kitchen to get their plates and spoons, and still dark when they turned out in the dewfall and grainy mist of the yard. He stood there with his sleeves and cuffs rolled 2 turns each, and watched the men climb into the trucks. He looked for Suttree, but by the time he saw him, he was already in a truck, and the door was shut. Some of the trucks started to pull away. A guard came over and looked down at him. He stooped with his hands on knees to see into his face. "Who the hell are you?" he said. "Harrogate." The guard nodded his head, as if this was the right answer. "Did you get your breakfast?" "Sure did." "Feel like you're ready for a day's work, do you?" "I reckon." "Well, we have a truck over here for you to ride in, if that's all right with you." "This in here?" "Yeah. You don't care, do you?" Harrogate grinned. "Shoot," he said. "I reckon that's what all I'm here for. I'll do just whatever." "Well, we're mighty pleased about that. We like for everybody to be happy." "Shoot," said Harrogate over his shoulder as he slouched toward the waiting truck. "I ain't hard to get along with." As he reached the rear of the truck and put up one hand to help himself, the guard fetched him a kick from behind that lifted him through the door and dropped him among the boots and shoes of the other prisoners. They looked down at him with crazed grins, and someone jerked him forward by the collar in time to keep the door from slamming on his foot. A red-headed man leaned down and said, "Get in here, idiot. You make that son of a bitch mad this early in the morning, and I'll kick your ass myself." "I didn't know which truck I was supposed to go to." "Well, no truck is the wrong one. Sit over here. This son of a bitch drives like a drunk Indian going after more whiskey." The truck coughed up gouts of white smoke, and they lurched off into the fog down the hill and down the winding workhouse road. To the highway, where the taillights of the other trucks went by twos, like eyes before them in the cool October dawn. The prisoners sat in rows facing each other, jiggling and rolling, some trying to sleep. Harrogate crouched on the bench with his hands beneath his thin legs and watched the floor. There was no conversation. The truck gained speed, and the tires sang on the black road. At the first stoplight, a young girl was waiting for a bus at the edge of the road. The prisoners shoved and crowded at the wire mesh door of the truck. She turned to stare out over the barren lots toward houses swimming in the mist. A cold light was leaking across the landscape from the east. Harrogate watched two birds come out of the colorless heavens and alight upon a wire and look down into the truck and fly again. They went on. The driver's eyes in a car come up behind them, somewhat uneasy at the sight of these striped miscreants. By good daylight they had crossed the north end of the county and were pulled up at a roadside where sewer pipe lay unjointed along a selvage of red mud, and where riders from the first truck had already descended into ditches and begun to swing picks. The sun rose and warmed them where they stood, waiting tools and orders. A man handed Harrogate a pick, stepped back and studied him with it, and took it away again. A few cars eased past, faces at the glass. Men bound for work in the city, looking out with no expression at all. The prisoners shuffled and milled about until all had tools, and Harrogate stood alone. He had started down into the ditch with naked hands when a guard called to him. "Wait here a minute," he said. The guard went away and returned with another man who looked down at Harrogate suspiciously. "How old are you, son?" "I'm still 18, said Harrogate. He had one black tooth in the front of his mouth, and he sucked at it nervously. The two men looked at each other. The younger one shrugged. "I don't know," he said. "Well, hell, take him on back and let Courtney have him. You go on back with Mr. Williams, you hear?" "Yes, sir." "Get in that pickup over yonder and wait," the other man said. Harrogate nodded and hobbled up the road to the truck and climbed up into the bed and sat there in his outsized togs, watching the men in the ditch. He saw Suttree shoveling dirt up over the rim of the excavation, and Suttree looked his way once, sitting there alone in the truck, but he didn't nod or gesture. After a while, the guard came up. He motioned to him and opened the door of the truck. "Get up front," he said. Harrogate climbed over the side of the truck and opened the door and got in. There was a speaker hanging by a cord from the dashboard, and there was a pump-action shotgun hung on a rack over the rear window. The guard started the truck, glanced down at Harrogate, and pulled away, shaking his head. When Suttree came in that night, the smallest prisoner was not in the cell. He saw him at supper, half obscured behind tottering tiers of pans, smoking a home-rolled cigarette and firing thin pipes of smoke from his nostrils in disgust. He was moved that night to the kitchen cell. When he came to get his blanket, Suttree was lying stretched on his cot with his shoes off. His socks were streaked with red clay. "Guess what?" said Harrogate. "What?" "They got me washing fucking dishes." "I know, I saw you." "Shit," said Harrogate. "Hell, that's no bad shake. It beats swinging a pick all day." "It don't to me. I'd rather do anything as to wash dishes." "You'll appreciate it more when the weather turns colder." "Shit." Harrogate gathered up his blanket in his arms. Someone down the cell called up to Suttree, was he through with the newspaper? "Yeah," said Suttree. "Come and get it." "Fold it and pitch it here." Suttree folded the paper and tried to remember how you tucked them in for throwing. "Goddamn, Suttree, was you not ever a paper boy?" "No." "I guess you was on a allowance." The man had turned out of his cot and come up the hall. "I used to know how to roll them, but I've forgotten." "Here, let me have it. Fucking educated piss willies. He goes to college, but he can't roll a newspaper. What do you think of that, little buddy?" The man was standing alongside the bunk, red-headed, freckled, pumpkin-toothed. The nose he talked through spread all over his face. "Howdy, Mr. Callahan." said Harrogate. Suttree poked his head out from under the bunk. "Mr. Callahan?" he said. "You heard him?" "Oh, boy," said Suttree, lying back down. Callahan grinned his gap-toothed grin. "Mr. Callahan's got a lot of pull around here," said Suttree. "Ask him if he can do something for you." "Do what?" "He wants to get out of the kitchen. He thinks washing dishes is beneath his dignity." "Hellfire, little buddy. You got the best job in the joint." "I don't like it," said Harrogate sullenly. "They got me working with a bunch of old crippled fuckers, and I don't know what all." "Especially in the guards' mess," said Callahan. "Guards' mess? God damn," said Suttree. "That's what they promised him," said Callahan. "I guess he don't like steak and gravy, ham, eggs every morning." "Shit," said Harrogate. "It's true," said Suttree. "Hell, Suttree, I don't want to be no goddamn dishwasher. I gotta get up at 4 o'clock in the morning." "Yeah, we sleep in here till 5:30. "You get to fuck around in the afternoon," said Callahan. "Well, we don't get done till 7 at night." "Well, if you don't want to work in a guard's mess, ask if they'll put you back on the trucks." "What if they say no?" "Say yes." "What happens then? I guess they beat the shit out of you." "No, they won't. Will they, Red?" "Nah, put you in a hole. Unless you get real shitty, then you go in the box." "Well, that's where they'd put me." "What is it?" "Just a concrete box about 4 feet square." "You ever been in there, Suttree?" "No. You're talking to a man that has, though." "What did they put you in there for, Mr. Callahan?" "Oh, slapping a little old guard." "He slapped a vertebra loose in his neck," said Suttree. "God damn," said Harrogate. "When was this?" "When was it, Red? 2 years ago?" "Something like that." "They hellfire. How long you been in here, Mr. Callahan?" "That was another offense," said Suttree. "He's been in and out." "They don't give you nothing to eat but bread and water," said Callahan. "In a box, they don't." "I believe you'll like the guard's mess better than the box." "I ain't washing no more goddamn dishes." "Well," said Suttree, "that's you." "That's me," said Harrogate. "I think you lost your rabbit-assed mind," said Callahan. "Maybe. But I'll tell you one thing. I ever get out of here, I sure as shit ain't coming back again." "I think I even heard Bromo say that one time." "Who's Bromo?" "The old guy. He's been in and out of here since 1936. "He was in for that," said Callahan. "He was in the other workhouse before this one was built." "Well," said Harrogate, "that's him." Suttree grinned. "That's him," he said. The crimes of the Moonlight Melon Mounter followed him, as crimes will. Truth of his doings came in at the door and up the stairs in the dark. Come morning, the prisoners were seeing this half-fool in a new light. To his elbows in dishwater and wreathed in steam, he watched them file across the kitchen with their plates of biscuits and gravy, nodding, gesturing. He smiled back. They saw him again that night, lost in his stained and shapeless suit. He appeared not to have moved the day long, nor the stacked pans diminished. After supper he was returned to them, clutching his blanket before him. "Well," said Suttree, "you back?" "Yep." "What happened?" "I told them I was done fucking with them. They want a dishwasher, they can hunt somebody else, 'cause I ain't it." "What did they say?" "They asked me did I want to be a hall boy. Said you make a few dollars selling coffee." "Few dollars a year." "That's just what I figured. I told them I didn't want no hall boy bullshit." "So what happened?" "Nothing. They just sent me on up." He stood there with his rat's face in a kind of smug smirk. Suttree shook his head. "Yonder he is," called Callahan. "Watermelon Man. Pumpkins, wasn't it? Pumpkins? God almighty." "Yeah," sang out Callahan. "We get out, we're going to open a combination fruit stand and whorehouse." Harrogate smiled nervously. Callahan was sketching for them a portrait of his brothel, melons and black negligées. "Watch out the niggers don't hear of it. The niggers is liable to lynch you." Other fruits discussed. A cantaloupe turned queer. Do you buy them a drink? "Worst of it is having gnats swarm around the head of your dick. Fruit flies." "Stealing watermelons, huh?" said Suttree. Harrogate grinned uneasily. "They tried to get me for bestiality." "Yeah. But my lawyer told him a watermelon wasn't no beast. He was a smart son of a bitch." "Oh, boy," said Suttree. In the morning he went with them on the trucks, rising in the rank cold, faint odor of bathless sleepers all about. People stirring in the dull yellow bulb light, stumbling into clothes and shoes. The warmth of the kitchen and the smell of coffee. Cooks and pot washers, aged or maimed, all hovered by the stove with hot crockery mugs in their hands. Harrogate nodded to them distantly, holding his thumbs wide of his plate. In the long days of fall, they went like dreamers, watching the sky for rain. When it came, it rained for days. They sat in groups and watched the rain fall over the deserted fairgrounds. Pools of mud and dark sawdust and wet, trodden papers. The painted canvas funhouse walls and the stark skeletons of amusement rides against a gray and barren sky. A sad and bitter season. Barrenness of heart and Gothic loneliness. Suttree dreamed old dreams of fairgrounds where young girls with flowered hair and wide child's eyes watched by flare-light, sequined aerialists aloft. Visions of unspeakable loveliness from a world lost, to make you ache with want. In the afternoons the riggers came and set about taking down a spider-like centrifuge and loading it on a float. As the prisoners shuffled over the grounds, filling their croaker sacks with bottles and trash, the workers backhanded to them packs of cigarettes. Suttree was given a pack and passed it to an old man with a goiter who took it without a word. The old man was a smokehound, a drinker of shaving lotion, stove fuel, cleaning fluid. Suttree watched him shuffle on, scowling at the world from under his wild, thatched brows, his thin and rimpled mouth working very faintly as he spoke with himself. He took up each paper, each bottle, with something like solicitude, looking about as if he would discover who had put it there. Suttree never heard him speak aloud, this elder child of sorrow. He crouched on the truck bench opposite going home, jostled and nodding. He saw Suttree watching him and lowered his eyes and fell to talking to himself with a kind of secretive viciousness. Sundays, a female evangelist from Knoxville would come out to hold service in the chapel downstairs. Concrete tabernacle, small wooden podium. The prisoners who went seemed stricken, nigh insensate by this word of God, strained distaff they were hearing. Lounging in the wooden folding chairs, heads lolling. She seemed unaware of their presence. She told old tales from Bible days that might have come down orally, so altered were they from their origins. In the afternoon, visitors arrived. Family scenes, mothers and fathers, wives, anonymous kinfolk gathered at the long tables in the dining hall. They'd call the names back down the hall and up the stairs, and the guard would let them out. To return, laden with candy, fruit, cigarettes. No one came for Suttree. None for Harrogate. Callahan's friends from McAnally Flats brought brown-looking apples, sacks of half-spoiled oranges. Callahan would peel these and slice them into a lard pail and cover them with water, adding a little yeast from the kitchen, covering it over with a cloth and storing it under his bed. In a few days, a yeasty orange wine would work up, and he'd strain it off and invite friends to take a cup with him. They called it julep, and it kicked and spewed in the stomach all night. Callahan would get slightly drunk and look about good-naturedly to see was there thing or body worth destroying. Burge Slusser came back, clumping sullenly down the aisle with his blanket, a pick about his ankle. When the workers returned in the evening, he was asleep, nor did he rise for supper. In these tranquil evening hours before lights out, Harrogate would sit up in his bunk and work on his jailhouse ring. They were made from silver coins, and Harrogate had gotten a guard to bore a hole in his, and he sat for hours on end with a mess hall spoon and beat the coin's rim. The edges of the piece would flare out and come at last to a shape much like a wedding band. Now as he sat tapping, Slusser turned in his bunk, raising his leg to clear the rear tine of the pick, and sought out the source of the noise. Harrogate squatted above him in the bunk opposite, bent over his coin, the spoon tapping steadily. Much like a little old cobbler, crouched there, half lost in his clothes. "Hey," said Slusser. Harrogate looked down benignly. "Howdy," he said. "Knock off that fucking tapping." He fixed Harrogate with a fearful look and rolled back over. Harrogate sat with a coin in one hand and the spoon in the other. He looked down at the man. He took a tentative click at the coin rim. Click. He pulled up the blanket from the edge of the bunk and folded it over his hands, muffling the work between his knees. Click, click, click. He looked down at the man. The man lay as before. Click, click, click. Slusser rose from the bunk slowly, like a man bored. He came around the end of the bunk and reached his hand up to Harrogate. "Give me that," he said. Harrogate clutched the blanket to his chest. "You little fist-fucker, you better hand me that goddamn spoon before I jerk you out of there." Suttree, who'd been half asleep below, had a failing sensation in the pit of his stomach. He said, "Leave him alone, Bird." The boy's tormentor lost interest in him instantly, and his eyes swung towards Suttree with a schizoid's alacrity. "Well, now," he said, "I didn't know he was yours." "He's not anybody's." "He's a punk." "I don't believe he is." "Maybe you're one yourself." "Maybe," said Suttree, on whose forehead small beads of sweat had begun to glisten. "You've been pulling your pud too much." Slusser reached and seized him by the front of his jumper and dragged him upright. Suttree gripped his arm, coming out onto the floor. "Turn loose of my shirt, Bird," he said. Bird twisted the cloth in his fist. There was no sound in the cell. Suttree could see himself twinned in the cool brown eyes, and he didn't like what he saw. He swung at Slusser's face. Immediately a fist crashed against the side of his head. He heard the sea roll. He swung again. His shirt came loose with a loud rip, but he didn't hear it. He pushed himself forward, his head ducked and caromed off the side of the bunk. When he looked up, he couldn't see Slusser. Some prisoners were standing between him and the hall, and he heard grunts and the meaty sound of fists. Callahan's face went past, smiling, beyond the shoulders of the watching men. Suttree elbowed his way through the spectators. The fight crashed into the bunks and went to the wall and back down the cell. Slusser standing flat-footed because of the pick on his ankle, cursing. Callahan smiling. He was backing Slusser down along the wall in the narrow space behind the bunks. In turning between the bunks, Slusser's pick got hung. Callahan stepped forward and slammed him broadside in the head. Slusser lashed out blindly, then kicked out with the pick. It stung a star-shaped pock in the concrete, and Slusser's eyes rolled with pain. He was still trying to kick Callahan with the pick when the iron door swung and two guards rushed in with slapsticks. The first person to get clobbered was a country boy from Brown's Mountain named Lethal King. He sat down on the floor, holding his head with both hands. "God damn," he said. Callahan had leaped back, holding up his hands. "He's gone crazy," he said. Slusser turned. He looked crazy. Eyes wild, a blue swelling at his temple giving his face an asymmetrical twist. The prisoners had fallen away. Slusser turned toward the guards in a half-crouch, and they fell upon him with slapsticks flailing. Callahan lowered his hands and leaned forward to see better. The slapsticks were going whop, whop, whop. Slusser on the floor with just a pick sticking out. The guards hammering away from kneeling positions like carpenters on a roof. When they raised him up, he was limp and bleeding from the mouth and ears, and his face was his face seen through bad glass. Lethal had risen from the floor, and Blackburn pointed his cudgel at him and said, "You, get this man. Callahan, you son of a bitch, you get his other side." "I ain't done nothing," said Lethal, coming forward uncertainly. Callahan already had Slusser's arm draped around his neck and was bearing him up. He wiped a thin trickle of blood from his own mouth with a freckled fist, and turned and gave the prisoners a pinched grimace of idiotic triumph, which sent such a plague of grins among them that the other guard turned at the door. "What the hell are you doing, Callahan?" "Just holding this man up. Where you want him?" They followed the guards out the door, and Blackburn slammed the gate and locked it, and they followed them down the hall and down the stairs, Slusser's pick dragging along behind until the other guard fell back and raised it up, and they went on like that, bearing Slusser on toward the box with his hind leg aloft like a wounded ice skater. The guard returned with Lethal and Callahan, and when he unlocked the door, Callahan started through it. "Hold it, Callahan," said the guard. Callahan held it. The guard shut the door behind Lethal and locked it, and motioned Callahan down the hall. The prisoners could hear him protesting. "Hellfire, what for? I ain't done a goddamn thing. Hellfire!" Suttree went back to his bunk, touching his swollen ear with his fingertips. Harrogate was still crouching in the top of his bunk with a spoon in his hand. "Where are they going with Mr. Callahan?" he said. "To the hole. Blackburn's wise to his bullshit." "How long will they keep him in there?" "I don't know. A week, maybe." "God damn," said Harrogate. "We stirred up some shit, didn't we?" Suttree looked at him. "Gene," he said. "What?" "Nothing. Just Gene." "Yeah? Well, you better hope they keep Slusser in the box." "What about you?" "He's already punched me." "Well, as long as they let Mr. Callahan out before they do him." Suttree looked at him. He was not lovable. This adenoidal leptosome that crouched above his bed like a wizened bird, his razorous shoulder blades jutting in the thin cloth of his striped shirt. Sly, rat-faced, a convicted pervert of a botanical bent. Who would do worse when in the world again? Bet on it. But something in him so transparent, something vulnerable. As he looked back at Suttree with his almost witless equanimity, his naked face was suddenly taken away in darkness. Some of the prisoners called out, complaining. The hall guard told them to knock it off. "Hellfire, it ain't but 8 o'clock. "Knock it off in there." Bodies undressing in the dark. The hall light made a puppet show of them. Suttree sat on his bunk and eased off his clothes and laid them across the foot of the bed and crawled under the blanket in his underwear. Voices died in the room. Rustlings. The light from the yard lamps falling through the windows like a cold blue winter moon that never waned. He was drifting. He could hear a truck's tires on the pike a half-mile away. He heard the chair legs squeak in the hall where the guard shifted. He could hear... He leaned out of the bunk. "I will be goddamned," he said. "Harrogate?" "Yeah." Hoarse whisper in the dark. "Will you knock off that goddamn clicking?" There was a brief pause. "Okay," said Harrogate. When they came in from work the next evening, Harrogate had a couple of small jars he'd found in the roadside. Suttree saw him descend from his bunk after lights out. He seemed to disappear somewhere in the vicinity of the floor. When he reappeared, he camped on the floor at the head of Suttree's bed, and Suttree could hear a tin set down on the concrete and the clink of glass. "What the fuck are you doing?" he whispered. "Shh," said Harrogate. He heard liquid pouring. "Whew," said a voice in the dark. A whiff of rank ferment crossed Suttree's nostrils. "Harrogate?" "Yeah." "What are you up to?" "Shh. Here." A hand came toward him from the gloom, offering a jar. Suttree sat up and took it and sniffed and tasted. A thick and sourish wine of unknown origins. "Where did you get this?" he said. "Shh. It's Mr. Callahan's julep he had working. You reckon it's ready?" If it had been ready, he'd have drunk it. That's what I thought. Why don't you put it up and let it work some more, and we'll drink it Saturday night? You reckon it'll tear your head up? Suttree reckoned it would tear your head up. They lay there in the dark. Hey, Soot. What? What you aim to do when you get out? I don't know. What was you doing before you got in? Nothing. Laying drunk. A deep wheezing of sleepers rose and fell about them. Hey, Soot. Go to sleep, Jane. By morning, a heavy rain had set in, and they didn't go out. They sat in small groups in the dimly lit cell and played cards. It was cold in the room, and some wore their blankets shawled about their shoulders. They looked like detained refugees. At noon, a gimp-legged prisoner brought up sandwiches from the kitchen. Thin slices of rat cheese on thin slices of white bread. The prisoners bought matchboxes of coffee from the hallboy for a nickel, and he poured hot water in their cups. Harrogate came awake from a deep nap and hopped to the floor to get his lunch. He drank plain water with his sandwich, crouched up there in his bunk, his cheeks jammed. Outside, the cold, gray winter rain fell across the county. By nightfall, it would turn to snow. He'd finished his sandwiches and was back to tapping at his ring when a new thought changed his face. He put aside his work and climbed down to the floor and crawled under Suttree's bunk. Then he crawled out and back up topside, where he fell to work again. In a little while, he crawled down again. Toward dusk, a few prisoners looked his way to see what went. The smallest prisoner, sitting in the top of his bunk, suddenly going, woo, woo, like a chimpanzee, and lapsing silent again. When the triangle rang for dinner, all fell out save he. Suttree came by from his card game and shook him by the shoulder. Hey, hotshot, let's go. Harrogate raised up with one eye shut, his face matted where it had lain crushed in the blanket. He said. Let's go to supper. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and pitched out onto the floor, face down. Suttree had turned to go when he heard the crash. He looked and saw Harrogate struggling on the floor and came back and helped him up. What the fuck's wrong with you? Yeah, said Harrogate. Shit, said Suttree. You better stay here. Can you get back in the bunk? Harrogate fended him away and focused one eye toward the cell door. Sup, he said. You crazy fucker. You can't even walk. Harrogate started across the tilted floor, listening badly. The other prisoners were jammed at the door, filing out by twos and down the stairs. Some looked back. Look coming here. What's happened to him? Looks like one leg's grown longer than the other one. Harrogate crashed into the end of a set of bunks and reeled away. Damned if the country mouse ain't drunker than hell. Them eyes look like two piss holes in the snow. He veered toward them like a misfired android. One caught him up by the sleeve. You going to supper, Country Mouse? You fucking A, said Country Mouse. They covered for him in line, holding him erect, shielding him from the guards. The cook's helper who loaded his plate looked at his face, probably because it was the only one in the line passing at that diminished altitude. Shit a brick, he said. Bet your ass, said Harrogate, winking profoundly. They went on to the mess hall. Harrogate stepped over the bench and misbalanced and stepped back. He raised his foot to try again. One of the prisoners grabbed his leg and pulled it down and caught his tilting plate and jerked him into the bench alongside him. Hee, said Harrogate. Someone kicked him under the table. He peered about at nearby faces for the culprit. The blacks, filing in at the table opposite, seemed to have wind of him already and were ogling and grinning. Harrogate spooned up a load of pinto beans and shoved them toward his jaw. Some fell down the front of him. He looked after them. He began to spoon beans from his lap. Several guards were watching. He was having difficulty sitting on the bench. He was tottering about. The guard at the head of the table, a man named Wilson, walked down to get a better look. Harrogate sensed him standing there above him and turned to see. falling against the prisoner at his side as he did so. Wilson looked down into the thin face, now slightly green. Harrogate turned back to his food, holding onto the edge of the table with one hand. "This man's drunk," said Wilson. Somewhere down the table someone muttered, "No shit," and a ripple of tittering passed through the mess hall. Wilson glared. "All right," he said. "Knock it off. You, get up." Harrogate put down his spoon and took another grip on the table and raised himself up. But since the bench would not push back from the table, he remained in a sort of crouched position, finally losing his balance and sitting down again. Now he turned in his seat and tried to get one foot over the bench, lifting his leg up by the cuff of his trousers, one elbow resting in his food. The clanking and scraping of spoons had ceased altogether. The only sound in the mess hall was Harrogate struggling to free himself from the table, Wilson standing over him like a faith healer over a paraplegic, until he actually raised up astraddle the bench, creamed corn dripping from his sleeve. "Ick," he said. "What?" said Wilson menacingly. The country mouse closed his eyes, belched, opened them again. "Sick," he said. He was trying to raise his other leg. The prisoner alongside looked up at him and leaned away. Harrogate lurched, and his neck gave a sort of chicken-like jerk, and he vomited on Wilson's shoes. The prisoners on either side of Harrogate leaped up. Wilson's slapstick was out. He was looking at his shoes. He couldn't believe it. Harrogate wore a look of terror. He seized hold of the table, looking about wildly, his gorge swollen. He spied his plate. He leaned toward it. He vomited on the table. "You nasty little bastard!" screamed Wilson. He was doing little kicks, trying to shake the puke from his shoes. The prisoners who'd been sitting opposite Harrogate had risen from the table and were watching the country mouse in awe. Harrogate looked up at them with weeping eyes and managed just the smallest black-tooth grin before he puked again. They didn't see him for 10 days. Then one morning, as they filed through the kitchen with their plates, there he was, grinning sheepishly, ladling up gravy for their biscuits. Beyond him, through the steam, on a can with a cigarette in his mouth, sat Red Callahan. No one asked where Slusser was. That night when they came in, he must have been showering in the kitchen cell, because when they went past on their way to their own quarters, silently in twos, exuding the aura of cold they brought in with them, Harrogate suddenly appeared naked at the bars, his thin face, his hands clutching like a skinned spider-monkey. "Soot," he called out softly. "Hey, Soot." Suttree heard his name. As he came abreast of the smallest prisoner, he dropped out of the line. "When will the phantom puker strike again?" he said. "What the fuck are you doing bare-assed?" "Listen, Soot. That fucking Wilson's got it in for me. I gotta get out of here." "Out of where?" "Here. The joint." "You mean run off?" "Yeah." Suttree shook his head. "That's crazy, Gene," he said. "I need you to help me." Suttree fell back in at the tail of the line. "You're nuts, Gene," he said. He saw him again a week later, on Thursday, when he was assigned to the indigent food detail. The needy trooping through in rags, their eyes rheumy, snuffling, showing their papers at the desk and going on to where the prisoners unloaded bags of cornmeal from pallets or scooped dried beans into grocery bags. Suttree sought their eyes, but few looked up. They took their dole and passed on. Old, shapeless women in thin summer dresses, socks collapsed about their pale and naked ankles, shoes opened at the side with knives to ease their feet. The seams of their lower faces stained with snuff, their drawstrung mouths. To Suttree, they seemed hardly real, like picture show paupers, costume for a scene. At the noon dinner break, he and Harrogate fell in together. They crouched with others among the palleted beans and unwrapped their sandwiches. "What we got?" "Bologna." "Anybody got a cheese?" "There ain't no cheese." "Soot." "Yeah." "Shh. Do you know where we're at?" "Where we're at?" "I mean, which way's town? Harrogate speaking in loud, hoarse whispers, spewing bits of bread. Suttree jerked a thumb over his shoulders. "It's that-a-way," he said. Harrogate motioned his thumb down and looked about. "What I figured to do," he said. "Jane." "Yeah?" "If you run off from here, you'll wind up like Slusser." "You mean with a pick on my leg?" "I mean you'll be in and out of institutions for the rest of your life." "Save for one thing." "What's that?" "They ain't gonna catch me." "Where will you go?" "Go to Knoxville." "Knoxville?" "Hell yes." "What makes you think they won't find you in Knoxville?" "Hellfire, son. Big a place as Knoxville is? They never would find you there. Why, you wouldn't even know where to start hunting somebody."
Suttree looked at Harrogate and shook his head.
"How far you reckon it is to town?" said Harrogate.
"It's 6 or 8 miles.
"Listen, if you got to run off, why don't you wait and slip off from the county garage some evening?"
"What for?"
"Hell, you're practically in town. Besides, it'd be dark, or damn near it."
Harrogate paused from his chewing, his eyes fixed on his shoe. Then he commenced chewing again.
"You might be right," he said.
Suttree was unwrapping his other sandwich.
"It don't make all that much difference, actually," he said.
"Why's that?"
"'Cause they'll catch your skinny ass anyway."
"They ain't no way."
"What do you aim to do about clothes? What do you think people are going to say when they see you wandering around in that outfit?"
"I'll get me some clothes first thing."
Suttree shook his head.
"Hell, son, I can slip around."
"Gene."
"Yeah?"
"You look wrong. You will always look wrong."
Harrogate looked at the floor. He had stopped chewing.
"No, I won't," he said.
The weather turned colder, and they didn't go out. Wilson put Harrogate to work painting the black borders along the lower hallway walls that served for baseboards. The workhouse smelled of paint, and so did the country mouse, when he came up in the evening with the smears of black on his face like a guerrilla fighter. One night Suttree said to him,
"Don't you have any family?"
"The lights are out. A few bodies shifted in the dark."
"Don't you?"
said the small voice overhead. Christmas came, and some of the married prisoners were furloughed home to holiday with their families. A few were released. Slusser came from solitary, the pick still in his leg. He entered with his blanket and went down the aisle without speaking to anyone. There was a lighted tree in the recreation room downstairs, and on Christmas Day they had turkey with all the trimmings. Callahan in the kitchen, drunk, making pumpkin pies out of old sweet potatoes and carrots. Sots, loose from the drunk tank, wandering about crazed with thirst. An air of wary joy, like Christmas in some Arctic outpost. The following day was Sunday. Suttree was playing poker when his name was called. He played on.
"That's you, Suttree."
He folded his cards. He glanced toward the door and rose heavily, handing the cards down to Harrogate.
"Don't lose all my money," he said.
The hall guard opened the door, and he went out and down the stairs. The mess hall was filled with families, enormous baskets of fruit, country people, some bewildered, some in tears, old men who had been here themselves, perhaps.
"Over yonder,"
said Blackburn. She was sitting at the table at the far end of the hall, quietly in her good clothes. He turned to go back, but Blackburn gripped him by his sleeve and pulled him around.
"You get your ass over there," he said.
He made his way along the edge of the table. She had her purse in her lap, and she was looking down. She was still wearing her hat from church. He sat down on the bench across the table from her, and she looked up at him. She looked old. He couldn't remember her looking so. Her slack and pleated throat, the flesh beneath her jaws, her eyes paler. "Hello, Mother," he said. Her lower chin began to dimple and quiver.
"Buddy," she said.
But the son she addressed was hardly there at all. Numbly, he watched himself fold his hands on the table. He heard his voice, remote, adrift. "Please don't start crying," he said. "See the hand that nursed the serpent? The fine, hasped pipes of her finger bones? The skin bewenned and speckled. The veins are milk blue and bulby. A thin gold ring set with diamonds that raised the once child's heart of her to agonies of passion before I was. Here is the anguish of mortality. Hopes wrecked, love sundered. See the mother sorrowing. How everything that I was warned of's come to pass." Suttree began to cry, nor could he stop it. People were looking. He rose. The room swam. "Buddy," she said. "Buddy." "I can't," he said. Hot salt strangled him. He wheeled away. Blackburn would have stopped him at the door, but when he saw his face, he let him go. Suttree jerked his arm away and went through the gate and up the stairs. He was released a few days later on order from Judge Kelly. The country mouse had run off from a work detail the morning before, and as Suttree came from the supply room dressed in the clothes he'd worn through the slam 7 months earlier, Harrogate was being led clumping along the hall with a pick on his leg. They exchanged glances as they passed, but you couldn't say it in words. Suttree was taken back to town in the same car that had brought him out. It was snowing, but the roads were clear. He woke in the logy heat of full summer noon, with the sun beating on the tin roof above him and raising a sour smell out of the old wood of the cabin. He could hear the howl of the saws in the lumber mill across the river, and he could hear the intermittent scream of swine come under the knacker's hand at the packing company. He turned his face to the wall and opened one eye, watched through a split in the sun-riven boards the slow brown neap of the passing river. After a while he struggled up, blinking in the dusty slats of sunlight that sliced through the hot murk. He tottered erect onto the floor in the trousers he'd slept in, and made his way to the door and stepped out, scratching his naked belly, watching the boards for stray fishhooks as he went barefoot toward the rail. He leaned on his elbows and looked out over the river. The skiff had sunk to the gunwales and lay quietly awash in the current. He propped up one foot and studied his toes. He could hear everywhere in the hot summer air the drone of machinery, the lonely industry of the city. He blinked and stretched. A gravel dredger was moving upriver, her pipes and tackles slung up in the trucks. He watched it pass. A figure on the pilot deck waved, and he waved back. Suttree took the rope loose from the rail and began to haul the skiff along the side of the houseboat. It yawed and wallowed in the river. He threw the rope ashore and went down the plank and retrieved it from the mud, and miring to his ankle bones, he eased the skiff in. He got hold of the ring in the prow and braced himself and lifted. Mud spurted between his toes. He hoisted the front of the skiff and watched the water sluice heavily over the transom into the river. Tails flared and subsided. He hauled the skiff partly up the bank and lifted it sideways. The trapped fish milled and surged. He tilted with care, their shapes riding up along the overflow and dropping back again. When he lowered the skiff, they lay gaping on the boards under a sun that withered them visibly. Suttree gripped his forepockets, searching. He rose and went to the shanty and returned with a large clasp knife. He reached into the bottom of the boat and brought up a catfish by the lower jaw. It quivered slightly and curled its tail. Suttree turned it and sank the point of his knife into its throat, and opened its wet and pale blue belly with a clean slicing motion that dumped forth the living viscera down his forearm in a welter of dark blood. He seized these entrails and hauled them from the fish and slung them, a wet analoid mass writhing brightly in the sun and dropping through the placid face of the river with a light splash that sucked away almost at once. He laid the cleaned fish by and seized the next. There were 7 in all, and he had them dressed in minutes and aligned in the shade under the skiff's seat. He cut the leaders from the hooks he'd salvaged, and he rinsed the blood and mucus from his hands, and cleaned the knife, and folded the blade away, and returned to the shanty. When he came out again, he wore a shirt loosely unbuttoned, and he had a towel over one shoulder, and he carried a small porcelain basin and a leather shaving bag. He came down the plank walk and went across the field toward the warehouse, still barefoot, and stepping carefully, emerging onto the rail bed and walking 3 tentative steps on the hot steel before hopping off again. He did a little hot-foot dance, and went on among the cinders and rough ties. Passing through a landscape of old tires and cast-off water tanks rusting in the weeds, and bottomless buckets and broken slabs of concrete. When he left the roadbed, he turned up along the side of the warehouse, the new tin brightly galvanized and reeling in the enormous heat, and his shadow wincing blackly across the corrugated glare of it like a crepe-paper player in a shadow show. At the far end of the warehouse was a brass spigot. Beneath it, the cracked red clay lay shaped in a basin, centered by a dark, ochreous eye where the water dripped. Suttree knelt and laid out his things, hung his small mirror from a nail, set his wash basin under the tap, and turned on the water. Squinting, he inspected his beard, testing the water idly with one finger. It came hot from the tap in this weather, and he laved a palmful over his cheeks and wet his brush and lathered carefully. Then he opened his razor and stropped it briefly on the side of his shaving bag and commenced to shave, pulling the skin taut with his fingers. When he was finished, he flung away the water in a beaded explosion of vapor under the scorching wall of the warehouse, a brief rainbow. He filled the basin again and took off his shirt and splashed himself wet and soaped and rinsed and dried himself with a towel. He put away the razor and brushed his teeth, squatting on his heels there in the raw clay, looking about. A hot silence hung over the riverfront. Over the stained and leaning clapboard shacks, over the barren rubble lots and the fields of wire-colored sedge, over the cratered wastes of hardpan and the railway road. And silence among these broiling colossi of tin and down by the stones and bracken and mud that marked the river shore. Something that looked like a mouse, save it had no tail, came out of the weeds below him and crossed the open like a wind-up toy and scuttled from sight beneath the warehouse wall. Suttree spat and rinsed his mouth. A black witch known as Mother's She was going along Front Street toward the store, a frail, bent shape in black partlet with cane, laboring brokenly through the heat. He rose and collected his things and went back down the dry clay gutter by the edge of the warehouse and along the tracks and across the fields. As he neared the shanty, he saw a long gray cat struggling toward the weeds, towing its own length of fish. He shouted and waved at it. He scooped and shied a rock, hobbling along ginger-footed through the stubble. When he came up, the cat squared off at him, a starved and snarling thing with the hackles reared along its razorous spine. It didn't let go of the fish. Suttree threw a rock at it. The cat's ears lay flat along its head, and its tail kept jerking. He threw another rock that caromed off its stark ribs. It dropped the fish and yowled at him, still crouched there, cocked on its bony elbows. "Why, goddamn you," said Suttree. He cast about until he found a huge clod of dried mud, and going close, he broke it over the animal. It squalled and scrabbled away, shaking its head. Suttree retrieved the fish and looked it over. He rinsed it in the river and gathered up the other fish and piled them in his wash basin, a tottery load, and went on to the shanty. The cat was already back in the skiff, searching. With the day's sun full on the tin roof, the heat in the houseboat was unendurable. He put away his things and got a clean shirt and trousers from his cardboard bureau, and dressed and took his shoes and socks and towel and went out onto the deck. There he sat looking out through the rails with his feet hanging in the river. Down near the bridge, an old man poled a skiff by the shore, standing precarious and daring, wielding a long-handled hook. A fellow worker in these cloacal reaches, plying the trade he has devised for himself. The old man's name was Magison, and Suttree smiled to see him at his work, going slow, shaded by the fronds of a huge and raveled fiber hat brim. He dried his feet and put on his socks and shoes and combed his hair. Inside the shanty, he wrapped the fish in a newspaper and tied them with a string and took the coal oil can from its corner. At the door, he looked to see had he forgotten anything, and then he left. When he reached the street, he walked along until he found a flat place on the paving's edge and under the weeds, and here he stopped and poured the kerosene over the warm tar. Then he set the can from sight in the weeds and went on. Gravely, gravely, small chocolate children nodded or lifted pale brown palms. "Hello, Heidi." He climbed up from the river and went toward the city with his fish. Early in his living by the river, Suttree had found a shortcut through old gardens on the river bluff, a winding path with cinder paving that angled up behind old homes of blackened boarding, and old porches where rusted skeins of screening fell down the rotting facades. But passing under one high window, always he heard a dull mutter of invective and sullen oaths, and he no longer took the near path, but went the longer way, round by the streets. The invector, however, had moved to a new window, so large was the house that he shared with his soul, and could still watch for the fishermen to pass. In these later years he had become confined altogether, and this was hard for one accustomed to tottering daily abroad and dripping vitriol on passing strangers. He keeps his watch with fidelity, an old man dimly seen in upper window corners. Market Street on Monday morning, Knoxville, Tennessee. In this year, 1951. Suttree with his parcel of fish going past the rows of derelict trucks piled with produce and flowers, an atmosphere rank with country commerce, a reek of farm goods in the air tending off into a light surmise of putrefaction and decay. Pariahs adorned the walk, and blind singers, and organists, and psalmists with mouth harps wandered up and down. Past hardware stores and meat markets and little tobacco shops. A strong smell of feed in the hot noon, like working mash. Mute and roosting peddlers, watching from their wagon beds, and flower ladies in their bonnets like cowled gnomes, driftwood hands composed in their apron laps and their underlips swollen with snuff. He went among vendors and beggars and wild street preachers haranguing a lost world with a vigor unknown to the sane. Suttree admired them with their hot eyes and dog-eared Bibles, God's barkers gone forth into the world like the prophets of old. He often stood along the edges of the crowd for some stray scrap of news from beyond the pale. He crossed the street, stepping gutters clogged with green stuff. Coming from behind the trucks, a beggar lady's splotched and marcet arm barred his way, a palsied claw that gibbered at his chest. He slid past. Stale, nun-like smell of her clothes, dry flesh within. The old amstress's eyes floated by in a mist of bitterness, but he had nothing but his fish. He passed under the shade of the market-house, where brick the color of dried blood rose, turreted and cupolaed, and crazed into the heat of the day, form on form in demented accretion, without precedent or counterpart in the annals of architecture. Pigeons bobbed and preened in the high barbicans, or shat from the blackened parapets. Suttree pushed through the gray doors below. He went over the cool tiles, his heels muted by sawdust and wood shavings. A half-man on a skate cart oared past with leather chocks. Huge fans wheeled slowly in the upper murk, and marketers shouldered past with baskets, eyes stunned by the plenty through which they moved. Shy women in wrappers of gingham print, with the armpits eaten out, and trailing small streaked children in tennis shoes. They milled and turned and shuffled by. Suttree wandering among the stalls where little grandmothers offered flowers or berries or eggs. Rows of faded farmers hunched at the lunch counters. This lazaret of comestibles and flora and maimed humanity. Every other face goitered, twisted, tubered with some excrescence. Teeth black with rot, eyes rheumed and vacuous. Dour and diminutive people framed by paper cones of blossoms, hawkers of esoteric wares, curious electuaries ordered up in jars, and elixirs decocted in the moon's dark. He went by stacks of crated pullets, plump hares with ruby eyes. Butter tubbed in ice, and brown or alabaster eggs in ordered rows. Along by the meat counters, shuffling up flies out of the blood-stained sawdust, where a calf's head rested pink and scalded on a tray, and butchers honed their knives. Great cleavers and bone saws hung overhead, and truncate beeves in stark abattoir by cambreled hams blue-flocked with mold. At the fish market, cold gray shapes dimly limbed in troughs of powdered ice. Suttree eased past the cool glass cases with their Piscean wares and went on to the rear of the stall. "Hello, Mr. Turner."
"Howdy, Suttree,"
said the old man.
"What have you got?"
"2 nice cats and some carp." He unrolled the paper and laid them out on the block. Mr. Turner thumbed one of the catfish over. Bits of newsprint clung to it. He felt the flesh, picked up the 2 fish, and laid them in the scales.
"Call it 7 pounds.
"All right. What about the carp?" He regarded the dull, placoid shapes with doubt.
"Well," he said, "I could maybe take one of them."
"Well?" He lifted out the catfish and selected a small carp. They watched the needle swing. The old jouter twisted up his apron in his hands.
2.5,
he said. "Okay." He nodded and went to his till and rang open the drawer. He came back with a $1 bill and 4 cents and handed the money to Suttree.
"When you gonna bring me some of them little channel cats?"
Suttree had slid the folded dollar into his pocket and was rewrapping the remaining fish. He shrugged. "I don't know," he said. "When I get a chance." Turner watched him. Wind chimes belled thinly, a flutter of glass above them stirred by the fans.
"I get people asking all the time,"
he said. "Well, maybe later on this week. I have to go up on the French Broad for them. This hot weather is bad."
"Well, you bring me some quick as you get a chance."
"All right." He slid the other fish under one arm and nodded. Mr. Turner wiped his hands again.
"Come back,"
he said. Suttree went on through the market house and out the double doors to Wall Avenue. A blind black man was fretting a dobro with a broken bottleneck and picking out an old blues run. Suttree let the 4 pennies into the tin cup taped to the box. "Get 'em, Walter," he said.
"Hey, Sut,"
said the player. He crossed the street toward Moser's to admire the boots in the window. A gray-looking cripple sat on the walk with a hatful of pencils trapped in his wasted knee crooks. His head lay sunken on his chest, as if he were trying to read the sign hung from his neck. "I am a poor boy." His grizzled wool tiara'd with smoked glasses worn goggle-wise. Suttree went on. He crossed Gay Street with the shoppers and went up the long, cool tunnel of the bus station arcade and through the doors. A nasal voice called out through a megaphone the names of southern cities in this cavern of stale smoke and boredom. Suttree adjusted his fish and went through the doors at the far side of the waiting room and down the concrete steps, along the platform past idling buses and into State Street. He went past the firehouse where the inmates sat tilted in cane chairs along a shaded wall, and he went down the hill past dolorous small taverns and cafes, and down Vine Avenue by second-hand furniture stores, among throngs of blacks, and along Central where loud and shoddy commerce erupted out of the dim shops into the streets, and packs of scarred dogs wandered. Shouldering his way through dark shoppers in a market ripe with sweat and the incendiary breath of Splo drinkers, wide white teeth and laughter and cup-shot eyeballs. Beyond the grocery cases, a long trestle of beer drinkers. An old woman thickly mantled in rags mumbled something incoherent at his ear in passing. He leaned on the meat case and waited. A pocked black face peered at him over the top of the counter through racks of packaged sausage and pork skins. "I got 4 fresh bugle mouth," Suttree said.
"Let's see."
He handed up the limp package. The dark butcher unrolled it and looked the fish over and placed them in his blood-stained balance.
14 pound, he said.
"All right."
"How come you ain't never got no catfish?"
"I'll try and get you some."
"Folks asking all the time. Where your catfish at?" "Ain't none, that's all."
I'll see if I can get you some. $1.12. Suttree held out his hand for the money. Out in the baking street, with the bills wadded together in the toe of his pocket, he swung along, whistling. He went up Vine to Gay Street and along the walk by pawnshop windows. Wares to find 1,000 trades. Consulting with his image in the glass, he studied the display of knives. Come in, come in, a round and shirt-sleeved merchant from the doorway. Suttree moved along. Late noon traffic pushed sluggishly through the heat, and trolleys clicked past dimly, dragging sparks from the wires overhead. He cruised the cool wooden dime-store aisles, eyeing the salesgirls. He revolved into the perfumed and air-conditioned sanctuary of Miller's, a cool opulence available to the most pauperized. Up the escalator to the second floor. Holt was standing with his hands clasped in the small of his back like an usher at a funeral. He wore a shoehorn in his waistband and a small grin. He didn't make it today. Thanks, said Suttree. He went down the escalator and into the street again. Jake the Rack stood with his hands in the change of his apron, tilling the coins. He spat enormously, and dark brown toward a steel spittoon, and stepped to a table where the balls were being shucked up from the pockets, and a player was pounding the floor with his cue. He called back over his shoulder. He just left, him and Boneyard. I think they went to eat. Jim's drunk. He saw them in the rear of the sanitary lunch, J-Bone and Boneyard and Hoghead, all three bleary figures gesturing beyond the fogged glass. He went in. Jimmy the Greek speared up meat from his gasping trypots and forked the slabs onto thick white plates. He adjusted salads with his thumb and wiped away drips of gravy with his apron skirt. Suttree waited at the counter. The fans that hung from the stamped tin ceiling labored in a backwash of smoke and steam. The Greek was blinking at him. 2 hamburgers and a chocolate milk, Suttree said. He nodded and scratched the order on a pad, and Suttree went on to the back of the cafe. Here's old Suttree. Come here and sit down, Sut. Scoot over, Hoghead. Suttree looked him over. What are you all doing? I'm trying to get well, said J-Bone. How do you feel? I feel like I need a drink. Suttree looked at Hoghead. A half-crazed grin spread over Hoghead's freckled face. Suttree looked from one to the other of them. They were all drunk. You sons of bitches haven't been to bed. Early times, called out J-Bone. J-Bone's crazy, Hoghead said. Boneyard's black eyes darted about from one to the other. The Greek set down a glass of water and a carton of milk and an empty glass. Bring us another Coke, Jimmy, J-Bone said. He nodded, collecting dishes. Suttree took a drink of the water and poured the water into the empty glass and opened the milk and poured it into the cold glass and sipped it. J-Bone was fumbling around under the seat. When the Greek came back, he straightened up and cleared his throat loudly. The Greek set down a plate with 2 hamburgers and a Coke with a glass of ice and shuffled off again. Suttree lifted the sandwiches open and poured salt and pepper. The meat was seasoned and thinned with meal, and there were scoops of coleslaw on top. J-Bone had come up with a bottle from under the booth and was pouring whiskey over the ice, holding the glass in his lap and looking about cunningly. He slid the bottle partly from the sweat-wrinkled bag that held it and checked the level of the contents and slid it back. We're on that good stuff now, son. Here, have a little drink. Suttree shook his head, his mouth full of hamburger. Go on. No, thanks. J-Bone was looking at him crazily. He leaned a little, as if to lift one leg. His eyes wandered in his head. An enormous fart ripped through the lunchroom, stilling the muted noontime clink of cutlery and cup clatter, stunning the patrons, rattling the cafe to silence. Boneyard rose instantly and took a stool at the counter, looking back wildly. The Greek at his steam table tottered backwards, one hand to his forehead. Hoghead staggered into the aisle, strangling, his face a mask of anguish. and the lady in the next booth rose and looked down at them with a drained face and made her way to the cash register. "Eee!" crooned J-Bone into cupped hands. "God damn," said Suttree, rising with his plate and glass. "Hurt yourself, Jim?" called Boneyard past the back of his hand. "Whew!" said Hoghead, sitting at the counter. "I believe something's crawled up in you and died." The Greek was glaring toward the rear of the cafe. J-Bone in the booth alone wrinkled his face. After a minute he climbed out into the aisle. "Lordy," he said, "I don't believe I can stand it my own self." "Get away from here." "I'm trying to eat, Jim." "Lord," said J-Bone, "I believe it's settled in my hair." "Let's get out of here," said Boneyard. Suttree looked at the grinning faces. "Just a minute, let me finish this," he said. The interior of the huddle was cool and dark, the door ajar. They came down the steep street and turned in 2 by 2. "Don't bring no whiskey in here," said Mr. Hatmaker, pointing. J-Bone turned and went out and took the near-empty bottle from under his shirt and drained it and threw it across the street where it exploded against the wall of the hotel. A few faces appeared at the windows, and J-Bone waved to them and went in again. The light from the door fell upon the long mahogany bar. A pedestal fan rocked in its cage, and huge flies droned back and forth beneath the plumbing hung from the ceiling. Whores lounged in a near booth, and light in dim, smoked palings sloped in through the dusty window panes. Blind Richard was sitting at the corner of the bar with a mug of beer before him, and the wet duck end of a cigarette smoldering in his thin lips, his blown-out eyeballs shifting behind squint lids, his head tilted for news of these arrivals. J-Bone walloped him on the back. "What say, Richard?" Richard unleashed his wet green teeth in the semi-dark. "Hey, Jim, I've been looking for you." J-Bone pinched his sad, dry cheek. "You sly rascal, you found me," he said. Suttree tapped him on the elbow. "You want a fishbowl? Give us 3, Mr. Hatmaker." At a table in the rear, a group of dubious gender watched them with soulful eyes. They tucked their elbows, and their hands hung from the upturned stems of their wrists like broken lilies. They stirred and subsided with enormous lassitude. Suttree looked away from their hot eyes. Mr. Hatmaker was drawing off beer into frozen bowls. Suttree handed back the first of them, beaded and dripping and dolloped with thick foam. Richard's nose twitched. "How are you, Richard?" Richard smiled and fondled the facets of his empty mug. He said that he was only fair. "Well," said Suttree, "give us one more, Mr. Hatmaker." "Watch old Suttree spring," said Hoghead. "You want a Coca-Cola?" "What for? Jim drank all the whiskey, didn't he?" asked Jim. "Here you go, Richard." "Looky here," said Jim. "What?" "Look what's loose." They turned. Billy Ray Callahan was standing in the door, smiling. "Hey, Hatmaker," he said. Mr. Hatmaker raised his head, white-haired and venerable. "Is Worm barred?" The barkeeper nodded dourly that he was. "How about letting him back in?" He set the last schooner on the bar and wiped his hands and took the money. He stood looking toward the door, weighing the bill in his hand. "All right," he said. "You can tell him he's not barred no more." "What about Cabbage and Bear Hunter?" "They ain't barred that I know of." "Come on, assholes." They entered, grinning and squinting in the gloom. "Red on the head like the dick on a dog," sang out J-Bone. Callahan whacked him in the belly with the back of his hand. "Hey, Jim," he said. "How's your hammer hanging?" He glanced about. The whores looked up nervously. He bequeathed upon them collectively his gap-toothed grin. "Ladies," he said. He crouched slightly to peer toward the back of the room. "Hey," he called. "The Queers is back." He punched Worm playfully on the shoulder and pointed toward the group at the table. They turned to one another in elaborate indignation, drawing their wand-like arms to their breasts. With the unison of the movement, those pale and slender limbs mimed dancing egrets in the gloom. Callahan extended a hand into the air. "Howdy, queers," he said. Suttree was standing against the bar, watching all this with something like amusement. When Callahan saw him, he gathered his head into the crook of his arm. "Goddamn old Suttree," he said. "How's it feel to be on the street again?" "Feels thirsty. You holding anything?" "Give us another fishbowl, Mr. Hatmaker." Callahan reached past Suttree and gave Blind Richard a great whack on the shoulders. Richard's cigarette hopped from his mouth and expired in his beer. "What say, Richard, old buddy?" screamed Callahan. The blind man raised up, coughing. He put one finger to his ear. "Goddamn, Red, I ain't deaf." He was groping about on the bar with long yellow fingers. "Where'd my cigarette get to, Jim?" "Red got it, Richard." "Give him my cigarette, Red." Suttree passed the mug of beer from the bar, and Callahan sucked down about half of it and belched and looked about. Someone had put a coin in the jukebox, and pastel lights exchanged within the plastic fascia. Bear Hunter and Cabbage composed a light, impromptu dance. Boneyard watched, his anthracite eyes shining. "Tell him to give me my cigarette, Jim." An enormous whore had come to the bar with empty mugs for filling. She stood against Suttree and gave him a sidelong look of porcine lechery. "Watch out, Suttree," called Cabbage. "Your buddy was supposed to have got out with us," said Red. "Harrogate?" "Yeah. They couldn't find him no clothes. He says he's coming to the big city to make his fortune." "He's as crazy as a shithouse rat." "The old big gal's after you," called Cabbage, punching buttons at the jukebox. The whore grinned and took the filled mugs to the table. J-Bone turned to the room with outspread hands. "All right, now. Who's got Richard's cigarette?" Richard tugged at his sleeve. "Here, Jim, let it go." "Hell no. Nobody leaves the room." Callahan leaned and called to a thin woman among the whores. "Hey, Ethel, how's that rabbit hole?" "Somebody told me you were a fisherman now," said Bear Hunter. "Damn right he is," said Cabbage. "Catches them big ones." "Piss on you, Cabbage." Cabbage put one hand to his mouth. "That old Suttree," he called. "He knows where the good holes is at." "Listen at old Cabbage, Hammer," said J-Bone. "Old Cabbage," said Red. "He beat that morals charge they had him on. They caught him and his girl parked in a car, buck naked, but old Cabbage, he ate the evidence." "Oh, shit," said Richard. "Who put that dang old cigarette out in my dang beer?" "Who done that?" called J-Bone. A small owl-faced man was trying to get up a game on the bowling machine. "Here's my horse," said Boneyard, raising J-Bone's arm aloft. "I'm too drunk." "Who was it put a duck out in Richard's beer when he wasn't looking?" "Bill, you and me partners," said Worm. "Here's my horse," said Red, hugging Richard's thin shoulders. "Where's Ethel? She'll play. Get her." Ethel was at the end of the bar with her empty mug. She snapped her fingers and pointed at her crotch with her thumb. "Get this," she said. Suttree studied her. Her bony, soot-streaked arms were bare to the shoulder, and one bore a slaverous and blue-black panther. He could see part of a peacock, a wreath with the name Wanda, and the words "Rest in Peace, 1942. He had his head tilted, studying the blue runes on her legs, when she turned with her beer. She hiked her skirt up around her waist with one hand and cocked her leg forward. A hound was chasing a rabbit down her belly toward her crotch. She said, "When you get your eyes full, open your mouth." Whoops from the drinkers. Hoghead leaning to see. "Wait a minute," he said, but she had flipped her skirt down with an air of contempt and swaggered past with her beer. "I told you about that Suttree," called Cabbage. "He's a hole-finding fool." "Let's see that rabbit hole, Ethel." "Let's see one of you loudmouth fuckers buy a beer." "Buy her a beer, Worm." "Fuck her, she's got a beer." "Give us a fishbowl, Mr. Hatmaker." "Every who's playing gets your dime up."
What are we playing for? Make it light on yourself. Who got my beer? Hey, Red.
Late summer darkness fell, and lights came on within the tavern. The beer lamps and plastic clocks with country scenes. Suttree fell in among the winners from the bowling game, and they set forth in a huge old Buick. Idling in an alleyway under a yellow light bulb by a clapboard wall, or a man naked to the waist palmed to them a pint bottle in a paper bag. On to other taverns, where in the smoke and the din and the music the night grew heady. At the B&J, Suttree became enamored of a ripe young thing with black hair, who wrought on the dance floor an obscene poem, her full, pale thighs shining in the dim light where she whirled. He stood to dance, took 2 steps sideways, and sat again. He began to grow queasy. He was looking down into a tin trough filled with wet and colorful gobbets of sick. Scalloped moss wept from a copper pipe. A man sat sleeping on the toilet, his hands hanging between his knees. There was no seat to the toilet, and the sleeper was half swallowed up in its stained porcelain maw. "Hey," said Suttree. He shook the man by the shoulder. The man shook his head in annoyance. A foul odor seeped up between his lard-colored thighs. "Hey there." The man opened one wet, red eye and looked out. "Sick," Suttree said. They glared at each other. "Yeah," said the man. "Sick." Suttree stood spraddle-legged before him, swaying slightly, one hand on the man's shoulder. The man squinted at him. "Do I know you?" Suttree turned away. 2 other men come in were standing at the trough. He tottered into the corner and vomited. The men at the trough watched him. They rolled through the dim shires of Mackinac, singing rude songs and passing a bottle about in the musty old car. "Wake up, Soot, and take ye a drink." "What's wrong with old Suttree?" "Suttree's all right," said J-Bone. He waved them away, his wheeling skull pressed for coolness against the glass of the quarter window. "I believe he's been taken drunk. Get you a drink here to sober up on. Hey, Bud." Suttree groaned and fended away with one hand. At the door of the West Inn, they were halted by a shaking head. Suttree hung between friends. "Don't bring him in here." Callahan pushed past them through the door. "I didn't know that was you, Red. Just bring him on in and set him in the booth yonder." A group of musicians played with fiddle and guitar, a rustic reel, and a drunk had taken the floor and begun to waltz like a mummer's bear. One shoe sole was pared from its welt and gave to his shuffle a little offbeat slap. In a daring pirouette, vacant-eyed and face a-grin, he overlisted and careered sideways and crashed among a table of drinkers. They flushed like quail from under the spilled bottles and mugs, wiping at their laps. One had the drunk up by the collar, but he saw Callahan smiling at him and grew uncertain and let him go. Suttree, roused by the commotion, looked up. His friends were drinking at the bar. He reared from the booth and staggered into the center of the floor, looking about wildly. "Where you going, Soot?" He turned to see who'd spoke. The seeping, roach-stained walls spun past in a wretched carousel. 2 thieves at a table watched him like cats. J-Bone had him under one arm. "Where you going, Bud?" "Sick. Sicky sick." They staggered toward the washrooms, a shed at the rear of the building, and barren save for a toilet bowl. An opaque, smoke-tarred light bulb that looked like an eggplant screwed into the ceiling. A maze of corroding pipes and conduits. The walls were papered in old cigarette signs and cast-off cardboard, up which piss rose wick-like from the floor in dark and flame-shaped stains. Suttree stood looking down into the bowl. A beard of dried black shit hung from the porcelain, and a cloud of stained papers rose and fell with a kind of obscene breathing. J-Bone was holding him by the waist and forehead. Hot, clotted bile flooded his nostrils. "Walk him around. Come on, Soot." He looked. They were going toward a dim-lit shack. Somewhere beneath him his feet were wandering about. "Fuck it," he said. Old Soot's all right. I'm an asshole, he told the wall. He turned, seeking a face. I'm an asshole, J-Bone. A photograph of a family of blacks in some sort of ceremonial robes went past. He raised a hand and fondled the wallpaper's yellowed sleevings. He was entering a room, most stately, nothing to be alarmed. Dark faces watched him through the smoke. Must nods to each, appear plausible. He heard voices rising louder. Hoghead's high, cackling laugh. Yeah, Soot. He looked down. He was holding a jelly jar of white whiskey. He raised it and sipped. I like the hell out of old Suttree, John Clancy said. He was sitting on the lumpy arm of a stuffed chair. Something was under discussion. A slat-shaped negress bent to look at him. He too drunk, she said. Suttree lifted his glass in mute agreement, but she had gone. Someone rose from the chair. He must have been leaning against them because now he fell into the depths they had vacated, spilling the whiskey on himself. His face lay wedged in a rank corner of the upholstery. He muttered into the musty springs. Someone was helping him. He rose from a dream, a rage-strangled face screaming at him. He reeled toward the door. In the corridor he turned and made his way along to the rear of the house, caroming from wall to wall. A black woman stepped from out of the woodwork and came toward him. They feinted. She passed. He clattered into a bureau and fell back, and went on. At the rear of the hallway he floundered through a curtain and stood in a small room. Somewhere before him in the dark, people were breeding with rhythmic grunts. He backed out. He pulled at a doorknob. His gorge gave way, and the foul liquors in his stomach welled and spewed. He tried to catch it in his hands. God, he said. He was wiping himself on a curtain. He found a door and entered and collapsed in the cool dark. There was a bed there, and he tried to crawl under it. It was important that he not be found until he'd had time to rest. In his stupor he dreamed riots. A window full of glass somewhere collapsed in a crash. He thought he'd heard pistol shots. He struggled to wake, but couldn't. He let his cheek go to a fresh spot on the floor where it was cooler, and he slept again. A dream of shriving came to him. He knelt on the cold stone flags at a chancel gate, where the whiny light of votive candles cast his querulous shadow behind him. He bent in tears until his forehead touched the stone. When he woke, his head was encoiled by some rank stench. A dull plaque of vomit furred his tongue. Dark faces bent between himself and the dusty bulb burning in the ceiling. Hey, boy! Hey, boy! A voice was saying. He felt himself being jostled from side to side. He closed his eyes. Must ride out this hard weather. I can't have it. Get him out of here. He was hauled abruptly erect by his armpits. He looked down. Black hands cupped his chest. Ab, he said. Ab? She bent to see into his face. Dull, mote-blown eyeballs webbed with blood. Where are you buddies at, huh? You can't get no sense out of 'em. He watched his heels dragging over the linoleum's faded garden. I see that little white pointed-headed motherfucker he come in with. I'm going to salivate his ass with a motherfucking shotgun. Where are we going? What'd he say? Can you walk? Hey, boy. He can't shit. Get him on out of here. White motherfucker done puked everywhere. His feet went banging down some stairs. He closed his eyes. They went through cinders and dirt, his heel gathering small windrows of trash. A dim world receded above his upturned toes. Shapes of skewed shacks erupted bluely in the niggard lamplight. The rusting carcass of an automobile passed slowly on his right. Dim scenes pooling in the summer night. Wan inkwash of junks tilting against a paper sky. Rorschach boatmen poling mutely over a moon-cobbled sea. He lay with his head on the moldy upholstery of an old car seat, among packing crates and broken shoes and sun-crazed rubber toys in the dark. Something warm was running on his chest. He put up a hand. "I am bleeding. Unto my death." A warm splatter broke across his face, his chest. He twisted his head away, waving one hand. He was wet and he stank. He opened his eyes. A black hand was putting away a limber hosepipe, buttoning, turning. An enormous figure toppled away down the sky toward the mauve and glaucous dawn of the street lamps. Sot's skull subsiding, sweet nothingness betide me. I'd like these shoes sold, I dreamt. An old bent cobbler looked up from his lasts and lapstone with eyes dim and windowed. "Not these, my boy. They are far too far gone, these souls. But I've no others." The old man shook his head. "You must forget these and find others now." Suttree groaned. A switch engine shunted cars in a distant yard, telescoping them in crescendo coupling by coupling to an iron thunder that rattled sashwork all down McAnally Flats. By this clangorous fanfare, dull shapes with sidling eyes and pale green teeth congealed with menace out of the dark of the hemisphere. A curtain fell, unspooling in a shock of dust and beetle husks and dried mouse dirt. Amorphous clots of fear that took the forms of nightshades, hags or dwarfs or sea trolls, green and steaming, that skulked down out of the coils of his poisoned brain with black candles and slow chant. He smiled to see these familiars. Not dread, but only homologues of dread. They bore a dead child in a glass beer. Sinister obsession. Did I see with my seed eyes his thin blue shape, lifeless in the world before me? Who comes in dreams, man-sized at times, and how so? Do shades nurture? As I have seen my image twinned and blown in the smoked glass of a blind man's spectacles, I am. Trades commenced in the hot summer dawn. He rolled his swollen head, drew up his knees. A breeze stirred a child's sedge house nearby. I am a mouse in a grass bowl crouching. But I can hear come, wicket and swish, the clock-like blade of the cradle. He woke with the undersides of his eyelids inflamed by the high sun's hammering. Looked up to a bland and china-blue sky traversed by light wires. A big lemon-colored cat watched him from the top of a wood stove. He turned his head to see it better, and it elongated itself like hot taffy down the side of the stove and vanished head first in the earth without a sound. Suttree lay with his hands palm up at his sides in an attitude of frailty, beheld, and the stink that fouled the air was he himself. He closed his eyes and moaned. A hot breeze was coming across the barren waste of burnt weeds and rubble like a whiff of battle smoke. Some starlings had alighted on a wire overhead in perfect progression, like a piece of knotted string fallen slantwise. Crooning, hooked wings. Foul yellow mutes came squeezing from under their fanned tails. He sat up slowly, putting a hand over his eyes. The birds flew. His clothes cracked with a thin, dry sound, and shreds of baked vomit fell from him. He struggled to his knees, staring down at the packed black earth between his palms with its bedded cinders and bits of crockery. Sweat rolled down his skull and dripped from his jaw. "Oh, God," he said. He lifted his swollen eyes to the desolation in which he knelt, the iron-colored nettles and sedge in the reeking fields like mock weeds made from wire, a raw landscape where half-familiar shapes reared from the slag-heaps of trash, where backlots choked with weeds and glass and old chalky turds of passing dogs tended away toward a dim shore of stone-gray shacks and gutted auto-hulks. He looked down at himself, caked in filth, his pockets turned out. He tried to swallow, but his throat constricted in agony. Tottering to his feet, he stood reeling in that apocalyptic waste, like some biblical relic in a world no one would have. Two bullet-skulled black boys watched him come along the path toward the street, lurching out of the jungle with his head in his hands. Through splayed fingers, a wild eye fell upon them. "Hey, boys." They regarded each other. "Which way's town?" They fled on bare, soundless feet, spinning a lilac dust. He wiped his eyes and looked after them. In that shimmering heat, their figures dissolved crazily, until all he saw of them were two small twisted gymnasts hung by wires in a quaking haze. Suttree stood there. He turned slowly, to select a landmark, some known in this garden of sorrow. He wheeled away down the narrow sandy street like the veriest derelict. These quarters he soon found to be peopled with the blind and deaf. Dark figures in yard chairs, propped and rocking in the shade of porches. Old black ladies in flowered gowns who watched impassively the farther shapes of the firmament as he went by. Only a few waifs, wide-eyed and ebon-faced, studied at all the passage of this pale victim of turpitude among them. At the end of the street the earth fell away into a long gut, clogged with a maze of shacks and coops, nameless constructions of tar paper and tin, dwellings composed of actual cardboard, and wopsy-tilted bat-board jakes that reeled with flies. Whole blocks of hovels, cut through by no street but goat paths, and little narrow ways paved with black sand where children and gray-looking dogs wandered. He turned and started back, staggering under the heat, his stomach curdling. He wandered into a narrow alleyway and fell to his hands and knees and began to vomit. Nothing would come but a thin green bile, and then nothing at all, his stomach contracting in dry and vicious spasms that racked him and left him sweaty and shivering and weak when they ceased. He looked up. Tears warped his sight. A small black child with brightly ribboned wool watched him from a bower in a hedge. With the snuffling of her breath, she teased in and out of one nostril a creamy gout of yellow snot. Suttree nodded to her, and rose and lurched into the street again. He chanced a slotted eye through his fingers at the boiling sun. It hung directly overhead. He started across the open lots, going carefully with his thin shoes among jagged rings of jar glass and nail-studded slats. From time to time he would pause to rest, leaning forward with his hands on his knees, or squatting on one heel and holding his head. He had sweated through his shirt, and it stank horrendously. After a while he came out on another street, and went along until he saw in the distance a cut-bank that might be a railroad right-of-way. He set off across the lots again, and down alleys and over fences, trying to keep a fix on his destination. He crossed through a row of backyards by battered cans of swill, where clouds of fruit flies droned and swung on the wind, and dogs slouched away. A fat negress stepped from an outhouse door, hauling up her bloomers. He looked away. She bawled out some name. He went on. A man called out behind him, but he didn't look back. He cut down an alley and went past a row of warehouses, and at the end he could see the Dale Avenue market sheds, and beyond them the gang tracks of the L&N merging toward the yards. He crossed the tracks and climbed the bank on the far side to Grand Avenue. Two boys were throwing rocks at a row of bottles down on the railway cut. "Smoke on the water," one called. "Fuck you," said Suttree. A wave of nausea washed through him, and he paused to rest on an old retaining wall. Looking under his hand, he saw dimly the prints of trilobites, lime cameos of vanished bivalves and delicate sea ferns. In these serried clefts, stone armatures on which once hung the flesh of living fish. He lurched on. He stopped in the middle of the street before the tall frame house on Grand. Paintless boards smoked a bluish color. He called to a woman sitting on the porch. She leaned forward, peering. "Is Jimmy there?" "No, he's not come in from last night." "Who is that?" "Cornelius Suttree."
Lord have mercy, I didn't know who that was. No, he's not here, Cornelius. I don't know where he's at. Well, thank you, ma'am. You come see us. I will. He waved a hand. A police car was turning the corner. They drove past. Before he got to the end of the street, they had circled and pulled up alongside him from behind. Where you going, boy? Home, he said. Where do you live? Down off Front Avenue. Beefy face, small eyes looking him over. The face turned away. They said something between them. The one turned back. What's happened to you? Nothing, he said. I'm all right. I believe you a little drunk, ain't you? No, sir. Where you been? He looked at his crusted shoes and took a breath. I was visiting some people over here. I'm just on my way home. What you got all over the front of you there? He looked down. When he raised his head again, he fixed his eyes across the cruiser's roof upon the bleak row of old houses with their cloven, hanging clapboards and their cardboard window panes. A few blackened trees stood withering in the heat, and in this obscure purgatory a thrush was singing. Mavis, Tertus, Musicus, the lyrical shitbird. I spilled something on me, he said. You smell like you've been dipped in shit. Two boys were coming along the broken walk. When they saw the cruiser, they turned and went back. The door opened and Beefy got out. Maybe you better get in here, he said. Don't put that stinking son of a bitch in here. Call the wagon. Well, you just stand right there. I'm not going anywhere. I tell you that, you ain't. He listened dreamily to the crackling of the intercom. The paddy wagon came down off Western and Forest Avenues and pulled up in front of the cruiser, and two policemen got out. They opened the door, and Suttree walked toward it. Boy, if he ain't a sweet blossom, one said. There was a drunk inside sitting on the bench that ran the length of the wagon. Suttree sat opposite. The door banged shut. The drunk leaned forward. Hey, old buddy, he said. You got a cigarette? Suttree shut his eyes and rested his head against the side of the van. At the jail, he stood before a little window and was asked to empty his pockets. He managed a faint smile. The officer at his side nudged him with a nightstick. Empty them pockets, boy. Suttree lifted his caked shirt. His pockets hung like socks. You got any identification on you? No, sir. How come you ain't? I've been robbed. What's your name? Jerome Johnson. The officer was writing. We've had trouble with you before, ain't we, Johnson? No, sir. He looked up. I bet we ain't. Get his belt and shoelaces there. They took him along the corridor toward the cells. They opened the door to a large cage, and he went in, and they shut the door behind him. Someone slept in one corner, his head in a pool of clabbered void. There were no benches, no place to sit. A concrete scupper ran the perimeter of the cage. Suttree shuddered in a seizure of skull pangs. He sat on the floor. It was cool. After a while he knelt and pressed his head against it. He must have slept. He heard the turnkey rapping along the bars, calling a name. When he came past, Suttree spoke to him. Could you call me a bondsman back here? What's your name? Johnson. How long you been in? I don't know. I was asleep. You gotta stay in 6 hours anyway. I know. I was wondering if you'd check for me. The turnkey didn't say he would or wouldn't. After a while, Suttree stretched out on the floor and slept again. He woke from time to shift a bone where it wore against the concrete. It was evening before the bondsman came. A small, dapper man in mesh shoes. He looked up at the foul enigma caged before him. You Johnson? He said. Yes. You want to make bail? Yes. I don't have any money. You'll have to call. Okay. Who do I call? He had out a pad and pencil. Suttree gave him the number. All right, he said. Wait here.
Sure, said Suttree. Listen. What? Tell them, Suttree, but to ask for Johnson. You can get in a lot of trouble that way. I can get in a lot the other way. Okay. What was it again? Suttree. The bondsman was shaking his head, writing the new name. You people are really something, he said. He was back in a few minutes. He ain't home, he said. Did she say when he might be in? Nope. What time is it? Round 7? He flicked his cuff back. 10 after. Goddamn. Don't you know nobody else? No. Look, try it again in an hour, will you? You sure you got the right number? 21505, right? That's it. What's the guy's name, anyways? Jim. I know that. What's his full name? Jim Long. The bondsman gave him a funny little look. Jim Long? He said. Yes. Got a brother named Junior? That's him. The bondsman looked at him sideways. What is it? Said Suttree. Shit. What's the matter? For hellfire, the bondsman said. Both of them are right behind you in number 8. They've been here since this morning, and can't raise bond either. He was looking at Suttree more curiously yet. Suttree's face began to wrinkle and go peculiar. A hoarse snigger leapt from his lips, and his eyes wandered. You're crazy as shit, said the bondsman. Suttree sat down on the concrete floor and held his stomach. He sat there shaking and holding himself. You're a real nutwagon, ain't you? Said the bondsman. Later he called through the bars to his friends, but they didn't answer. A voice somewhere asked why he didn't shut the fuck up. Later still, the lights in the corridor ceiling came on. The man in the corner had not moved, and Suttree didn't want to look at him if he were dead. He lay on the floor again and drifted in and out of a poor sleep. He dreamt whole rivers of ice water down his parched throatpipe. At some hour unknown, he woke to sounds of commotion. He had half his hand in his mouth. Looking up, he saw a man stoop and swing a bucket of water through the bars over him. Sputtering, he got to his knees. The bucket clanged to the floor. The man studied him there, in his cage. Suttree turned away. In the corner, his cellmate was standing. When Suttree looked at him, the cellmate said, You don't shut up that hollering, I'm going to knock your dick into your watch pocket. He closed his eyes. The gray water that dripped from him was rank with caustic. By the side of a dark dream road, he'd seen a hawk nailed to a barn door. But what loomed was a flayed man with his brisket tacked open like a cooling beef, and his skull peeled blue and bulbous and palely luminescent. Black grots his eyeholes, and bloody mouth gaped tongueless. The traveler had seized his fingers in his jaws, but it was not alone this horror that he cried. Beyond the flayed man, dimly adumbrate, another figure paled. For his surgeons moved about the world, even as you and I. He scouted in the weeds until he found a suitable tin before going out to the road. The kerosene had rendered soft a patch of tar on the road surface, and he knelt and began to dig it up with an old kitchen knife, stringy, viscous gobs of pitch, until he had as much as he needed. When Daddy Watson came by, he had the skiff upturned on the bank and was patiently caulking the seams. Well, you still alive, the old man said. Suttree looked up, squinting in the sun. He wiped his nose against his forearm, sitting there holding the tar pot in one hand and the knife in the other. Hello, Daddy, he said. I allowed you'd gone under. Not yet. Why? Didn't see you. Where you been? Suttree daubed the rank black mastic along a seam and pressed it home. Jail, he said. Hey? I said I've been in jail. Have? What for? I fell in with a bad crowd. What brings you over here? The old man pushed back his striped engineer's cap and readjusted it. Just on my way to town.
Thought, long as I was this close, I'd check on you. I allowed you must have gone under. I'm still in business. How's everything on the railroad? Just, by God, awful.
Suttree waited for an enlargement upon this, but none seemed coming. He looked up. The old man was rocking on his heels, watching.
What's the problem, Daddy? Just railroading is a problem, son. It's the nature of it, I'm convinced.
He hauled forth an enormous railroader's timepiece and checked it and put it back.
How's old number 78? Lord love her, she's old and worn out about like me, but she's faithful as a dog. Ought to give her a gold watch and chain.
He was leaning forward, watching over Suttree's shoulder as he coughed.
You know, he said, I wish I could get you to come over to my yard with that stuff. I got a leak in my caboose roof, need something done about it.
Suttree bent forward and averted his face.
Got it, what?
He shouted, eyes half closed with mirth.
Say, I got a leaky roof. Caboose roof.
Suttree shook his head. He looked up at the old man.
Well, he said, if I've got any left, I'll bring it over.
The old man straightened up.
That's neighborly of you, and I take it as a favor, he said.
He was hauling out his watch again.
I'd best get on to town if I'm going to get to the store before it closes.
What time is it, Daddy?
4:19.
Well, stop again when you can stay longer.
I'll do it,
said the railroader.
And don't forget to save me some of that there pitch if you've got it to spare.
Okay.
I allowed you'd gone under when I didn't see you on the river.
No.
Well...
He watched the old man go across the steaming fields, tottering stiffly in his overalls. When he reached the tracks, he turned and lifted one hand farewell. Suttree lifted his chin and turned back to his work. When he had the underside of the skiff daubed up, he set the tar by and turned the skiff over and eased it along the mud into the river. He took the rope and walked out along the gallery of the houseboat and tethered it to the railing. He took the oars from where they stood against the side of the house and lowered them into the skiff. Slouched on the railing, he watched the dried silt in the bottom of the skiff darken along the joints where the boards would swell shut in the water. As he stood there, the 5 o'clock freight ran out on the trestle downriver. Crossing the high span of black wickered steel like an enormous millipede, balls of smoke coughing from the blowhole in the engine's head, and the soot-colored cars clattering after and leaving the air curiously serene behind the racket of their passage. He pulled a bottle of orange soda from the river by a long cord and uncapped it and sat with his feet propped on the rail, taking cool sips. A black woman appeared on the deck of the houseboat upriver and slung 2 rattling bags of trash overboard and went in again. Suttree leaned his head against the hot boards and watched the river go past. The shadow of the bridge had begun to lie long oblique and sprawling upstream, and the pigeons ascending into its concrete understructure evoked upon the water before him shapes of skates rising bat-winged from the river floor to feed in the creeping dusk. He closed his eyes and opened them again. Plovers along the shore, jerking like wired birds in a shooting gallery. Down there, a pipe piping gouts of soap curd and blue sewage. Dusk deepened. Swifts vanished back over the pewter face of the river toward the city. On thin falcon wings, nighthawks dipped and wheeled, and a bat fluttered past, circled, returned. Inside, Suttree lit a lamp and adjusted the wick. With the same match, he lit the burners of the little kerosene stove, 2 rosettes of pale blue teeth in the gloom. He set a saucepan of beans to warm, and got down his skillet and sliced onions into it. He unwrapped a packet of hamburger. Small moths kept crossing the mouth of the lamp chimney and spinning burnt-winged into the hot grease. He picked them out on the tines of the brass fork with which he tended the cookery and flipped them against the wall. When all was ready, he scraped the food from the pans onto a plate and took it together with the lamp to the small table by the window and laid everything out on the oilcloth and sat and ate leisurely. A barge passed upriver, and he watched through the cracked glass the dip and flicker of her spotlight negotiating the narrows beneath the bridge, the long white taper shifting in quick, sidelong sweeps, the shape of the beam breaking upriver over the trees with incredible speed and crossing the water like a comet. A white glare flooded the cabin and passed on. Suttree blinked. The dim shape of the barge came hoving. He watched the red lights slide in the dark. The houseboat rocked easy in the wake, the drums mumbling under the floor, and the skiff sidling and bumping outside in the night. Suttree wiped his plate with a piece of bread and sat back. He fell to studying the variety of moths pressed to the glass, resting his elbows on the sill and his chin on the back of his hand. Supplicants of light. Here one tinted Easter pink along the edges of his white fur belly and wings. Eyes black, triangular, a robber's mask. Furred and wizened face, not unlike a monkey's, and wearing a wind-swept ermine shako. Suttree bent to see him better. "What do you want?" When the River Queen passed, he was in bed, drifting toward sleep. He heard the labored, sludging sound of her wheel beyond his window, as if she bore through liquid mud. A party on deck in song. The voices carrying the water's acoustic calm, the old stern-wheeler plying upriver with hard liquor and ladies of quality. Soft lights above the green baize blackjack tables, and the barman polishing the glasses, and the dance band musicians leaning on the rail between sets, until the voices waned with distance, and the last echoes honed away to a faint murmur of wind. "Right along here anywheres is okay," said Harrogate, pointing languidly out the open truck window. The driver glanced sidelong and bored. "You got to have an address, Peckerhead." "What about the Smoky Mountain Market?" "That ain't an address. It's got to be where people lives." He looked about, sitting up in the front of the cab like a child. "What about the church yonder?" he said. "Church?" "Yeah." "Well, I don't know." "Do they not hold with going to church?" The driver cut the wheel and swung left and pulled up in front of the church. "All right," he said. "Get your ass out." He hopped down and reached and banged the door shut. "Thanks," he called, waving one hand up to the driver. The driver didn't look. He pulled away, and the truck disappeared down the street in the noon traffic. Harrogate came batting his way through the jungle of kudzu that overhung the bluffs above the river, until he found a red clay gully of a path going down the slope. He followed along through lush growths of poison ivy, and past enormous mummy shapes of vine-strangled trees, banks of honeysuckle dusted in ochre, into a brief, cindery wood where grew black sumacs, pokeweeds, gorged with sooty drainage, whose clustered fruit gleamed small baubles of a poisonous ebon blue. The path switchbacked and ran out on a cutbank above an abandoned rail siding. He descended into the roadbed and went on. The old right-of-way lay dim among the weeds, the rails rusted, curving away over rotted ties and dark slag. He trudged along happily in his outland garb, his thin shoes cupping the rails. The river ran below him surly and opaque, and shaping itself on the curious forms of limestone that jutted from the bank. By and by he came upon two fish butchers, slick with blood by an old retaining wall, holding a good-sized cart between them. He greeted them with a smile, a curiously attired person emerging from the shrubbery. They stayed their gore-stained hands a moment to study him while the fish bowed and shuddered. "Howdy," he said. These two regarded each other a moment and then looked down at him. Blood dripped from the fish. Blood lay among the leaves in little jagged grails of bright vermilion. One beckoned with a dripping claw. "Hey, boy, come here." "What do you want?" "Come here a minute." "I gotta get on." He was going along sideways over the ties. "Just come here a minute." He sidled away and broke into a run. They watched him without expression until he had gone from sight in the weeds, and then turned back to their fish. A half-mile down the track he came upon rolling stock on a siding, an old black-iron locomotive with inscriptions of faded gilt and wooden cars quietly rotting in the sun. Creepers threaded the wrecked windows of the coaches, ancient and chalky brown with their riveted seams and welted combings, like something proofed for descents into the sea. He walked the aisle between the dusty green and non-brocaded seats. A bird flew. He came down the iron steps to the ground. A voice said, "All right, young fella, offer them their cars." Harrogate turned and beheld an overall railroader coming down the tracks toward him, an old-timer in a striped cap with a heavy brass watch chain hanging from him. The country mouse turned to see which way to run, but the man had paused to stoop above a rusted truck with his long-spouted oil can. He was shaking his head and muttering. Old black engine oil dripped from a seized journal. He raised himself erect and checked the time by the clock-sized watch he wore in his bib pocket. "Where's your buddies at today?" he said. Harrogate looked about to see if it was he that was addressed. A cat regarded him dreamily from the domed roof of the coach, belly weighed with pigeon eggs against the warm tar. "It's just me," said Harrogate. The old man squinted at him. "Your daddy ain't a railroad man, is he?" "No." "I allowed maybe I knowed ye." "I'm new around here." "I don't know ye, then." "My name's Gene Harrogate," said Harrogate, coming forward. But the old man shook his head and waved him away, and climbed laboriously over the couplings between the cars. "I know all the people I want to know," he said. You don't know old Suttree, do you?" Harrogate called after him, but the old man didn't answer. Harrogate went on down the line, under the old steel bridge, and out from the shadow of the bluff, past a lumber yard and a slaughterhouse. Rich odors of pine pitch and manure. The sidings switched off among the yards, and he crossed a field with a ragged camp of shacks sketched into the distance, and a weedy sea of auto wrecks washed up on the flank of a hill. He came out upon a narrow road, and after a while he came to a gate construed from an old iron bed frame, all overgrown with dusty morning glories, and hung about with hummingbirds, like wind toys on strings. In the yard lay a man in greasy overalls, with his head resting on a tire. "Hey," said Harrogate. The man reared up wildly and looked about. "I'm hunting Suttree." "We're closed," said the man. He rose and crossed the yard toward a tar-paper shack, covered with hanging hubcaps, no two alike. Bumpers were stacked against the wall, and water dripped from a tap into a gas tank, halved open with a torch. Beyond, on the rank and steamy foliage, wrecked cars crouched, and everywhere in this lush waste were blooming flowers and shrubs. "Look around if you want," the man called. "Don't bother me. Don't steal nothing." He disappeared into the shack, and Harrogate pushed open the gate and entered. The gate was weighted with a chainload of gears, and closed gently behind him. The air was rich with humus, and he could smell the flowers. Wild datura with pale, strange trumpets, and harebells among the debris. Great gangly rose bushes covered with dying blooms that collapsed at a touch. Phlox, lavender and pink, along a leaning wall of cinder block, and loosestrife and columbine among the iron inner works of autos scattered in the grass. He crossed to the shed and peered through the open door. The man was lying stretched out on a car seat. "Hey," Harrogate said. The man lifted his arm from his face. "What in the name of God do you want, anyway?" he said. Harrogate was peering about in the gloom of this small hut, crammed with the salvage of highway disasters. Faint country music came from a car radio on the floor. Tires rose in black serried pillars, and batteries lay everywhere suppurating a dry white foam. "I'm a-hunting old Suttree," he said. "He ain't here." "Where might I find him, do you reckon?" "Webb City." "Where's that at?" "Up a spider's ass." The junk man put his arm back across his eyes. Harrogate watched him. It was incredibly hot in the shack, and it reeked of tar. He studied the outlandish collection of auto parts. "You a junk man?" he said. "What did you need?" "Nothing." "What are you selling?" "I ain't selling nothing."
Well, let's buy or sell one.
I thought you was closed.
Now I'm open. I guess you got a bunch of hubcaps you stole.
No, I ain't.
Where are they?
I ain't got none. I'm just out of the workhouse now for stealing watermelons.
I ain't buying no watermelons.
Harrogate shifted to the other foot. His clothes didn't move.
You live here?
He said.
It's neat. I bet a fella could fix himself a place like this for next to little or nothing, couldn't he?
The man's toes were pointed toward the ceiling, and they spread and closed again in a gesture of non-commitment.
Boy, I wish I had me a place.
The man lay there.
Hey,
Harrogate said. The man groaned and rolled over and reached under the car seat and pulled out a quart jar of white whiskey and sat erect enough to funnel a drink down his gullet. Harrogate watched. The man deftly reapplied the two-piece lid, and laying the half-filled jar against his ribs, he subsided into rest and silence once again.
Hey,
said Harrogate. He opened one eye.
Boy, he said, what's wrong with you?
Nothing. I'm all right.
You want a job?
Doing what?
Doing what? Doing what? The man said to the ceiling.
What kind of a job?
The man sat and swung his feet to the clay floor, the jar cradled in his arm. He shook his sweaty head. After a minute, he looked up at Harrogate.
I ain't got time to mess with people too sorry to work, he said.
I'll work.
Okay. You see that front-ended 48 Ford out there? That ragtop?
I don't know. There's a bunch out there.
This one's like new. I need the upholstery out of it before it ruins. Seats, carpets, door panels. And I need them cleaned.
What are you paying?
What'll you take?
Harrogate looked at the ground. A black swarf, packed with small parts in a greasy mosaic.
I'll take $2, he said.
I'll give you $1.
$1.50.
You're on. There's wrenches in that box yonder and a screwdriver. The seats unbolts from underneath. Them door and window handle scutches are spring-loaded. You push in on them and knock the pins out with a nail. Armrests unscrews. When you get 'em all out, I got some soap and there's a water tap at the side of the house.
Okay.
The man set down the jar and rose and went to the door. He pointed out the car. It was accordioned to half its length.
Bring them sun visors, too, he said.
What happened to it?
Run head-on into a semi. Froze the speedometer on a peg. You'll see it.
Harrogate looked at the car in some wonder.
How many was in it?
4 or 5. Bunch of boys. They found one on a field about 2 days later.
Did it kill him?
The junkman looked down at Harrogate.
Did it what? He said.
Did it kill him?
Why, no. I think one of them got a skint knee, is all.
Boy, I don't see how it kept from killing him.
The junkman shook his head wearily and went back in.
Harrogate got the toolbox and went out to the car. He pulled on one crumpled door and pried at it. He went around to the other one, but it had no handle. Hey, he said, standing in the door of the shack again.
What now?
I can't get in. The doors is jammed.
You may have to jack 'em open. Go in through the top and take one of them jacks yonder and some blocks, and quit bothering me.
He went back out, small apprentice, clambering up on the deck lid and climbing down through the bows and stays and rags of canvas into the interior of the car. It smelled richly of leather and mildew and something else. The windshields were broken out, and along the jagged jaws of glass and the channels hung cured shreds of matter and small bits of cloth. The upholstery was red, and the blood that had dried in spattered shapes over it was a deep burgundy black. He propped his feet against one door and gave it a good kick, and it fell open. Some kind of globular material hung down over the steering column. He climbed out of the car and bent down to find the heads of the bolts beneath the seats. The carpeting had been rained on, and was lightly furred with pale blue mold. Something small and fat and wet, with an umbilical-looking tail lying there. A sort of slug. He picked it up. A human eye looked up at him from between his thumb and forefinger. He set it carefully back where he'd gotten it and looked around. It was hot and very quiet in the little yard. He reached and picked it up again and studied it a minute and set it back and rose from his knees and went toward the gate, holding his hand before him down the road toward the river. After he'd washed his hand for a while and squatted and thought about things, he started back toward the bridge. There was a lower path that kept to the very brim of the river, winding over roots and along blackened shelves of stone. Fragile mats of trampled growth hanging over the water. Harrogate studied the shape of the city cross-river as he went. Under the shadow of the bridge, the bare red earth lay in a strip of sunless blight. Rusty bait cans, tangled strands of nylon fish line among the rocks. He came out of the weeds and up past the rag-picker's fire pit, with its stale odor of smoked stones, and stopped to study the darkness under the concrete arch. When that ragged troll appeared from behind his painted rock, Harrogate nodded affably. "Howdy," he said. The rag-picker scowled. "I guess it's done took in under here, ain't it?" The old hermit made no answer, but Harrogate seemed not to mind. He came closer, looking things over. "Boy," he said, "you got it fixed up slick in under here, ain't you?" The rag-picker raised slightly up like a nesting bird, disturbed. "I bet that there old bed sleeps good," said Harrogate, pointing. "You better look out," spoke a voice from the high arches. "That old man is mean as a snake." Harrogate craned his neck to see who'd said it. Fat birds the color of slate crooned among the concrete trusses overhead. "Who's that?" he called, his voice returning all hollow and strange. "You better run. He's known to carry a pistol." Harrogate looked at the rag-picker. The rag-picker flapped about and bared his teeth. He looked up again. "Hey," he called. There was no answer. "Where's he at?" said Harrogate. But the rag-picker just mumbled and withdrew from sight. Harrogate approached closer and peered into the gloom. The old man was seated in a burst chair at the rear of his quarters. There were odds and ends of furniture standing all around on the rank dirt floor, and there was a vaguely eastern carpet with a raw cord warp that was eating away the serried minarets. And there were oil lamps and stolen road lanterns and cracked plaster statuary that stood like ghosts in the semi-dark, and earthen crocks and crates of bottles and bric-a-brac, and mounded troves of shoddy, and great tottering sheaves of newsprint, and heaps of rags. The bed was old and ornate, with crown and finial in cast brass. "Can't you read, boy?" The old man's voice piped sepulchral from his lair. "Not real good." "That there sign says to keep out." "They, Lord, I wouldn't come in without being asked." "You got it fixed up slick in here, I'll say that." The rag-picker grunted. He had his feet up on the chair with him, and his thin, polished shins shone like naked bones crossed there. "Don't they nobody bother you down here?" "I get a loose fool or two come by every now and then," said the ragman. "How long you been here?" "'Bout that long," the old man said, spacing a random measure between his palms. Harrogate grinned and rose to the challenge. "You know the difference between a grocery store fly and a hardware store fly?" The ragman's eyes grew even colder. "Well, the grocery store fly lights on the beans and peas, and a hardware store fly lights on the nails and screws." Harrogate folded suddenly and slapped his thigh and cackled like a stricken fowl. "Boy, why don't you get on down the road wherever you come from or was going to one and leave me the son of a bitch in hell alone?" "Hell, I just stopped to say howdy. I didn't mean nothing by it." The old man closed his eyes. "Say, listen, is there anyone under the far end yonder?" The ragman looked. Across the river, down the long aisle of arches, lay the distant facing image of his own shelter.
"Why don't you go see?" he said.
"Danged if I won't," said Harrogate.
"If it ain't spoke for, we'll be neighbors."
He waved and started up around the side of the bridge.
"We'll get along," he called back. "I can get along with anybody."
It was mid-afternoon when he crossed into the city and descended the steep path at the end of the bridge, swinging down through a jungle of small locust trees filled with long spikes and blackened starlings that flew shrieking out over the river and circled and came back. He emerged onto the barren apron of clay beneath the bridge. Small black children playing there in the cool. Below them, a black and narrow street. One of the children saw him, and they all looked up, 3 soft, dark faces watching.
"Howdy,"
he said. They squatted, immobile. Small wooden trucks and autos stalled in the streets, grated out with a broken shingle. Beyond them, a brown clapboard house, 4-yard, a moonscape, in clay and coal dust, a few sorry chickens crouched in the shade. A black man swung reposed and prone on a bench hung by chains from the porch ceiling, and a line of faded wash steamed in the windless heat.
"What are you all doing?"
The oldest spoke.
"We ain't doing nothing. Y'all live over yonder?"
They admitted it with solemn nods. Harrogate looked about.
He reckoned he'd not be put to living next to niggers, leastways.
He climbed down the bank and came out on the road and went on downriver past rows of shacks. The road was pocked and buckled, and after a while it went to sand and dried mud, and then nothing. A thin path wandered on through weeds hung with waste paper. Harrogate followed after. The path cut through heat-stricken lots and fallow land, and passed under a high trestle that crossed the river. A tramp's midden among the old stone footings, where gray bones lay by rusted tins and a talus of jar shards. A ring of blackened bricks and the remains of a fire. Harrogate wandered about, poking at things with a stick. Pieces of burnt foil sunburst in blue and yellow. Dredging charred relics from the ashy sleet. Melted glass that had re-seized in the helical bowl of a bedspring, like some vitreous chrysalis or chambered whelk from southern seas. He dusted it on his sleeve and carried it with him. Across a smoking alluvial strewn with refuse to the faint rise of the rail tracks and the river beyond. A row of black fishermen sat along the ties where the tracks crossed the creek, their legs dangling above the oozing sewage. They watched their corks tilt below them in the creek mouth, and didn't turn to see him teeter past along the rail, his head averted above the sulphurous fart reek that seeped up between the ties.
"Y'all doing any good?"
he sang out. A baleful face looked up and looked away again. He stood watching for a while, and then went on, tottering in the heat. The sun like a bunghole to a greater hell beyond. On the hill above him he could see the brickwork of the university and a few fine homes among the trees. He came out at length into a small riverside street, his sneakers lifting from the hot tar with smacking sounds. A sidelong dog receded at a half-trot before him down the street toward the shade of some lilac bushes by one of the combustible-looking shacks there. Harrogate studied the landscape beyond. A patch of gray corn by the riverside, rigid and brittle. A vision of bleak pastoral that at length turned him back toward the city again. He wandered Knoxville's sadder regions for the better part of the afternoon, poking in alleys, probing old cellars, the dusty lees or nether dank of public works. Him wide-eyed in his jury-rigged apparel, not unlike some small apostate to the race itself, pausing here at a wall to read what he could of inscriptions in cloudy chalk, the agenda of anonymous societies, assignation dates, personal intelligence on the habits of local females. A row of bottles gone to the wall for stoning lay in brown and green and crystal ruin down a sunlit corridor, and one upright, severed cone of yellow glass rose from the paving like a flame. Past these gnarled ash cans at the alley's mouth with their crusted rims
and tilted, gaping maws in and out of which soiled dogs go night and day. An iron stairwell railing, shapeless with birdlime, like something brought from the sea, and small flowers along a wall reared from the fissured stone. He paused at some trash in a corner where a warfarin rat writhed. Small beast so occupied with the bad news in his belly. It must have been something you ate. Harrogate crouched on his heels and watched with interest. He prodded it gently with a curtain rod he'd found. From a doorway, a girl watched him, motionless and thin and unkempt. A crude doll, dressed in rags, with huge eyes darkly dished and guttering in her bird's skull. Harrogate looked up and caught her watching him, and she went all squirmy, with her hands pulling at the raveled hem of her dress for a moment, before her head snapped back, and he could see a rope-veined claw clutched in her hair, and the girl jerked backward and disappeared through an open door. He looked down at the rat again. It was moving one rear leg in slow circles, as if to music. It must have felt some cold pneuma pass, for it suddenly shivered, and then it let out its feet slowly until they came to rest. Harrogate poked it with a curtain rod, but the rat only rolled loosely in its skin. Fleas were running out of the lean gray face. He rose and nudged the rat with his toe, and then went on down the alley. He crossed a tarred street bedded with bottle caps and bits of metal, scattered patterns in yellow, and one improbable serpent, the ribbed spine polished by traffic and partly coiled in a pale bone omen he couldn't read. Overhead, the bowls of stoned-out pole lamps. A lank black slattern stood hip-shot in a doorframe. "Hey, boy, you getting any gravel for your goose?" Whoopla laughter scuttling after him, and a gold tooth winksome. Bawdy dog-star in the ordurous jaws of Fellatio Major. He went where torpid blacks crouched or drowsed in doorways, stoops, on corners almost in the traffic. Old men like effigies with fingers laced and capped upon the heads of canes between their knees. In suits thought long extinct, perforated two-tone shoes, socks rolled in obscene tubes about their thin black ankles. A hawk-faced ebon freak importuned him, susurrus, long underlip leaking a clear drool. Flies clove the air like comets. He passed on, eyes averted. Dark matrons at the upper windows in hot and airless dishabille, chocolate breasts leaning. Dusk lovers, ancillary disciples to the rise of night. He'd come from the dwelling streets of whites to those of blacks, and no gray middle folk did he see. Summer dusk had crept long and blue, and shadows risen high upon the western building faces when he came up Gay Street. He went along the shop fronts like a misplaced poacher, his eyes swirling about, and his broken clown's sneakers flapping. At Lockett's he paused to admire dusty charlatan's props in the window, small boxes of sneeze powder, cigars laced with cordite, a stamped tin ink stain, stapled to display cards from which the sun had bleached all message. A china dog, bow-backed and grunting. Harrogate filled with admiration at such things. He stepped slightly back to note the merchant's name, and then went on. Passing under the Comer's Sports Center sign, a steep stairwell and the muted clack of balls overhead. "There it is," he said. "Bigger'n life." He turned up Union Avenue, past the Roxy Theater. Webfoot Watts and Skinny Green on the bill with all-girl review. Harrogate stepping around to see the tariffs. The girl looked down from her glass cage like a cat. He smiled and drew back. He went down Walnut Street past hardware stores and beer taverns and ramshackle poultry shops. He swung up Wall Avenue and into Market Square, his small face peering through the windows of the Gold Sun Cafe, where supper plates were being sopped clean and raw-looking girls went up and back in their soiled white uniforms. Down Market Street, countrymen sat beneath canopies in cane-bottomed chairs, or on upended peach crates, or perched on the lead-colored fenders of old Fords, fitted out with crude truck beds nailed up out of boards. Folks putting up their stuffs for this day, shops being closed.
A few sun-faded awnings winched shut. 2 roustabouts collected a beggar from the walkway and set him in a truck. Harrogate went on. An old man seated before a basket of turnips hissed him and gestured with his chin, seeking a buyer. Harrogate, to his worn eyes, no worse a prospect than others coming along. Harrogate watching the gutters for anything edible fallen from the trucks. By the time he reached the end of the street, he had a small bouquet of frazzled greenstuffs and a bruised tomato. He went into the market house and washed these things at the drinking fountain marked white, and ate them while he wandered down the vast hall with its rich reek of meat and produce and wood chaff. A few vendors squatted yet in their stalls, old women with tawed faces, and farmers with their quilted napes. A honey seller sitting quietly in immaculate blue chambray, his jars on the low table before him arranged faultlessly, the labels marshalled aisle-wise. Harrogate went by, chewing his lettuce, past a long glass coffin where a few lean fish leered up with cold and golden eyes from their beds of salted ice. Wind chimes tinkled overhead in the slow fan wash. He pushed open the heavy doors at the end of the hall with their 100 years accretion of navel-gray paint, and stepped out into the summer night. Standing there wiping his hands on the front of him, his eyes drawn by the cryptic piping of hot neon across the night, and by the chittering of goat-suckers aloft in the upflung penumbra of the city's lights. A street sweeper puttered past with his cart. Harrogate crossed the street and went up the alley. A family of trash-pickers were packing flat cartons into a child's wagon, the children scurrying among the rancid cans like rats, and as gray-looking. None spoke. They had tied the folded boxes down with twine, a parlous and tottering load that the man steadied with one hand, while the woman drew the cart along and the children made forays into trash bins and cellar doors, watching Harrogate the while. He made his way by alleys and small dark streets to the lights at Henley Street, where he'd earlier spied a church lawn. Here he found himself a nest among the curried clumps of phlox and boxwood, and curled up like a dog. He had a few things he'd collected in his pocket, and he took these out and set them alongside in the edging of mulch, and lay back again in the grass. He could feel under his back the rumble of trucks passing in the street. He shifted his hips. He folded his hands behind his head. He must prop his upturned toes together to ease the weight of the enormous shoes from his bird's ankles. After a while he slipped them off and lay back again. Yellow lamplight clung in his lashes. He watched insects rise and wheel there. A hunting bat cut through the cone of light and sucked them, scattering. They reformed slowly. Soon 2 bats, veering and rending the placid life that homed to ash in the columnar light. Harrogate a wonder at how they did not collide. He was sitting up in the shrubbery long before good daylight, waiting for the day to come for him to set forth in, watching the glowsy headlights come out of the fog on the bridge and draw past him into the town. Shapes evolved out of the gray dawn. What he'd thought to be another indigent, hostile on the grass below him, was a newspaper, winded up against a bush. He rose and stretched and crossed the lawn to the street, and went toward Market, where all sorts of country commerce had begun. Harrogate eased his way among the rotting trucks and carts at the curbside until he had the lay of things, and then his scrawny hand darted out and seized a peach from a basket and tucked it down the windsock of a pocket that hung inside his trousers. The next thing he knew, an old lady had him by the collar and was beating him over the head with a meal scoop. She was yelling in his face and spraying him with snuff juice. "Shit," said Harrogate, trying to pull away. A long ripping sound ensued. "Quit it! You're tearing my goddamn shirt!" Bong, bong, bong went the meal scoop on his bony head. "Give it back!" she squalled. "Hellfire! Here!" He thrust the peach at her, and she immediately turned loose of him, and took the peach and wobbled back to her truck and restored it to the basket. He felt his head. It was all knotty. "Shit, a brick," he said. "I didn't want the goddamn thing that bad." A legless beggar mounted on a board like a piece of ghastly taxidermy had come awake to laugh at him. "Fuck you," said Harrogate. The beggar shot forward on ball-bearing wheels and seized Harrogate's leg and bit it. "Shit!" screamed Harrogate. He tried to pull away, but the beggar had his teeth locked in the flesh of his calf. They danced and circled, Harrogate holding to the top of the beggar's head. The beggar gave a shake of his head and a tug in a last effort to remove the flesh from Harrogate's leg bone, and then turned loose and receded smoothly to his place against the wall and took up his pencils again. Harrogate went limping down the street, holding his leg. "Crazy sons of bitches," he said, hobbling among the shoppers. He was almost in tears. He crossed through the market house and went up the other side of the square. Something was pulling at his shoe. He bent to see. Chewing gum. He sat in the gutter with a stick and scraped at it, turning a pink blob of it on the end of the stick. Harrogate coasted by the blind man in front of Bowers, watching the crowd. No one watched back. He returned, bent lightly, jabbed with his stick at the cigar box in the blind man's lap. The blind man raised his head and put one hand over the box and looked about. Harrogate, going up the street, tilted the stick. A dime clung to the end of it. He swung about and came back. The blind man sat warily. Pale blue and mold-grown grapes caved and wrinkled in his eye sockets. Harrogate executed a fencer's thrust and came up with a nickel. "Hey, you cocksucker!" called the blind man. "Fuck you!" said Harrogate, skipping nimbly on. He went into the Gold Sun and ordered coffee and donuts, sitting at the counter among the morning smells of fried sausage and eggs. He rolled back the folds of his trouser legs and examined his wound. The beggar's ill-spaced teeth had printed two little sickle shapes, the flesh blue, small pinlets of blood. Harrogate wet a paper napkin in his water glass and laved it over his queer stigmata. "Son of a bitch," he muttered. He drank the coffee and slid his cup forward for more. In the streets again, he rubbed his little belly and set out for Comer's. Climbing the stairs, a small bent person at the landing watched, who knew every cop in town, in or out of uniform. Harrogate pushed open the green door with its wire mesh-covered glass and entered. To his surprise, the place was nearly empty. A blond youth was practicing three-rail banks at the second table. The rack was brushing the tables in the rear. A whimsical man with a paunch hanging over his change apron and jaws knobby with tobacco. At Harrogate's elbow, ticker tape hung from a glass bell, and several old men sat along the benches to the front of the hall and watched the day start in the street below. Harrogate went to the counter, where a man in an eye shade was counting money. "You know Suttree?" he said. "What?" said the man. "Suttree. Ask Jake." He tilted his head toward the rear of the hall and went on counting. Harrogate went wobbling down the aisle past the tables, the cues racked up on the walls like weapons in some ancient armory. "Hey," said the blond youth. "What? You want to play some nine-ball?" "I don't know how to play." "Rotation?" "I ain't never shot no pool." The blond youth studied him a moment, chalking his cue with a little rotary motion. He bent to shoot. "You know Suttree?" He stroked. The ball went down the table, circled the racked balls from rail to rail, and returned to drop in the upper corner pocket. Harrogate waited for the shooter to answer, but the shooter took the ball from the pocket and set it up and bent again with his cue and didn't look up. Harrogate went on to the rear. "You Jake?" he said. "Yep." "You know Suttree?" He turned and looked down at Harrogate. He spat into a steel cuspidor on the floor and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Yeah," he said. "I know him." "You know where he's at?" "What'll you take for them breeches?" Harrogate looked down. "Them's all the ones I got," he said. "Well, he ain't here." "I was wondering if you might know where he's at." "Home, I reckon." "Well, where's he live?" "He lives down on the river. I believe in one of them houseboats." "Houseboat?" "Yep." Jake bent, the change in his apron pocket swinging. He began to brush the dust toward the corner pocket. Harrogate had turned to go. "What about that shirt?" "What about it?" "How would you trade?" "Hellfire," said Harrogate. "You're in to do me for an overcoat." Jake grinned. "Come back, little buddy," he said. At the bottom of Gay Street, he stood leaning on the bridge rail, looking down at the waterfront. "There's the goddamn houseboats," he said. Coming down the steep and angled path behind the tall frame houses, he thought he heard a voice. He tilted back his head to see. Half out from a house window, high up the laddered face of soot-caulked clapboards, hung some creature. Sprawled against the hot and sun-peeled siding, with arms outstretched like a broken puppet. "Ha!" he called down. "Spawn of Cerberus, the devil's close kin." Harrogate clutched his lower teeth. The long finger pointed down. "Child of darkness, of Clutie's brood, mind me." "Shit," said Harrogate. The window figure had raised itself to address some other audience. "See him! Does he not offend thee? Does such iniquity not rise, stinking to the very heavens?" This viperous evangelist reared up, his elbows cocked and goat's eyes smoking, and thrust a bony finger down. "Die!" he screamed. "Perish a terrible death, with thy bowels blown open, and black blood boiling from thy nether eye. God save your soul, amen." "Shit fire," said Harrogate, scurrying down the path with one hand over his head. When he reached the street, he looked back. The figure had wheeled to a new window, the better to see the boy past his house, and he leaned now with his face pressed to the glass, his dead, jaundiced flesh splayed against the pane, and one eye walled up in his head, a goggling visage misshapen with hatred. Harrogate went on. "Great God Almighty," he said. He went down Front Street, past a rickety store where blacks lolled and eyed his advent doubtfully, and he took a dog path across the gray fields toward the shanty boats, emerging onto the railway with his curious trousers striped with soot prints of the weeds he'd forded. The air hot and breathless with the smell of cinders and creosote, and the fainter reaches of oil and fish standing off in a sort of haze along the river itself. He climbed the mud-stained, cleated plank of the first houseboat and tapped at the door. A small eddy of garbage and empty bottles circled slowly in the water beneath him. When the door opened, he was looking into the face of a cold-colored woman who wore an agate taw in one eye socket. "What you want?" she said. "I thought maybe old Suttree lived here, but I don't reckon he does." She didn't answer. "You don't know where he lives, do you?" "Who you hunting?" "Suttree." "What you wants with him?" "He's an old buddy of mine." She looked him up and down. "He ain't gonna mess with you," she said. "Shit," said Harrogate. "We go way back, me and Suttree do." Suttree was up at first light to run his lines. The gray shape of the city gathering out of the fog, upriver a gull, pale and alien bird in these Midlands. On the bridge, the lights of the cars crossed like candles in the mist. Magison was already on the river when he set forth, standing like some latter-day Karen sculling through the fog. With a long pole, he hooked condoms aboard and into a pail of soapy water. Suttree paused to watch him, but the old man drifted past without looking up, standing with prurient vigilance in the cropped shore currents, watchful and silent. Suttree rode in a sunless underregion of swirling mists, through bowls of cold and seething smoke. The bridge pier loomed and faded. Downriver a dredger. Two men at the rail smoking, stitched out of the fog and gone again, their voices faint above the puckered chug of the engine. The red of the wheelhouse light went watery pale and faded out. He oared slowly, waiting for the fog to lift. When he ran his line, some of the fish were dead. He caught the droppers and watched them slide and sink. The rising sun dried and warmed him. He was back by mid-morning and sat on the rail and cleaned his catch. Ab's cat came and perched like an owl and watched him. He handed it a fish head, and it bared a razorous yawn of teeth, and took the head delicately and went back along the rail. Suttree skinned 2 catfish and wrapped them in newsprint, and washed his knife and his hands in the river, and rose. Going up the river path, he passed 2 boys fishing. "Hey, boys," he said. They turned huge eyes up at him. "Doing any good?"
Nah.
Their bobbers lay quietly in the scum. Ringent pools of gas kept erupting in oily eyes on the surface. Mauves and yellows from the spectrum guttered and slewed in the dead current.
"You boys like to fish?" "We don't gots to."
"Good for you," said Suttree. At Ab's place, he handed her the fish at the door, and she motioned him past into the room. A thick funk of stale beer and smoke. She folded back the paper, old news repeated mirror-wise on the pale ribbed flesh. She poked a black finger in the meat.
"Where's the old man?" said Suttree. "He's in there. Go on." In the far corner sat an enormous figure obscured in the gloom.
"Come in, young lord."
"Hey."
"Sit down. Bring the man a beer, old woman."
"I don't want anything."
"Bring him a red top."
She shuffled past in her ruptured mules through a curtain to the rear. A squalid sunlight fell briefly. Everywhere from cracks or knotholes, small hieroglyphs of light lay about in the cabin, on table and floor, and across the cardboard beer signs. When she came back, she leaned across Suttree and clicked a wet bottle down on the little stone table. He nodded to her and raised it and drank. The black man, now coalesced out of the semi-dark, seemed to fill half the room.
"Where are you from in the world, young blood?" he said.
"Right here. Knoxville."
"Knoxville," he said. "Old Knoxville town."
She was clattering about in the back room. After a while, she came from behind the curtain again and sat in her chair with her feet up. She was instantly asleep, the blind eye half open like a drowsing cat's, her mouth agape. Toes peered from the mules like little clusters of dark mice. On her broad face, 2 intersecting circles, fairy ring or hag's track, the crescent welts of flesh like a sacerdotal brand on some Stone Age matriarch. Annula treponema, read here why he falls in the streets. Another Jenna, another time. Suttree sat in the hot little room with the tombstone tables and sipped his beer. Water dripped constantly from the bottle. In the corner, the poker table had been swept and the lamp filled. Flies walked about everywhere.
"Get you another beer, young blood."
Suttree tilted the bottle and drained it. "I gotta go," he said. The black wiped his eyes with one huge hand. Stories of the days and nights writ there, the scars, the teeth, the ear betruncheoned in some old fray that clung in a toad-like node to the side of his shaven head.
"You come back," he said.
Early afternoon in the city, with his fish sold, he ate the beef stew at Granny and Hazel's. He walked in the streets, a lonely figure. On Jackson Avenue, he saw Magison in a dingy white suit and straw boater. The rubber baron, small eyes distorted behind the dished glass lenses. Someone called to him. He turned. Hoghead Henry's small and jaunty shape was coming from an alleyway, heralded by pigeons flapping upward into the sad air with right alarm, immune to Hogshead's huckleberry insouciance. He swept his rumpled linen beneath the band of his trousers with a slice of his flattened hand and gave Suttree a crooked grin. "When did you get out?" "Tuesday. Brother and Junior got out with me." Hoghead grinned. They started up the street. "Old Junior. The cops brought him in one night and turned him over to Mrs. Long. He was about 3/4 drunk and been in some kind of trouble, I forget. And Mrs. Long told the cops, said, 'I don't know what's wrong with him. My oldest boy, Jimmy, never causes me the least trouble.' Next night, here they come with Jim." Suttree smiled. "I hear that old woman shot at you the other night." "Old crazy nigger woman.
She shot about 4 holes in the wall. Shot a picture down. I ducked behind the sofa, and she shot a hole in that. And John Clancy said there was a rat the size of a house cat come out from under it, just a-shitting and a-getting it. He was laying on the floor, and he said it run right over the top of him. What did you do down there, anyway? You don't have to do nothing to stir up a bunch of crazy old niggers. You know what she called you? What did she call me? Called you a white, pointed-headed motherfucker. Hoghead grinned. They had me in a paper one time. They're always calling anybody toe-headed that's got light-colored hair. They had me in there, and I'd said something smart to this juvenile judge, and they put, said the two-headed youth. Suttree grinned. Where are you going? Just up here with some punch boards. Come go with me. I pass. Well, I gotta get on. Stay out of the jailhouse, you hear? I hear, said Suttree. When he crossed the porch of Howard Clevenger's store on Front Street, there was an old woman rummaging through a basket of kale there as if she had lost something in it. Ocean Frog Fraser was standing at the screen door. He patted Suttree on the ribs. What's shaking, baby? Hey, said Suttree. They pushed through the door together. Atop the drink cooler squatted a black and ageless androgyne in fool's silks. A purple shirt with bloused sleeves, striped fuchsia trousers, and matching home-dyed tennis shoes. A gold leather motorcycle belt about a Vespine waist. A hat from the hand of a coked milliner. Hi, sweetie, he said. Hello, John. Tripping through the dew, said Ocean Frog. Hey, baby. Hey, Frog, called a black from the rear of the store. What you want? Come here, baby, I gotta talk to you. I ain't got time to mess with you. Suttree poked among the loaves of bread. Ocean Frog lifted a carton of milk from the cooler and opened it and drank. Hey, Gatemouth. Yeah, baby. You hear about BL's old lady catching him? No, man, what happened? She come in over there Sunday, caught him in bed with this old gal, and started warping him in the head with a shoe. This old gal raised straight up in the bed, buck naked, and hollered at her, said, Lay it to him, honey. Said, I was married to a son of a bitch just like him. A high whinny escaped the painted gaud perched at Ocean Frog's elbow. The mascaraed eyes sidled, the black and languid hands made draping motions about the elbows. Ocean Frog, you is a mess, she said. Old BL's crazy, said Gatemouth. Suttree smiled among the rusting canisters of food at the back wall. He passed behind the hog-like bulk of Gatemouth in his chair. Hey, baby, said Gatemouth. What's the haps? Hey, said Suttree, moving toward the meat case. A discussion on the mating habits of possums ensued. A young black named Jabbo entered the store. Hey, baby, called Gatemouth. Gate City, said Jabbo. Ain't no town, and it ain't no city. He glared at Tripping Through the Dew. How about getting your Nelly ass off the dope box? Ooh, said the invert, sliding to the floor like a neon eel. Gatemouth says a possum don't have a forked Peter, Ocean Frog told the store. I never, said Gatemouth. I said he don't screw her in the nose. What's his Peter forked for, then? 'Cause he's a marsupial, motherfucker. Ocean Frog laughed deep in the back of his throat. Shiny tombstone teeth, gums coral pink. Shit, man, he said. You completely eat up with the dumbass. Ask Suttree. I don't know, said Suttree. He don't want the whole river to know what a fucking dumbass you is, said Ocean Frog. He tipped the carton of milk and rifled a long drink down his dark throat. Who is that crazy motherfucker up in that house hollers at everybody? Said Jabbo. Where at, honey? The Queen of Front Street was solicitous. Jabbo ignored her. Up here, he said, pointing. Crazy motherfucker hollers the craziest shit I ever heard. That's just the old crazy reverend up there, said Gatemouth. Hollers all the time. Are you washed in the blood? He can talk some shit. I'm gonna slap his head sideways. He don't get off of me. He hollers at everybody. I ain't everybody. He's a cripple. He'll be crippled. They has to carry out his slops and everything.
He trimmed hisself, said Trippin through the dew.
Done what?
Trimmed hisself with a razor. Just sliced 'em on off, honey. What they tell me.
That wouldn't cripple you.
It'd smart some, said Ocean Frog. He was done crippled before he done it.
I gonna trim his fucking wig. He don't quit that hollering at me, said Jabbo.
Suttree ducked the yard-long coil of dead flies that hung from the ceiling and came to the counter with his purchases.
What else?
Said Howard.
That's it.
He totted with pencil on a scrap of paper.
42 cents.
Suttree dredged up coins from his jeans.
Where you going, Soot?
Home.
Sure you is. Tell me. Slip off up here somewheres and dip your wick in something.
Suttree grinned.
Old Suttree, said Ocean Frog. He can't fade nothing. Why don't you put me on something?
Shit, you got it all locked now.
He ain't interested in them nigger gals, is he, Suttree?
Suttree looked at Jabbo, but he didn't answer. Howard dropped the last of the groceries into the sack and slid it toward Suttree. He took it under his arm and nodded toward the dark idlers.
See ya, he said. Hang loose, said Ocean Frog.
The screen door clapped shut.
Ooh, that's a pretty thing, said Trippin through the dew.
After he'd eaten his supper, he snuffed the lamp and sat in the dark and watched the lights on the far shore standing long and wand-like in the trembling river. Down from Ab Jones's, sounds of laughter carried over the black water like ghost voices, old dead revelers reminiscing in the night. After a while he rose and went out and up the river path to the door. He sat in the corner and sipped a beer. Ocean Frog was sitting in for the house in a light poker game, and Ab lay sleeping in the back room. Suttree heard him breathing in the dark when he went past his bedroom, going onto the cubicle behind the torn and stained plastic shower curtain. Standing there half-holding his breath, the boards in the reeking gloom splotched with a greenish phosphorescence, a sinister mold that glowed faintly. A section of galvanized gutter pipe sluiced the urine down to a rat hole in the corner and out into the passing river. There was a small lizard of some kind, wet and pale, that clung to a naked stud, and Suttree pissed on it, and it wriggled out through a crack in the wall. He buttoned his trousers and spat into the trough. Reassessing the agility of germs in a sequence of them, climbing falling water like salmon, he wiped his mouth and selected a clean place on the wall and spat again. He sat with the back of his head against the board wall, and his mind drifted. Moths crossed the mouth of the lamp in its scroll iron sconce above his head, the shape of the flame steadfast in the pie-tin reflector. On the ceiling, black curds, where insect shadows wore. The reflection of the lamp's glass chimney like a quaking egg, the zygote dividing. Giant spores addorsed and severing, yawing towards separate destinies in their blind molecular schism. If a cell can be left-handed, may it not have a will, and a gauche will? In another part of the room, Fred Cash was reciting poetry. Suttree heard the last of The Signifying Monkey, and then the ballad of Jack-Off Jake, the pool-room snake, who fucked his way north to Duluth. He rose and got another beer. Doll and her slippers collected bottles and shuffled off mutely through the smoke and the gloom. Suttree traced with one hand dim names beneath the table-stone. Salvaged from the weathers. Whole families evicted from their graves downriver by the damming of the waters. Hedgerous to high ground. Carts piled with battered cookware, mattresses, small children. The father drives the cart, the dog runs after. Strapped to the tailboard, the rotting boxes stained with earth that hold the bones of the elders. Their names and dates in chalk on the worm-scored wood. A dry dust sifts from the seams and the boards as they jostle up the road. The cards whispered along the table. The bottles clinked. Under the floor, the muffled bong of a barrel shifting. Doll rocked and snored in her chair with the cat in her lap. And beyond the little window, the houseboat, shadowed by the city lights, ran darkly in the river among the tarnished stars.
His subtle obsession with uniqueness troubled all his dreams. He saw his brother in swaddling, hands outheld, a scent of myrrh and lilies. But it was the voice of Jean Harrogate that called to him where he tossed on his bunk in the murmurous noon. Harrogate's hand in supplication from the tailgate of a truck, face waffled in the wire mesh, calling. Suttree sat up groggily. His hair lay matted on his skull, and beads of sweat trickled on his face.
"Hey, Soot."
"Just a minute." He pulled on his trousers and lurched toward the door and flung it open. Harrogate stood there, a muck in his clothes, bright, thin face, a frail apparition trembling and conceivably unreal in the heat of the day.
"How you doing, Soot?"
He leaned against the jamb, one hand over his eyes. "God," he said.
"Was you asleep?"
Suttree retreated a step into shadow. He didn't take his hand from his face. "When did you get out?" Harrogate entered with his country deference, looking about.
"I've been out,"
he said. "How did you find me?"
"I asked around. I went to that Yannin first. There's niggers lives there. She told me where you was at."
He looked about the little cabin.
"They was in bed up yonder, too," he said. "Boy."
"Wait a minute," said Suttree.
"What?"
He turned him about in the light from the window. "What are you wearing?" he said. Harrogate shuffled and flapped his arms.
"Oh," he said, "just some old clothes."
"Did they rig you out in these at the workhouse?"
"Yeah, they lost my clothes what they give me at the hospital. I don't look funny, do I?"
"No, you look crazy." He pulled at Harrogate. "What is this?" Harrogate held his arms aloft.
"I don't know,"
he said. Suttree was turning him around. "Good God," he said. The shirt was fashioned from an enormous pair of striped drawers. His neck stuck through the ripped seam of the crotch, his arms hanging from the capacious leg holes like sticks.
"What size do you wear?" "What size what?"
"Anything. Shirt to start with."
"I take a small."
"A small."
"Yeah."
"Take that damn thing off." He peeled out of the shirt and stood in a pair of outsized pastry cook's trousers with cuffs that reverted back nearly to his knees.
"Why the hell didn't you cut the legs off those?"
He spread his feet and looked down.
"I might not be done growing," he said.
"Take 'em off." He dropped them to the floor and stood naked save for his shoes. Suttree collected the trousers and hacked a foot or more from the legs with his fish knife and rummaged through his bureau until he found a shirt.
"The shoes is mine,"
Harrogate said. Suttree looked down at enormous sneakers. "I guess your feet might grow another 4 or 5 inches," he said.
"I can't stand a tight shoe," said Harrogate.
"Here, try this shirt. And turn these trousers up on the inside where it won't show."
"Okay."
When he had dressed again, he looked less like a clown and more like a refugee. Suttree shook his head.
"I got shot in the bottom of my shoe," Harrogate said.
He held up one foot. "Jean," said Suttree, "what are your plans?"
"I don't know. Find me a place here in town, I reckon."
"Why don't you go back home?"
"I ain't going back out there. I like it uptown."
"You could still come in when you took a notion."
"No. Hell, Soot, I'm a city rat now."
"Where are you going to live?"
"Well, I thought you might know a place."
"You did."
"That old codger up under the bridge has got himself a slick place. Nobody never would find you up in under there."
"Why don't you move in at the other end up here?"
"I looked at it, but it's open to the road where you ain't got no privacy. Besides, there's niggers lives next door."
"Oh, well," said Suttree. "Niggers."
"Do you not know of any place?"
"Well, how about the viaduct? Have you looked under there?"
"Where's it at?"
"You can see it right here. See?" Harrogate followed his pointing finger, looking out the open door toward the city where a smaller replica of the river bridge stood astraddle of First Creek.
"You reckon it's not taken?"
"I don't know. It may be just crammed with folks." Why don't you go see? Harrogate rose from the cot where he'd been sitting. He was eager to be off.
Hellfire, he said. It'd really be slick if it wasn't took, wouldn't it? I mean, being uptown like it is and all.
You bet, said Suttree. The viaduct spanned a jungly gut filled with rubble and wreckage, and a few packing crate shacks inhabited by transient blacks. And down through this puling waste, the dark and leprous waters of First Creek threaded the sumac and poison ivy. High-water marks of oil and sewage and condoms dangling in the branches like stranded leeches. Harrogate made his way through this derelict fairyland toward the final concrete arches of the viaduct, where they ran to earth. He entered delicately, his eyes skittering about. There was no one in. The earth was cool and naked and dry. Here some bones, broken glass, a few stray dog turds, 2 bent and mangled parking meters with clots of concrete about their roots.
"Boy!"
whispered Harrogate. There was a little concrete pillbox filled with pipes and conduits where you could store things, and with the weeds grown about outside, there was never a retreat so secluded. Harrogate sat on his heels and hugged his knees and looked out. He watched the pigeons come and go up under the high arches, and he studied the warren of shacks on the farther bank of the cut, where they hung, yoked by insubstantial brigades of torn gray wash. Dark and near vertical gardens visible among the tin or tarred rooftops, and vast nets of kudzu across the blighted trees. Come evening, he had accumulated some crates and aligned them in a sort of storage wall, and he had made a fire pit of old bricks, and he had his eye on other goods which required but fall of dark to come by. By then he was uptown salvaging tins from trash cans for cookware, appropriating the mattress from a lounge on a house porch, all the red-globed lanterns from a ditch side where water mains were under repair. He sat by the fire a long time after he had boiled and eaten the vegetables pilfered from gardens across the creek. His little grotto glowed with a hellish red from the lanterns, and he reclined on the mattress and scratched himself and picked his teeth with a long yellow fingernail. When Suttree came by next noon on his way to the market, the city rat had just returned. He ushered in his guest expansively.
"How do you like it, Sut?"
Suttree looked around, shaking his head.
"What I like about it is there's plenty of room. Don't you?"
"You better get rid of those parking meters," Suttree said.
"Yeah, I'll haul 'em off to the creek this evening."
"What's in here?" He was peering into the little concrete vault.
"I don't know. It's a slick place to keep your stuff, though, ain't it?"
Overhead in the arches there was a dull snap and a violent flapping of wings.
"Hot damn," said Harrogate, slapping his thigh.
A pigeon fluttered down brokenly and landed in the dust and wobbled and flopped. It had a rat trap about its neck.
"That makes 3, said Harrogate,
scurrying to secure the bird. Suttree stared after him. Harrogate removed the trap and climbed up into the vaulted undercarriage of the viaduct and reset it, scooping the scattered grain over it with one hand.
"Boy,"
he called down, his voice sepulchral,
"them sons of bitches is really dumb."
"What are you going to do with them?"
"I got 2 in the pot yonder, stewing up with some taters and stuff. But if this keeps up, I'm going to sell 'em."
"Who to?" Harrogate hopped down, the dust pluming from under his sneakers. He gave his trousers a swipe with his hands.
"Niggers," he said. "Shit, they'll buy anything."
"Well," said Suttree, "I was going to ask you if you wanted some fish, but I guess you've got enough to eat for a while."
"Hell, come take supper with me this evening. There's enough for 2.
Suttree looked at the limp and downy bird, its pink feet. "Thanks," he said, "but I guess not." He nodded toward Harrogate's mattress. "You need to get your bed up off the ground there," he said.
"I wanted to talk to you about that. I got my eye on some springs down here by the creek, but I can't get 'em by myself."
Suttree tucked his fish beneath his arm. "I'll stop by later," he said. "I gotta get on to town."
"I gotta figure some way to keep these dogs out of here, too."
"Well,
I'll have her fixed up slick next time you see it."
okay."
Living uptown like this, you can find pretty near anything you need. Don't forget about the parking meters. Yeah, okay.
Suttree took a final look around and shook his head and went out through the weeds to the world. Sunday he set forth downriver in the warm mid-morning, rowing and drifting by turns. He didn't run his trot lines. He crossed below the bridge and swung close under the shadow of the bluffs, the dripping of the oars in the dark of the river like stones in a well. He passed under the last of the bridges and around the bend in the river, through peaceful farmland, high fields tilted on the slopes and rich turned earth in patches of black corrugation among the greening purlieus and small cultivated orchards, like scenes of plenitude from picture books suddenly pasted over the waste he was a familiar of. The river like a giant trematode curling down out of the city, welling heavy and septic past these fine homes on the north shore. Suttree rested from time to time on the oars, studying from this late vantage old childhood scenes, gardens he knew or had known. He took the inside of the island, narrow water that once had served as race to the old Dutchman's light mill, and beneath which now lay its moss-grown ruins, concrete piers and pillow blocks and rusting axle trees. Suttree held to the shallows. Silt ebbed and fell among the reeds, and small shoals of harried and brass-colored shad flared away in the murk. He leaned upon the dripping oars, surveying the shore bracken. Little painted turtles tilted from a log one by one, like counted coins, into the water. The child buried within him walked here one summer with an old turtle hunter, who went cat-like among the grasses, gesturing with his left hand for secrecy. He has pointed first a finger, then a long rifle of iron and applewood. It honked over the river, and the echo drifted back in a gray smoke of sulphur and coke ash. The ball flattened on the water and rose and carried the whole of the turtle's skull away in a cloud of brain pulp and bone meal. The wrinkled, empty skin hung from the neck like a torn sock. He hefted it by the tail and laid it up on the mud of the bank. Green fungus hung from the serried hinder shell, this dull and craggy dream creature, dark blood draining.
Do they ever sink?
The turtle hunter charged his rifle from a yellowed horn and slid a fresh ball down the bore. He recapped the lock, cradling the piece in his arm crook.
Some does, some don't. Quiet now. There'll be another directly. What do you do with them? Sell them for soup, or whatever?
The boy was watching the dead surface of the river.
Turkles and dumplings, if you've a mind to. There's 7 kinds of meat in one. What do turtles eat? Folks' toes, if they don't be watchful waiting. See yonder? Where? Towards them willows yonder. Down there? Don't point your finger, you'll scare 'em. You pointed. Dutton's eyes was shut. Hush now.
He opened his eyes. Redwings rose from a bower in the sedge with thin cries. He bent to the oars again and came down the narrows and into the main channel, the skiff laying a viscid wake on the river, and the bite of the oars sucking away in sluggish coils. He tacked toward the south bank in order to bias the bend in the river, coming through the shadow line into a cooler wind. Sheer limestone cliffs rose cannelate and pale-wise, and laced with caves were small fork-tailed birds set forth against a sky reaching blue and moteless to the sun itself. Below here the river began to broaden into backwater. Mudflats spiracled and bored like great slabs of fluky liver, and a colony of tree stumps like beached squid drying grayly in the sun. A dead selvage traversed by crows who go sedately stiff and blinking and bright as black glass birds from ort to ort of stranded carrion. Suttree shipped the oars and drifted to the bank and stood rocking and recovering as the prow of the skiff grated up against the mud, stepping ashore easily with the rope and mooring the skiff to a root with a half-hitch. He crossed through the high grass and went up the slope, climbing with handholds in the new turf until he gained the crest and turned to look down on the river and the city beyond. casting a gray glance along that varied world, the pieced ploughland, the houses, the odd grady of the small metropolis against the green and blooming hills, and the flat bow of the river like a serpentine trench poured with some dull slag, save where the wind engrailed its face and it shimmered lightly in the sun. He went along the crest of the bluffs through the windy sedge, walking up small birds that flared and hung above the void on locked wings. A toy tractor was going on a field in a plume of dust. Down there the island ringed in mud. Suttree scaled a slate out over the river, turning, winking, lost. He descended through a heavy swale of grass and went on, fording a thorny wicker patch of blackberries, crossing the face of a hill past the promontory kept by the old mansion, a great empire relic that sat shelled and stripped and rotting in its copse of trees above the river, and brooded on the passing world with stark and stoned-out window lights. Suttree went along the high rolling country above the river. 2 seagulls tracked their pale shapes in the shadowed calm under the bluff, and far downstream he saw an osprey turn very high and hang above the distant thunderheads, with the sun parried pure white from under wing and panel. He has seen them fold and fall like stones, and he stayed to watch it out of sight. The path he followed wound along the hills through grass and bramble and cut cross-country toward the lower reaches of the river. It angled down a long bank of shale. It went through a wood. When he came upon the river again, it was upon a dead and swollen backwater of coves and sloughs, where slime and froth obscured the shapes of floating jars and bottles, and where light bulbs peered from the slowly heaving jetsam like great barren eyes. He went along the narrow path past fishermen, old women, men and boys. Galvanized minnow pails were tied to stumps at the water's edge, and picnic hampers stood in the shade. A little girl squatted with her skirt hiked and watched between spattered shins her water trickle along the packed clay. Old men nodded solemnly to Suttree as he passed. "Howdy, howdy. Doing any good?" He went down a strand of mud and crusted stones strewn with spider skeins of slender nylon fishline, tangled hooks, dried bait fish, and small bones crushed among the rocks. Towing tins from their molds in the loam, where slugs recoiled and flexed mutely under the agony of the sun. The path climbed along a wall of purple sandstone above an embayment, and in the sunlit shadows below him he could see the long, cataphracted forms of gars, lying in a kind of electric repose among the reeds. Bird shadows scuttled past, but did not move them. Suttree leaned against the face of crumbling stone and watched them. One of the gars came about slowly, the water stirring and going among the willows. His dull side gave back the light like burnt brass. The other 3 lay like dogs, heavy shapes of primitive rapacity basking in the sun. Suttree moved on. At the head of the cove, a hog snake, snub-nosed and bloated, lay coiled and sleeping in the dry ruins of a skiff. The path ran on to a landing, and there was a Bible camp bus parked there, and people in their clothes were floundering around in the water. He descended the grassy bank among the watchers and took a seat. A preacher in shirt-sleeves stood waist-deep in the water, holding a young girl by the nose. He finished intoning his chant and tilted her over backwards into the river and held her there a moment, and brought her up again all streaming and embarrassed and wiping the water from her eyes. The preacher was grinning. Suttree moved closer to watch. An old man nodded to him. "Howdy." "Howdy." The girl had nothing on beneath her thin dress, and it clung wet and lascivious across her cold nipples and across her belly and thighs. "You saved?" said the old man. Suttree looked at the old man, and the old man looked back with eyes smoky and opaque. "No," he said. The old man unscrewed a jar of dark brown liquid he held in his lap and spat into it and put the lid back again and wiped his mouth. "Say you ain't?" he said. "No," Suttree said. He was watching the girl clamber out of the river. The old man nudged another near him.
Here's one ain't saved. Says it himself.
This old man looked past the first one's shoulder towards Suttree.
Him?
Aye.
Been baptized?
You been baptized?
Just on ahead.
Just on ahead, he says.
That ain't no good. It won't take if you don't get total nursing. That old sprinkling business won't get it, buddy boy.
The first one nudged Suttree.
He'll tell you right, he said. He's a lay preacher himself.
Sprinklers, said the lay preacher in disgust. I'd rather just go on and be infidel as that.
He turned away. He was dressed in soft blue overalls, and he was very clean. The other one eyed Suttree again. Suttree was watching the preacher in the river.
Tell him to get down yonder in the water if he wants to be saved, the second old man said.
He put one hand to his mouth, his jaw muscles working.
It ain't salvation just to get in the water, the first said. You got to be saved as well.
Suttree turned and looked at him. Can you take your shoes off? He said. The second old man leaned to see him.
Jesus never had no shoes, he said.
The first was motioning for quiet with one flapping hand. He turned to Suttree.
Ain't no need to damp your shoes, he said. A fella can repent shod or barefoot, either one. Jesus don't care.
What do you think about the Pope and all that mess over there? Suttree said.
I try my best as not to think about it at all, the old man said.
He suddenly flung one arm upward in a gesture of such violent salutation the people drew back from around him.
That's my grandniece, Rosie, yonder. Just turned 14 and saved right as rain. Makes a fellow wonder at the ways of the Lord, don't it? How old are you, son?
Pretty old, said Suttree.
Well, don't fret. I was 76 before I seen the Lord's light and found the way.
How old are you now?
76. I was awful bad about drinking.
I've done it myself. The old man glanced again at Suttree. Suttree looked about and then leaned to his ear. You don't have a little drink hid, do you? The old man's eyes careened about in their seamed sockets.
Oh, Lord, no, he said. I plumb quit. Lord, I wouldn't have nothing like that.
Well, said Suttree. He'd scooted away a bit and turned to watch the ceremonies. The grandniece smiled at those on the bank. Some waved. The other old man leaned across and jabbed at Suttree with a thick finger.
Go on, he said. Get down in that water.
There she goes, said Suttree, pointing.
That's my grandniece,
the old man said, waving to the waters beneath which she had subsided. Two women on the grass in front of them were turning and giving them dark looks. Suttree smiled at them. On down the bank, groups were unwrapping sandwiches and opening cold drinks. There was a fat woman spread on the ground with an enormous teat hanging out and a small child fastened to it.
Tell him to come to the meeting tonight,
said the second man.
Come to the meeting tonight,
the first one said.
Where at?
Gospel tent just up off the highway yonder. Did you not see it?
No.
Lord, it's big enough. You come to meeting. They're having the Reverend Billy Byington, and the Sunrise Singers are supposed to be there, too.
They are?
Dead Jim right. Same as you hear on WNOX.
The women were turning and scowling. The old man unscrewed and spat into his jar again and leaned forward.
You come tonight, he said. I hear tell them up you're going to have May Maud, that does the old-timey note singing.
There was a man now going into the water like a sleepwalker. He had his hands before him and his eyes were half closed, and he was singing some incoherence over and over. The preacher took a step toward him, so unsteady he looked, the preacher smiling with a kind of grave benignity. Friends on the bank seemed to sway with him. This new candidate flailed once, eyes widening in alarm. The preacher lunged toward him with hands out. The man came aright and surged forth, his coat-tails dipping, reaching for the preacher, and then going suddenly sideways with a long moan. The watchers on the bank stiffened. His hands wheeled wildly in the air, and the supplicant went from sight like a drunken music conductor. Suttree shook his head. The old man gave him a little crooked grin, his jaw seams grouted with black spittle. The preacher was blessing the subsiding royal with one hand, and with the other was groping about in the water. Suttree chuckled. The two women rose together and moved away over the grass. A man who was with them but was enjoying himself anyway turned and grinned. "Boys," he said, "that ought to take if it don't drown him." The preacher had the man up by the collar. He was sputtering and reeling about, and he looked half crazy. The preacher steadied him by the forehead, intoning the baptismal service. Suttree rose and dusted the grass from his trousers. "You ain't fixing to leave, are you?" the old man asked. "I sure as hell am," said Suttree. "You better get in that river is where you better get to," said the one in overalls. But Suttree knew the river well already, and he turned his back to these malingerers and went on. He went up the river path, swinging along in the sunshine, crossing a slough by a driftwood bridge and following the backwater of the smaller river that flowed in on the left. An up-country river that grew more green as he went until it was a clouded jade. He sat to rest on a dusty log and watched it pass. A bittern stood in single-footed siege among the cattails, and small water serpents swam. A dog came upstream on the far side, tongue lolled with the heat, and at a listless trot that told a weary way to go. He whistled at it, and it looked at him and went on. Passing upstream, it set the haulms of marshweed quivering, where nesting fish moved out unseen. Suttree rose. The bittern flew. He went on until he came to a country road. It was hot walking, and he didn't hurry. By and by, he came to a small house. He crossed to the front porch and tapped at the door. There were freshly painted boxes on the porch with new flowers cracking the loam of their beds, and wasps were hanging about the eaves. The door opened, and a small old woman peeped out. "Yes?" she said. "Hello, Aunt Martha." She pushed open the screen door. "Lord have mercy," she said. "Buddy? Why, Buddy!" "How are you?" "Oh, Lord," she said. She was tiny and frail, and the hand that tugged at him trembled like a bird. "Come in," she said. "Where's Clayton?" "He's asleep. He ate a big dinner, and he's asleep. Oh, my Lord, he'll just be so tickled." They entered the cool semi-dark of the front room, with her taking his elbow like one might a blind man, or like a blind man might. He could smell the rich cookery of their Sunday noon meal. She didn't take her eyes from him. "Have you eat?" she said. "I had breakfast late." They went into the kitchen where dishes still sat at table. Beyond was a sun porch rife with plant life, and the sun fell warmly through the glass and across the floor and table. "Sit down, Buddy," she said, her doll's hands fussing at him. "Let me just warm you up some dinner." "Don't bother with that, Aunt Martha. I just stopped by for a minute." "It's not any bother. You just sit there. You want a glass of cold sweet milk?" "Yes, ma'am, I'd love one." "I'll have some iced tea in just a minute. Lord, I was thinking about you all this morning." Suttree stretched his feet beneath the table. She brought a jar of milk from the refrigerator and a tall glass, pouring as she went, talking. "I was sorting out some old things and got to looking through them old albums and pictures, and I thought about you." He set the half-drained glass of milk on the table and blew and wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. She poured it full again. "I wish you'd come to see us more, Buddy. What do you want to be so mean for?" "Where are the pictures?" "They're right here. Did you want to look at them?" "If they're handy, if you don't care."
"Why, they're just right here."
He drank the rest of the milk and looked out at the flowers and the sun. She came in with 2 old leather photo albums and a blue shoebox. She laid these on the table, and, pushing the box to one side to make room, she opened the first album.
"Just go ahead and look while I warm this dinner up."
He took her hand. It was thin and finely boned and cool.
"I couldn't eat anything," he said.
"I wish you would." He looked around. "Just let me have a piece of that cake," he said.
"You better eat something."
"No." She lifted a cracked cake bell and sliced away a heavy wedge of the chocolate cake it contained, and laid it on a plate and set it by him. He was bent over the album, confronting figures out of his genealogy. "Who's this?" he said. She rested her hand on his shoulder and peered with him. "Lord," she said, "let me get my glasses. I can't make it out." An ancient woman spread-eagled in a bed, dried hands at her sides, a cured-looking face. She's bald, save for sheaves of hair on either side her head, and they lie opposed and extended upon the pillow like pale horns. She came back with her spectacles and bent over the photo. "That's Aunt Liz, just before she died. She was bald, pretty near. This here's Roy's baby picture." A tintype picked from the wedge of the pages. Sailor-suited Poppet, a fiend's caricature of old childhoods, a gross cartoon. The old woman's slow hands sorted a loose packet of brown faded photographs, glasses riding down the bridge of her nose as she nods in recognition. She must set them back again with her finger, shuffling these imaged bits of cardboard, paper, tin. They have a burnt look to them, as if dried in a flue. Dark and haggard eyes peer out. In the photographs, the children appear sinister, like the fruit of forbidden liaisons. "Who's that?" "That's Uncle Carter. He was a good-looking something, wasn't he?" "Who's this little boy here?" "That's John." He leaned closer to see was there anything left of that face in the face he knew. "This must be about 1910. "Lord, I guess. I don't know. Here's Helen." "How long has Uncle Carter been dead?" She looked high on the far wall of the kitchen, as if perhaps it were written there. "He died in 1926. "Guess who that is," she said, pointing. He looked at the dark-eyed girl. It was a very old picture. Aunt Martha, when he looked at her, had one hand to her mouth and was regarding the photograph with a shy and wistful look. Suttree said, "That's you, Aunt Martha." She pushed at his shoulder. "Shoo," she said. "How did you know that was me?" "Why, it looks just like you." "Go on," she said. She shook her head slowly. "I just loved that dress. Look here. Here's E.C. "He looks good in a hat," Suttree said. "Lord," she said, laughing, "you remember that?" "Sure," he said. "This is Grandma Cameron. She was 92 when she died." "This is Uncle Milo." "He was a merchant seaman, you know." Suttree nodded. "I remember you, Uncle Milo. Lost under Capricorn, all hands aboard a barge-load of bird shit one foggy night off the lime-slaked coast of Chile. Souls commended to the sea's salt clemency. He'd not been home for 13 years. Foreign stars in the nights down there. A whole new astronomy. Mensa, Musca, the chameleon. Austral constellations nigh unknown to northern folk. Wrinkling, fading through the cold black waters. As he rocks his rusty pannier to the sea's floor in a drifting stain of guano. What family has no mariner in its tree? No fool, no felon, no fisherman. "Who's this, Aunt Martha?" "Do you not know who that is?" He seized a faded picture and scrutinized the girl. She looked out at the void with one cast eye and a slack, uncertain smile. "It's not Mama, is it?" "Why, sure." He turned the page. "It doesn't look like her," he said. The old lady turned back the leaf and regarded the picture. "Well," she said, "it's not a good likeness. She was a whole lot prettier than that. Here's Carol Beth." "How old was she when she died?" 19. Lord, that was a sad time." "This is a dog. He is dead, too. This is the house where the dead lived. It is gone. Lost and gone." "What was the dog's name?" She bent to see. "I disremember," she said. "They had one time named John L. Sullivan, 'cause it was the fightin'est little thing you ever seen. We had one named Jose Iturbi, because it was the pianist dog." "Oh, buddy," she said, slapping his arm, "I'd be ashamed." Suttree turned the page, grinning. Bits of ribbon, hairlocks, fell slowly down over the photos. She reached past him to adjust these from obstruction. An old man came to light, holding a baby in his arms, proposing it stiffly before him like an offering, old lace and swaddled windings that hung from a small, bald and squinting face.
"That's you,"
she said after a silence.
"This is me,"
he said. Cold eyes bored at him out of the cowled coverlet, the congenitally disaffected.
"Lord, you were such an angel. Your mother wished she had all boys."
Suttree's spine convulsed in a long, cold shunting of vertebrae. He looked up at the old woman. She gazed at the photograph through her delicately wired eyeglasses with that constrained serenity of the aged, remembering and nothing more.
"Let me fix some tea," she said.
He lifted the slice of cake and bit into it and turned the page. The old musty album with its foxed and crumbling paper seemed to breathe the reek of the vault. Turning up one by one these dead faces with their wan and loveless gaze out toward the spinning world. Masks of incertitude before the cold glass eye of the camera, or recoiling before this celluloid immortality, or faces simply staggered into gaga by the sheer velocity of time. Old distaff kin coughed up out of the vortex, thin and cracked and mackled and a bit redundant. The landscapes, old backdrops, redundant too, recurring unchanged as if they inhabited another medium than the dry pilgrims shored up on them. Blind moil in the earth's nap, cast up in an eye blink between becoming and done. I am, an artifact of prior races. Some curious person in the past with a penchant for deathbed studies has remembered to us this old man, upreared among his stained coverlets, stale smell of death, wild arms and acrimony, addressing as he did kin long parted, in a fevered apostrophe of invective. The nurse swore they spoke back. He listened, no ranting fool. Commend him gently, whom the wrath he suckled at his heart has wasted more than years. Suttree remembered the blue pools of his dead eyes. He and his sisters filing past the tall old bed, lifted up to see, wax and flesh obscenely wrinkled. In the picture, this old grandfather sat up in his yellowed bedding like a storybook rat, spectacles and nightcap and eyes blind behind the glass. And pictures. The old picnics, family groups, the women bonneted and with flowers, men booted and pistoled. The patriot in his Sam Brown belt and puttees. One of the all but nameless who arrived home in wooden boxes on wintry railway platforms. Tender him down alongside the smoking trucks. Lading bills fluttering in the bitter wind, here and here. We could not believe he was inside. Cold and dry it was. Our shoes cried in the snow all the way home. The least of us tricked out in black, like small monks mourning. A clutch of vultures hobbling in stiff black shoes with musty hymnals in our hands and eyes to the ground. Someone to be thanked for digging in such frozen ground. Weary chant told from an old psalter. The leaves clap shut dully. Pulley, squeak. The mounded flowers sucked slowly into the earth. A soldier held the folded flag to Mama, but she could not look. She pushed gently at it with one hand, a Gorgon's mask of grief behind her black glove. Scoop of dirt rattling, this sobbing, these wails in the quiet winter twilight. Blue streetlights came up beyond the wall as we turned to go. She came with the tea, a tall vaseful, chocked with ice, a curl of lemon. He ladled sugar in. "That's Elizabeth again," said the old lady. "That's as old a picture as there is, I reckon." Between the mad hag's face and this young girl, a vague stellar drift, the wheeling of planets on their ether trunnions. Likenesses of lost souls haunt us from old chromos and tintypes brown with age. Bloodless skull and dry white hair, matriarchal meat drawn lean and dry on frail bone. A bitter refund, ashen among silk and lilies by candlelight in a cold hall. Black lacquered beer on sawhorses wound with crape. I would not cry. My sisters cried.
This here's Uncle Will. You might not remember him. He was like me. He couldn't turn his head to do no good." She turned her head stiffly to show. "Yes. He was a blacksmith. They all had trades." "He was a drunk, he a grifter." Suttree turned up a tinted photograph of a satin-lined, wicker-bound casket with flower surrounds. In the casket, a fat, dead baby, garishly painted, bright fuchsia cheeks. Never ask whose. He closed the cover on this picture book of the afflicted. A soft yellow dust bloomed. Put away these frozen-jawed primates and their annals of ways beset and ultimate dark. What deity in the realms of dementia, what rabid god decocted out of the smoking lobes of hydrophobia could have devised a keeping place for souls so poor as is this flesh, this mawky, worm-bent tabernacle? "What say, boy?" Suttree turned. Clayton was standing in the door, scratching his stomach and grinning. "Hey," Suttree said. They shook hands, and Clayton patted him on the back. "Mama, you know better than let this fool in the kitchen. He'll eat us out of house and home." "Now you hush, Clayton." "What are you boring him with those old pictures for? You want a drink, buddy?" "Why, I'll bet Buddy don't even drink, do you, Buddy?" "Oh, no," Clayton said. "Buddy wouldn't take a drink." Suttree grinned. "Lord, I raised some that will," said the old lady. "I don't know where they get it at." "At Ab Franklin's," said Clayton, grinning and pouring at the sink. "I mean where they take after it from." Clayton pointed with the bottle toward the albums. "Take a look at a few of them old hard-ass sons of bitches in there, and tell me if you think any of them ever took a drink." "Why, Clayton," said the old lady. "You sure you don't want a drink, bud?" "No, thanks." "Put them old moldy pictures up and come out and back here." Suttree slid back his chair and rose and followed him out through the sun porch and into the yard, holding for a moment the cold glass of tea against his forehead. Clayton grinned at him. "You better have a little hair of the dog, bud." "No, I'm all right." Clayton lowered himself into a lawn chair and stretched his naked feet in the grass. "Damn if I didn't tie one on last night," he said. "The last thing I remember was somebody saying, 'Did he have a hat?'" Suttree held a folded bill toward him. "What's that?" "Here, that 20 I owe you." "Hell, that's all right." "No, here." "Hell, I don't need it." "Go on." He pushed it toward him. "You sure you can't use it?" "No. Thanks a lot." Clayton took the bill and tucked it into his shirt pocket. "Well," he said, "that old Crossbar Hotel has got some pretty high rates in it." Suttree took a long drink of iced tea. It had mint in it. He liked the rough leaves against his lip and their rich smell. "It does," he said. "Are you still fishing?" "Yep." "You want a job?" "Nope." Clayton shook the ice in his glass. "You're a funny son of a bitch," he said. Suttree stood looking out across the fields behind the house toward the mountains. He raised his glass and drained it. "Sit down," said Clayton, patting the arm of the other chair. Suttree propped one foot in the seat of the chair and rested his elbow on his knee. A cool breeze swung the kettled creepers hung from the porch joists. "I believe it's fixing to cloud up and rain," Clayton said. "Paper said it was supposed to." "How'd you come out?" "I just walked." "Where from? You didn't walk out from town, did you?" "Well, I cut across from the river. I didn't have anything else to do." "I'll give you a ride back this evening any time you get ready." "That's all right," Suttree said. Aunt Martha came from the kitchen with a fresh pitcher of tea. "You'll stay and take supper with us, won't you?" "I better get on back." The old lady filled his empty glass. "Why, Buddy," she said, "you stay and eat with us." "Thank you, but I better not." "Hell, just stay with us. You don't have anything to do." The old lady bent and poured Clayton's half-filled glass full. He sat looking down at it. "Goddamn," he said. He pitched it out across the grass. "Why, Clayton." Clayton rose and went into the house, muttering to himself. "Buddy, I do wish you'd eat with us."
I appreciate it, Aunt Martha, but I need to get back. Let me bring you another piece of cake. No, thank you, really. She came no higher than his shoulder. He almost reached down to touch her. Clayton called to him from the door. You sure you couldn't use a drink? Suttree shook his head. Clayton came out with his drink, one hand in his hip pocket. They stood there in the shade, the three of them. Suttree drained his glass and handed it to the woman. I got to go, he said. They followed him into the kitchen and through the house. The aunt would have taken his elbow, save that her hands were full. She set the glass and pitcher hastily on the table and caught him up. Suttree turned and was surprised to hear her talking of the weather. You let Clayton take you, she said. They will come a storm this evening, long before you get back to town. I won't melt, he said. He got out the door. Clayton was looking past the top of her head. Take care, Bud. Buddy, you come see us, you hear? He went on down the path into the road. He turned and raised one hand. The old lady waved timidly with just her fingers, and Clayton saluted with his glass. It was much cooler, and the wind was rising. Coils of dust rose in the road and spun off like smoke, and the sky to the west lay banked in a discolored mass of thunderheads. When he reached the highway, large drops of rain were falling. They made hot, slapping sounds on the macadam. He could see the rain coming across the fields, where the darkly overtaken blooms buckled and dipped. He pocketed his hands and slumped, and, country-looking, he went down the edge of the black highway in the advancing downpour. Before he had gone far, an old Hudson pulled alongside him and sat there rocking and smoking and chattering while a man leaned across and lowered the glass just enough to let his voice out. Hop in, old buddy. I hate to get in your car, wet as I am. Can't hurt this old car. Suttree climbed in and they pulled away. He watched the steamy green landscape fade beyond the dance of water on the hood. Boy, it's come a cloudbuster, ain't it? The man said. It is that. The man was leaning over the wheel to see. He nodded toward the dashboard where the radio was glowing. Listen at that there, he said. Suttree inclined one ear. A dim voice on the dashboard had a story to tell. Well, he come down from there, and he said, See every rain cloud up there? And he said, Nary one. And he said, Better go on up there and look again. And he went on up there, neighbors, and he come back down again, and he asked him again, said, Did he see any sign of rain cloud? And he told him no. Said he'd not saw sign one. And he said, Well, better go on up there one more time. And he done it, went up there. And directly he come down again, and he asked him, said, Is there any rain cloud up there now? And he said, Yes. Said, There's one up there about the size of your hat. And he said, Well, boy, you better get off the mountain, 'cause it's fixing to rain. The driver smiled. He could lay it down, can't he? Suttree nodded. I like to hear old J. Basil. He's all the time saying, Ain't that right, Mrs. Mole? Old deep voice. And she'll say, That's right, Mr. Mole. You like to hear him? He's all right, Suttree said. Small birds were crossing the road in the windy sheets of rain. Going up a grade, the wipers died, and the glass peened over with rainwater. Suttree couldn't see out. Beyond radio and exhaust and valve chatter, he could hear thunder rumbling away over the bewept hills. They topped the hill, and the glass cleared in a slow arc. Around a curve, and Suttree pointed. I get out here, he said. The man looked. Where? He said. Here, anywhere along here. You not going to town? No, just right here. The driver looked about, and he looked at Suttree. There ain't nothing here, he said. Just anywhere along here, Suttree said. This is where I get out. The driver pulled up along the graveled shoulder and stopped. He watched Suttree. Suttree climbed out into the downpour. I sure thank you, Suttree said. You're welcome, the man said. Suttree banged the door shut and stood back. The car moved out onto the highway. Through the rundled glass, he could see the man's face turn again, as if to fix him there. Suttree crossed the road in the rain and blue motor smoke and descended an embankment into the fields. He went cross-country among easy hills and sometime pasture land, through a copse of dark cedars where the ground was almost dry, down a long and narrow limestone draw where small flat cactus clung to the south walls, and the rain swept grayly across the ledges and swirled away before him. He came out on the bluff and went on up the hill toward the house. Came through the weeds upon a walkway of herringboned brick, all but overgrown. Past cracked urns, bedight with concrete flora, broad steps, tall fluted columns with their shattered paint. The immense and stark facade seemed to recoil before his footfalls. As he entered the foyer, 3 young boys dropped like stricken bats from a balcony above the main reception room to his right, and lit soundless on the dusty floor, and passed out through a window in the opposite wall. A chandelier lay burst in the floor. He stepped around it and ascended the left-hand stairway, slowly curving into the dusky upper chambers, keeping to the wall because, save random jagged spindles, the balustrade was gone. At the top of the stairs stood newel and finial intact, and solitary like a rococo hitching post. He wandered dripping through the high rooms with their ruined plaster, the buckled wainscot, the wallpaper hanging in great deciduous fronds, small mounds of human stool with stained shreds of newsprint. From an upper window he watched the 3 boys go along the brow of the hill in the rain. Wedges of dry, cracked glazing lay among the broken panes of glass in the floor. Below the window a mossy courtyard where old concrete dolphins rusted in a dry fountain, and the dark, hand-kilned bricks of the walkways lay grown with moss and lichens. Black ivy crept the garden walls, and small mute birds peeped out. Across the river, the rainy Hodden landscape, he could see traffic going along the boulevard, locked in another age of which some dread vision had afforded him this lonely cognizance. He emerged from the narrow back stairwell and came up the hall with slow tread over the weather-sprung parquetry, past great doors of solid cherry split open in long fibrous cracks and plundered of their knobs and hardware. Into this drawing-room with high plaster frieze and foliate scrollwork, prolapsed and water-stained ceiling, the sagging coffers. He turned, a vain figure in the ruins. Blind Pargit cherubs watched from the high corners. "Hello!" he called, a voice that went from room to room and back again. "Gods and fathers, what has happened here? Good friends, where is their clemency?" One spring morning, timing the lean, near-liquid progress of a horse on a track, the dust exploding, the rapid hasping of his hocks, coming up the straight, foreshortened and a wobble, and passing elongate and bird-like with harsh breath and slatted brisket heaving, and the muscles sliding and bunching in clock-like flexion under the wet black hide, and a gout of foam hung from the long jaw, and then gone in a muted hoof-clatter. The aging magistrate snapped his thumb from the keep of the stopwatch he held, and palmed it into his waistcoat pocket, and looking at nothing, nor child nor horse, said anent that simple comparison of rotary motions and in the oratory to which he was prone that they had witnessed a thing against which time would not prevail. He meant a thing to be remembered, but the young apostate by the rail at his elbow had already begun to sicken at the slow seeping of life. He could see the shape of the skull through the old man's flesh, here sand in the glass, lives running out like something foul, night soil from a cesspipe, a measured dripping in the dark. The clock has run, the horse has run, and which has measured which? He moved along the hall toward the dining room. Paint on these old paneled doors crazed and yellowed like old porcelain. Something more than time has passed here. In this banquet hall, scene of old heraldic feasts, Suttree in silent recognition of the somewhat illustrious dead. Large companies seated, a fat marcassin to adorn the board. The male bone coupling rearing white and steaming up from the broken meat. Eyes watch. A malediction for those belated on the road, and now commence. Mad trenchermen in armed sorties above the platters, the clang of steel, the stained and dripping chops, the eyes sidling. Yard dogs and starving palyards contest the scraps among the straw. There is nothing laid to table save meat and water. There is no sound of human speech. Beyond the muted clamor at the board there is a faint echo of another chase. Far hue and cry and distant horns and hounds in pain with eagerness. The master of the table has looked up. Down Murray Fields another hunt has cried the stag. A shield crashes to the floor, and 3 white birds ascend to the rafters and roost uncertainly. The master wipes his fingers in his hair, and his rising says that the feast is done. Outside darkness has begun, and the hounds' voices are chimes in the distance that toll 7 and cease. They wait for the water-bearer to come, but he does not come and does not come. Suttree went out through the kitchen and through the ruined garden to the old road. Reprobate scion of doomed Saxon clans, out of a rainy day, dreams surmised. Old paint on an old sign said dimly to keep out. Someone must have turned it around because it posted the outer world. He went on anyway. He said that he was only passing through. At night he could hear the sewage gurgling and shuttling along through the pipes hung from the bridge's underbelly overhead. The hum of tires. Faint streetlight fell beyond the dark palings of sumac and blackberry. He rubbed his stomach and belched in his crepuscular solitude. The lamp at his elbow turned down so that the small flame burned in the glass bell ruby black. He has eaten for his supper an entire chicken boiled in a lard pail, and he himself is the bat-fowler who crossed like smoke the dark garden patches above First Creek, something out of the night that drifted bedraped with dead hens down toward the moonlit miasma, whitening the cleft of the glen, the ragged trees that seemed to be breathing cold, crossing the small and wretched estuary by a fallen truck door, and climbing rapidly the far side toward the arches of the viaduct. Suttree came, each day new marvels. They sat in purloined lawn chairs and watched a pigeon ringing down, standing off with backing wings and neck hooked, while his pink petty-singles reached to grasp the pole, and then, like the dove itself descending, the bird limbed in blue flame and a hot crackle of burnt feathers, and the thing pitching backward to fall black into the ground in a plume of acrid smoke. "Gene," Suttree said. "Slick, ain't it?" "Gene." "Yeah? What have you got that pole wired to?" Harrogate pointed. "Them light wires yonder. What I done, I got me some copper wire and wired it and tied one end to a rock and throwed it—" "Gene." "Yeah? What the hell do you reckon is going to happen when somebody touches that pole?" Harrogate hadn't even risen to secure the bird. He sat there squatting in the lawn chair with his arms wrapped around his knees, smoked odor of his ragged clothes, looking up at the pole and then at Suttree. "Well," he said, "I'd say it'd knock 'em on their ass." "It would kill them." Harrogate looked mildly speculative. "You reckon it would?" he said. Another day, pigs. A whole covey of red shoats, loose from some hillside hog pen that crossed a clearing in the blackened vines and went on down creek toward the river. Harrogate watched them, and then suddenly sat very erect, looking around. "If them niggers catches you eating one of their hogs, they will have your ass," he said. "But they gotta catch me." He rose and started down the hill toward the road and toward the creekside jungle where the pigs had gone. As he went, he studied the pens scattered among the trees on the hillside above him, eclectic shelters hammered up out of snuff signs and boards and odds of fencing, all hung in plumbless suspension down the bald and rain-gutted slope. He could see no one hunting hogs. When he struck the path along the creek, he could see the tracks of the pigs here and there in the patches of black mire like the delicately pointed prints of small deer. Coming past a collection of old water heaters, he started them, and they flushed into the wall of ivy with high, raspy snorts. He picked one out and dove after it. It went through a mass of vines and over a mound of broken fruit jars and disappeared with an agonized squall. Harrogate fetched up in a small clearing. He had tilted himself into a locust tree and was bleeding in several places. He could hear the pigs diminishing in the distance. When they came out on the riverbank at the point, they paused to test the air. They started downstream at about the time that Harrogate emerged from the brush, and they checked and swung back along the creek, their noses dishing and their eyes white. They defiled down a gully to the water and bunched and jerked their noses at it and came back. Harrogate was closing on them like a gangly tiptoe spider. They veered with new alarm and snuffled and went on down the point.
"Looky here at these pigs, Daddy."
A man rose up from the tall grass where he had been sitting and put his hand on top of his hat and turned around. The pigs flared like quail. They passed Harrogate, some to the left and some to the right, all screaming, and he looked about and threw himself finally in the general direction of the pigs and landed full length with a grunt. When he came upon them next, they were feeding in a bower of honeysuckle, turning up the black earth and devouring worms and grubs and roots with subdued, hoggish joy. Harrogate watched them through the vines, admiring them for plumpness, salivating slightly. He had resolved upon a rush, the pigs being too wary for stealth. He came headlong through the honeysuckle, his eye on one pig and one pig only. They squealed and went rocketing through the underbrush, his the fleetest of the pack. In no time they were gone. He stood leaning against a tree, his hand on his chest, panting. He turned around. There was a sustained, muffled screeching coming from behind him. He retraced his steps and crossed the chopped ground of the clearing. Following the sound, he came upon a pig with its head in a bucket. As he approached, it went running. It crashed into a tree and fell back and lay there squealing. He ran to it and seized it by the hind leg. It kicked and peeled back a long flap of hide from his forearm. He dropped it again and tried to push the skin back over the wound. "God damn!" he said. The pig went on through the bushes. He could hear it caroming about, the bucket banging and the pig screeching. He plunged after it. It ran head-on into the creek and floundered there in the filthy water with gurgling screams. Harrogate launched out bird-like and fell upon the shoat with an enormous splash. He came, bedraggled and wet and filthy, up through the woods, dragging the pig by the hind legs, casting about for something to knock it in the head with. He finally selected a stick and laid the pig down, pinning the rear feet to the ground with one hand. He began to beat the back of the pig's head, what of it showed above the bucket rim, knocking the bail off, denting in the bucket, raising bloody wheals along the pig's neck, and the pig shrieking until finally the stick broke and he flung it away. The pig gave a great jerk, and he fell upon it to hold it down. "Shit almighty," he said. He came up with the pig, holding it about the waist, the bucket against the side of his face, and blood running all down the front of him, hugging it while it kicked and shat. Coming up the creek, walking spraddle-legged and half staggering until finally he must stop to rest. He and the pig sitting in a copse of kudzu, quietly getting their strength back, like a pair of spent degenerates. Every time the pig squirmed, Harrogate would call down into the bucket for it to quit. His arms were getting tired, and the one that had been peeled was hurting. He struggled up again with the pig and got as far as the garden of water heaters when his eye fell on a piece of pipe laying naked and unattached upon the ground. He picked it up and hefted it, the pig sagging in his arm, its forefeet sticking out. He laid the pig down, kneeling on it until he could get both hind feet in a good grip, and then he raised the pipe and swung with all his strength. Blood spewed from under the edge of the bucket. The pig screamed and gave a mighty surge and began to run sideways in a circle, dragging through the black leaves and rubbish. Harrogate swung again. The bucket went skittering off, and the pig's fear-crazed eye looked up at him. A whitish matter was seeping from its head, and one ear hung down half off. He brought the pipe down again over its skull, starting the eye from its socket. The pig hadn't stopped screaming. "Die, goddamn you!" panted Harrogate, swinging the pipe. The pig humped and stiffened, He bashed it again, spattering brains over the ground. It stretched out, trembled, and quit. Harrogate stood over his victim with a heaving chest and cursed it. He pitched the pipe away and hefted the pig by its hind legs and got it over his shoulder, its bloody head flopping, the brains bulging soft and wet from one side of its broken skull. He labored up to the edge of the road and laid the pig in the dusty bushes and rested. Before starting across the road, he checked to see that no one was about. Strange urchin dragging a dead pig. A trail of blood. Twigs, small stones, clung to the clot of brains. He dragged it up the path and under the viaduct and laid it on the cool earth and sat looking at it. He honed his shoplifted pocket knife on a small stone and knelt down by the dead pig and took it by one leg and held it so for a minute and then let the leg go. He squatted on his heels and flipped the knife into the dirt 2 or 3 times, his forehead wrinkled. Finally, he raised the pig's leg and stuck the blade into the pig's stomach. Then he had another thought, and seized one ear and rested the head up and hacked open the throat. Blood poured out and ran over the dirt. Now he sliced the pig open and hauled forth the guts, great armloads of them. He'd never seen so many. What to do with them? He lugged them down the path and flung them into the bushes and came back. As he had no way of scalding the pig, he had decided upon skinning it. When the owner of the pig arrived, he found a scrawny and blood-covered white boy-child standing on what was left of his property, sawing at it with a knife and hauling on the skin and cursing. The dirty, half-flayed pig looked like something recovered from a shallow grave. He was a black of a contemplative nature, and he was just slightly drunk, and he stood leaning there against the abutment of the viaduct and took a sip from a half-pint bottle and slipped it back into his hip pocket and wiped his mouth and watched this spectacle of frenzied mayhem with a troubled gaze. "Ah," said Harrogate when he glimpsed him leaning there. The owner nodded his head. "Mm-hmm," he said. "Heidi." He turned his head and spat and regarded Harrogate with one eye slightly veiled. "You ain't seen a stray shoat-abouts, have you?" "A what?" "Little old hog. A young hog." Harrogate tittered nervously. "Hog?" he said in a high voice. "Hog." "Well, I got this one here." He pointed at it with the knife. The black craned his head to peer. "Oh," he said. "I thought that was somebody." "Somebody?" "Yes, you say that's a hog?" "Yes," said Harrogate. "It's a hog." "You wouldn't care for me to look at it, would you?" "No, no." He gestured at it. "Go ahead." The black man came forward and bent and studied the pig's ruined head. He took hold of the tip of the ear and turned it slightly. "This hog's dead," he said. "Yes, sir." "I swear if it don't look almost exactly like one I had up at my place." "It was just sort of running around." "What was your plans for this here hog, if you don't care for my asking?" "Well, I'd sort of figured on eating it." "Uh-huh.
Do you mean to say it was urine?"
If I'm not mistook."
"Well, foot fire. If it's urine, why then just go on and take it."
The owner was looking about the little camp for the first time. "You live here?" he said.
"Yes, sir."
"I see lights over here of a night."
"I generally keep a lantern going."
"I guess it's cold in under here, in the winter."
"Well, I ain't been here in the winter yet."
"I see."
"You say you live up on the hill yonder?"
"Yes. You can see my place from just out here."
"Boy, I like it down here, don't you? I mean, you're close to town and all. And they don't nobody bother you."
The owner looked at Harrogate, and he looked at the pig. "Boy," he said, "what do you reckon I'm going to do with that there mess?"
"I don't know," said Harrogate in a quick, nervous voice.
"Well, you better think of something."
"I'd take it if you didn't want it."
"Take it?"
"Yes, sir."
Is you prepared to compensate me for that there hog?
Do what?
Pay me.
Pay ye?
Now you got it right. Harrogate was still standing astraddle the deceased animal, and now he unstood himself from over it and wiped his bloody hands down the side of his trouser legs and looked up at the owner.
How much? He said.
$10.
$10?
It'd have brung every cent of it.
I ain't got no $10.
Then I reckon you'll have to work it out.
Work it out?
Work. That's how most folks gets their living. Them what ain't prowling other folks' hog pens.
What if I don't?
I'll law you.
Oh.
You can start in the morning.
What do you want me to do with this?
The owner had already started out through the weeds. He turned and looked back at Harrogate and at the hog. You can do whatever you want with it, he said. It's your'n.
How do I find you up yonder?
You asked for Rufus Wiley. You'll find me.
How much an hour do I get? To work it out at?
Harrogate was fairly shouting across the space between them there under the viaduct, although Rufus was not yet 30 feet away. 50 cents an hour.
I'll take 75,
called Harrogate. But Rufus didn't even answer this. All that night, cats moaned in the dark like cats in rut, and circled and spat. Lean dogs came from the weeds, high-hackled and tail-tucked, with their lips crimped and teeth bright red in the light of the road lanterns. Beyond, in the dark, where the guts lay, they circled and snapped and glided in like sharks. He lay by a dying fire in the creeping damp and listened to the snarling and rending out there, until some hour toward dawn, when these windfall innards had been divided and consumed, and even the most brazen cur had decided not to risk the red hell of lanterns surrounding Harrogate's hog where it hung. The spoilers all slunk away to silence one by one, and only a thin cat squall came back, far, now farther, from the hill beyond the creek. When Harrogate went down the little path toward the hog lot, lugging the pail of slops before him in two hands, all the small pigs had been returned to the pen, and they greeted him with squeals and snorts, jostling along the fence, their pale, hammer-shaped snouts working in the mesh. He looked back over his shoulder toward the house and then fetched the nearest a good kick in the head. He poured the curdled, stinking mess down a rough board chute and stepped back. The pigs grunted and shoved and slurped at the swill, and Harrogate shook his head. In the adjoining pen, the sow lay sleeping in the mud. He moved along the fence and bent to study her. Striped lice the size of lizards traversed the pink, nigh hairless swine's hide. He picked up a piece of coal and threw it, and it made a dull thump against the fat barrel of her bulk. Her ears twitched, and she raised up and snuffed about. The chunk of coal lay just behind her foreleg, and she found it and set to eating it, grinding it up with great crunching sounds, a black drool swinging from her jowls. When it was gone, she looked up at Harrogate to see if there were more. Harrogate pursed his lips and spat between her eyes, but she seemed not to notice.
"You're crazier than shit," he said.
The hog tested the air with her snout, and Harrogate turned and went back to the house.
"Don't set that bucket in here," she said. "This ain't no hog pen."
Harrogate gave her a malignant look and went back out again.
"When's dinner?" he said, his face at the screen door. "When it's done?" "Shit," he said. "What you say?" "Nothing. I hear him say for you to cut some wood."
Harrogate spat and made his way across the small, scrabbled lot to the woodpile. Pullets trotted off before him, a patchy band of birds in molt, small leprous fowl that scudded across the mud with bald, pin-shaft rumps. He picked up a hand-axe used for splitting kindling and set about chopping ants in two as they crossed a pine log.
"Niggers," he said. "Shit."
On the other hand, he was eating pretty good. Long after he'd worked out the price of the shoat, he was still around to fetch and carry or lie these last warm days in a den in the honeysuckle and read comic books he'd stolen. Risible picture tales of walking green cadavers and drooling ghouls. Next door but one lived a pair of nubile young black girls, and he used to hang from a tree limb outside their window at night in hopes of seeing them undress. Mostly they just stepped out of their cotton dresses and went to bed in their undershirts. He tried to lure the younger one to his bower in the honeysuckle with promises of comic books. She said, "Me and Martha come down there directly she gets in." They came, sidling and giggling after supper, and carried off his whole supply. Visions of plump young midnight tits, long dusky legs. It was September now, a season of rains. The gray sky above the city washed with darker scud, like ink, curling in a squid's wake. The blacks could see the boy's fire at night, and glimpses of his veering silhouette slotted in the high nave, outsized among the arches. All night a ruby glow suffuses the underbridge from his garish chancel lamps. The city's bridges all betrolled now, what with old ventriloquists and young melon fanciers. The smoke from their fires issues up unseen among the soot and dust of the city's right commerce. Sometimes in the evenings Suttree would bring beers, and they'd sit there under the viaduct and drink them. Harrogate with questions of city life. "You ever get so drunk you kissed a nigger?" Suttree looked at him. Harrogate with one eye narrowed on him to tell the truth. "I've been a whole lot drunker than that," he said. "Worst thing I ever done was to burn down old lady Arwood's house." "You burned down an old lady's house?" "Like to have burnt her down in it. I was put up to it. I wasn't but 10-year-old. "Not old enough to know what you were doing?" "Yeah." "Hell no, that's a lie. I knowed it, and I done it anyways." "Did it burn completely down?" "Plumb to the ground. Left the chimbley standing was all. It burnt for a long time before she come out." "Did you not know she was in there?" "I disremember. I don't know what I was thinking. She come out and run to the well and drawed a bucket of water, and throwed it at the side of the house, and then just walked off towards the road. I never got such a whipping in my life. My old man liked to have killed me." "Your daddy?" "Yeah. He was alive then. My sister told them deputies when they come out to the house. They come out to tell her I was in the hospital over them watermelons. She told them I didn't have no daddy, was how come I got in trouble. But shit fire. I was mean when I did have one. It didn't make no difference." "Were you sorry about it? The old lady's house, I mean." "Sorry I got caught." Suttree nodded and tilted his beer. It occurred to him that other than the melon caper, he'd never heard the city rat tell anything but naked truth. In the long, windy days of fall, Harrogate joined the blacks to fish for carp at the point, smiling and incompetent. A pale arm among darker, waving from the shore to Suttree as he set forth in the cool mornings. Suttree busy caulking up the batboards of his shanty with old newsprint. The cooler days have brought a wistful mood upon him. The smell of coal smoke in the air at night. Old times, dead years. For him, such memories are bitter ones. Tripping through the dew has a muskrat coat bought in a junk shop on Central Avenue, which he has dyed purple. Mother She has come from up country with sacks and jars of the season's herbs. Her little yard lies deep with sere brown locust pods. In the trees, small victims struggle, toad or shrulet among the thorns where they've been impaled, and the shrike who put them there trills from a nearby light wire, and it has begun to rain again. And from his Fleer-glass window the shut-in watches for idle travelers on the path below, gripping the worn oak arms of his wheelchair, wishing all on to a worse hell yet. The ragman hurried home with dark hard at his heels. When he reached the end of the bridge, the lights went up behind him, and he turned to look back for a moment, before he ducked past the railing and down the red clay path to his home. Crouched before his fire, he could see the stars come out in the darkening river. He kneaded his bony hands and watched the shapes flame took among the sticks of wood as if some portent might be read there. He smacked his gums and spat and gestured with his hands. He'd stood off a family of trash pickers in the alley that morning. There, under the deep-walled shadows where the windows were barred and iron fire stairs hung in chains overhead, setting the dark brick corridor full of voices, aged but spoken with authority. Run them off like rats. And out of there, you, and don't come back. Suttree rose from the rock where he'd been sitting and shook the stiffness from one knee. The old man looked up at him. From under the whites of his eyeballs peeked a rim of the red flame that raged in his head. "You come back and find me dead," he began. "Find me laying here dead. You just throw some coal oil on me and set me alight, you hear?" Suttree looked off toward the river and the lights, and then he looked at the ragman again. "You'll outlive me," he said. "No, I won't neither. Will you do it?" Suttree wiped his mouth. "I'll pay ye." "Pay me? What will you take? I'll give you $1. "Good God, I don't want $1. "What would you have to have?" "You wouldn't burn." He gestured with his hands. "You wouldn't burn up with just coal oil thrown on you. It'd just make a big stink." "I'll get some by-God gasoline, then. I'll get 5 gallon and have it setting here at all times." They'd send out the fire trucks when they saw that. "I don't give a good shit what they send. Will you?" "All right. You won't take no $1? "No." "I hold ye to your word, now." "Whatever's right," said Suttree. "I ain't no infidel. Don't pay no mind to what they say." "No. I always figured there was a God." "Yes. I just never did like him." As he was going up Gay Street, J-Bone stepped from a door and took his arm. "Hey, Bud," he said. "How you doing?" "I was just started down to see you. Come in, have a cup of coffee." They sat at the counter at Helm's. J-Bone kept tapping his spoon. When the coffee was set before them, he turned to Suttree. "Your old man called me," he said. "He wanted you to call home. People in hell want ice water." "Hell, Bud, it might be something important." Suttree tested the cup rim against his lower lip and blew. "Like what?" he said. "Well, something in the family, you know. I think you ought to call." He put the cup down. "All right," he said. "What was it?" "Why don't you call him?" "Why don't you tell me?" "Will you not call?" "No." J-Bone was looking at the spoon in his hand. He blew on it and shook his head, the distort image of him upside down in the spoon's bowl, misting away and returning. "Well," he said. "Who's dead, Jim?" He didn't look up. "Your little boy," he said. Suttree set his cup down and looked out the window. There was a small pool of spilled cream on the marble countertop at his elbow, and flies were crouched about it, lapping like cats. He got up and went out. It was dark when the train left the station. He tried to sleep, his head rolling about on the musty headrest. There was no longer a club car or dining car, no service anymore. An old black came through with his zinc sandwich tray and drink cooler. He passed down the corridor of the semi-darkened car, crying his wares softly, and disappeared through the door at the far end. A racket of wheels from the roadway, and a slip of cool air. The sleepers slept. The sad and dimly lit backside of the town went down the windows. Fence rails, weed lots, barren autumn fields sliding blackly off under the stars. They went across the flatland toward the Cumberlands. The old car rocking down the rails, and the pole wires sewing tirelessly the night beyond the cold window glass. He woke in various small mountain towns through the early hours of the morning. Old people with baskets laboring up the aisle. Black families with sleepy children clumping past, whispering. The rusty coaches wheezing and steaming, and then the slow, accumulate creaking and grating of iron as they pulled out again. It had grown cold in the night. But he was numb with other weathers. An equinox in the heart, ill change, unluck. Suttree held his face in his hands, child of darkness and familiar of small dooms. He himself used to wake in terror to find whole congregations of the uninvited attending his bed, protean figures slouched among the room's dark corners in all multiplicity of shapes, gibbons and gargoyles, arachnoids of outrageous size, a bat-shaped creature hung by some cunning in a high corner, from whence clicked and winked like bone chimes its incandescent teeth. In the cold autumn dawn that crept the fields, he woke and watched the passing countryside through the glass. Light rain or mist, small beads of water racing on the pane. They crossed a creek by an old trestle, black creosoted timbers flicking past. On the gray water, two boys in a skiff, motionless, watching the faces pass like a film strip above them. One raised a hand, a solemn gesture. In the distance, smoking mill stacks arranged upon a gray and barren plain. Somewhere beyond them, the cold rain falling in a new-dug grave. The train lurched and rumbled, went pounding down a long levee with marsh and swampland smoking in the bluish light. A white egret, one-legged and livid in the water, quartered to a darker antipode, and rigid as a plaster lawn bird. Stark woods beyond, a few leaves falling. Suttree wiped his eyes with his shoulders, and rose and went down the aisle past the stale and empty seats. He stood between cars, the upper half of the door latched back, and the cool morning wind blowing in. Leaning with his elbows propped, the car rocking and swaying as they came into the yards. Staccato lights tracking in the gray freeze out there. In an upper window, a man in his undershirt with his braces hanging. Across the narrow space, he and Suttree looked at each other for just a moment before he was snapped away. The gray steel trusses of a bridge went past, went past, went past. In the sidelong morning light, he saw the shadowed half-shapes of auto shells crouching in dying ivy down a long and barren gut. In the station, Suttree stood bending to deal with a small man in a cage, polished blue suit, a lapel badge. 10 o'clock, the man said. He nodded. There's no other transportation out there, I don't guess. The little man was stamping long rolls of ticket. He pouched his lower lip and shook his head. Thanks. Unless you want to take a cab, costs right smart. Thanks, Suttree said. He found a crystal near the bus station and had scrambled eggs and toast, and he looked through the newspaper but could see no news for him. At 10 o'clock he boarded the bus and leaned back and closed his eyes. Remorse lodged in his gorge like a great salt cinder. What will she say? What will her mother say? Her father? Suttree got up and swung down toward the door, but the bus had already started. He hung by one hand, swaying. All night he'd tried to see the child's face in his mind, but he couldn't. All he could remember was the tiny hand in his as they went to the carnival fair, and a fleeting image of elf's eyes wonderstruck at the wide world in its wheeling. Where a Ferris wheel swung in the night, and painted girls were dancing, and skyrockets went aloft and broke to shed a harlequin light above the fairgrounds and the upturned faces. They watched him from the porch, gathered there like a sitting for some old sepia tintype, the mother's hand on the seated patriarch's shoulder. Watched him coming up the walk with his empty hands and burnt-looking eyes. Suttree's abandoned wife. She came down the steps slowly, Madonna bereaved, so grief-stunned and wooden pietà of perpetual dawn. The birds were hushed in the presence of this gravity, and the derelict that she had taken for the son of light himself was consumed in shame like a torch. She touched him as a blind person might. Deep in the floor of her welling eyes, dead leaves scudding. "Please go away," she said. "When is the funeral?" 3 o'clock, please, buddy. "I won't. Don't say anything, please. I can't bear it." By now the mother had come from the porch. She was dressed in black and closed upon them, soundless as a plague, her bitter, twisted face looming, axe mark for a mouth, and eyes crazed with hatred. She tried to speak, but only a half-strangled scream came out. The girl was thrown aside, and this demented harridan was at him, clawing, kicking, gurgling with rage. The girl tried to pull her away. "Mother!" she wailed. "Mother!" The old lady had gotten Suttree's finger in her mouth and was gnawing on it like a famished ghoul. He seized her by the throat. The three of them went to the ground. Suttree could feel something thudding at the base of his skull. The old man had come from the porch and was hitting him with his shoe. He tried to get to his feet. The girl was screaming, "Stop it, you all! Oh, God, stop it!" "Get the police, Leon!" screamed the old lady. "I'll hold him!" Suttree staggered erect in the midst of this sorry spectacle, groaning like a bear. The old man had fallen back. The girl was pulling at the old lady, but she was hanging onto his leg with a maniac's strength, and gibbering the while. "You ghastly bitch," he said, and fetched her a kick in the side of the head, which stretched her out. With this, the girl fell upon him in much the same manner. He flung her back and tottered away a few steps to get his breath. The old man was coming from the house loading his shotgun as he ran. Suttree vaulted through the hedge. He crossed a lawn and went through another hedge and down a small lane, past some chickens in a foul-smelling pen, the birds flaring and squawking. Suttree crossing through another yard and coming out alongside a house, where a man in a lawn chair looked up from the nothing he was contemplating and smiled curiously. Suttree nodded to him and went on down the drive into the road. He looked back, but no one was coming. He walked on out to the highway and squatted by the side of the road to rest, and when a car came down the pike, he rose to flag it with his thumb. In a few minutes, another car came along, and this one stopped. Suttree climbed in and said hello. The man looked at him once or twice with alarm. Suttree looked down at himself. The front of his shirt was ripped open, and his left hand was covered with blood. He zipped up his jacket, and they rode on in silence. A small town in the flatlands. He had been here once, but remembered it little. A fresh breeze was herding leaves along the walkways, and little shop signs swung and creaked in the smoky air. He pointed toward the curb, and the man pulled over to let him out. "Much obliged," the man nodding. Suttree could see him looking over the seat for bloodstains as he pulled away. He went to the pool hall and washed up and looked at his hand. 4 bright slashes on his jaw. He plucked small bits of harrowed flesh from the edges of the wounds and daubed at them with a wet paper towel. The face in the mirror that watched was gray and the eyes sunken. He put on his jacket and went to the front counter and asked to use the telephone. The man nodded toward it. There was a directory hanging from a chain. He opened to the back and found 2 listings under funeral parlors. Dialed the first and spoke with a soft-voiced girl. "Are you the people in charge of the Suttree funeral?" "Yes, sir. That's at 3 o'clock this afternoon." Suttree didn't hear. The words Suttree funeral had caused him to let the receiver fall away from his ear. "Hello?" said the girl. "Yes," said Suttree. "Where's the burial to be?" "At McCammon Cemetery." "Where is that?" The girl didn't answer for a moment. Then she said, "The cortege will be going directly to the cemetery after the services. If you cared to join, or if you—" "Thank you," Suttree said. "But if you could just give me directions." He walked about in the town. Peaceful and sunny in the mid-Americas on an autumn day. The dread in his heart was a thing he had not felt since he feared his father in the aftermath of some child's transgression. He ate a sandwich in the drugstore, and in the afternoon he started out toward the cemetery. Along a little country road, where leaves lay in yellow windrows through the woods or tumbled over the dark macadam. It was an hour's walk, and few cars passed. 2 stonework columns marked the entrance, the chain down and heaped in the grass. He went down the little gravel road among the stones until he saw on a hill a green canopy. Two men were sitting in the grass, eating their lunch. Suttree nodded to them as he passed. Beneath the canopy were folding chairs in rows, a green canvas mound with flowers arranged. He couldn't bring himself to ask if this were the place where his dead son was going, and he walked on. If there were other burials in preparation, he would see them. In an older part of the cemetery, he saw some people strolling. Elderly gent with a cane, his wife on his arm. They didn't see him. They went on among the tilted stones and rough grass, the wind coming from the woods, cold in the sunlight. A stone angel in her weathered marble robes, the downcast eyes. The old people's voices drift across the lonely space, murmurous above these places of the dead. The lichens on the crumbling stones like a strange green light. The voices fade. Beyond the gentle clash of weeds, he sees them stoop to read some quaint inscription, and he pauses by an old vault that a tree has half dismantled with its growing. Inside there is nothing, no bones, no dust. How surely are the dead beyond death. Death is what the living carry with them, a state of dread, like some uncanny foretaste of a bitter memory. But the dead do not remember, and nothingness is not a curse. Far from it. He sat in the dappled light among the stones. A bird sang. Some leaves were falling. He sat with his hands palm up on the grass beside him like a stricken puppet, and he thought no thoughts at all. At mid-afternoon, an old Packard hearse came wending through the woods, leading a few cars, and circled the canopy on the hill and parked on the far side. The cars came quietly to rest, and people in black emerged. Steel doors dropped shut softly one by one. The mourners moved graveward. 4 pallbearers lifted the small coffin from the funeral car and carried it to the tent. Suttree came up over the hill in time to see it go. Some flowers fell. He walked up the hill above the gravesite and stood numbly. The little bier with its floral offerings had come to rest on a pair of straps across the mouth of the grave. A preacher stood at the ready. The light in this little glade where they stood seemed suffused with immense clarity, and the figures appeared to burn. Suttree stood by a tree, but no one noticed him. The preacher had begun. Suttree heard no word of what he said until his own name was spoken. Then everything became quite clear. He turned and laid his head against the tree, choked with a sorrow he had never known. When all the words were done, a few stepped forth and placed a flower, and the straps began to lower, the casket and child sinking into the grave. A group of strangers commending Suttree's son to earth. The mother cried out and sank to the ground and was lifted up and helped away, wailing, "Stabat Mater Dolorosa." Remember her hair in the morning before it was pinned, black, rampant, savage with loveliness, as if she slept in perpetual storm. Suttree went to his knees in the grass, his hands cupped over his ears. Someone touched his shoulder. When he looked up, there was no one there. The last of the motorcade was moving down the little drive toward the gate, and save the 2 sextons crouched in the hillside grass like jackals, he was alone. He rose and went down to the grave. There, among flowers and the perfume of the departed ladies, and the faint iron smell of the earth, to stand looking down into a full-size 6-foot grave with this small box resting in the bottom of it. Pale man-child, were their last agonies? Were you in terror? Did you know? Could you feel the claw that claimed you? And who is this fool kneeling over your bones, choked with bitterness? And what could the child know of the darkness of God's plan? Or how flesh is so frail it is hardly more than a dream? When he looked up, the gravediggers were watching him from the side of the hill. He called to them, but they didn't answer. Thinking him mad with grief, perhaps. Perhaps he addressed his God. "You too. Hey!" They looked at each other, and after a time rose slowly and came shambling down across the green like ordinaries in a Teutonic drama. Suttree was sitting on one of the folding chairs. He gestured loosely at the grave. "Can you fill this in now?" They looked at each other, and then one of them folded his arms and looked down. "Orville's coming with the tractor," he said. "We was just supposed to fold these here chairs and stack 'em," the other said. "They gotta come out and take the tent down." Suttree stared at them. The one with his arms crossed began to rock up and down on his heels and look about. "Orville and them be here directly," the other one said. Suttree rose from the chair and pulled back the canvas drop where it was thrown over the mound of earth. A few racks of flowers toppled. A pick and 2 spades lay there, and he took up one of the spades and sank it into the loose dirt, and hefted it, and sent a load of clods rattling over the little coffin. The 2 men looked at each other. "We gotta get them straps," the one said. "You better get 'em, then," said Suttree, swinging a spade-load of clay. "Well, hold up a minute." The smaller man stepped down into the grave to free the straps, and the other one hauled them up. "You want this here wreath?" said the man in the grave, raising up, just his head sticking out. He shook it. "It's got dirty," he said. "Get out of there," said Suttree. He climbed out and stood back. "Orville and them will be here in a minute," he said. Suttree didn't answer. He labored on, shoveling the dirt, the 2 men watching. After a while they began to stir about, folding shut the chairs and stacking them against the corner pole of the canopy. Suttree stopped and took off his jacket, and then bent to work again. Before the grave was half filled, a truck entered the cemetery gates, towing a lowboy with a tractor chained to the bed. The tractor was rigged with a front loader. They came up the hill and swung down alongside the tent. The driver of the truck looked down at Suttree, his chin on his arm. He spat and looked out over the cemetery grounds and opened the door and climbed down. "I allowed you to have this thing down," he called out. Suttree looked. The other 2 men were smoking and grinning and shuffling their feet. The 3 of them looked over at him. He shoveled on. The driver and the lowboy climbed out, and the 4 of them stood around talking and smoking. "I don't know," one of them said. "He just jumped up and went to shoveling." "I reckon he was. I don't know. No, he was sitting up here on the side of the hill." "Hey," called one of the new men. Suttree looked up. "We got a tractor here to do that with if you want to wait a minute." Suttree wiped his brow with the back of his sleeve and kept on shoveling. The men trod out their cigarettes in the grass and set about uncleating ropes, gouging stakes from the ground. They hauled down the canopy and folded it out on the ground, and Suttree worked on in the open air. They disjointed the pipework frame and loaded poles and ropes and canvas in the truck and passed the folded chairs in after. "We might as well leave the tractor on the float," one of the men said. "We gonna do them sides in the morning?" "We'll have to. It's done past quitting time now." They sat in the grass watching him. Already it was evening and overcast, and before he was done a small rain came, cold and slowly falling out of the south autumn sky. Suttree pitched a final shovelful of clods over the little mound and dropped the spade and picked up his jacket and turned to go. "You can ride in with us if you want," one of the men said. He looked up. They were squatting in the rear of the truck, watching the rain. He went on. Before he reached the cemetery gates, a gray car with a gold escutcheon on the door came down the little gravel road and stopped alongside him. A paunchy man in tan gabardines looked up at him. "Your name's Suttree?" Suttree said it was. The man climbed out of the car. He wore a tooled belt and holster, and his clothes were neatly pressed. He opened the rear door of the car. "Get in," he said. Suttree climbed into the back of the car, and the door shut after him. There was a heavy screen mesh separating him from the front seat, as if the car were used for hauling mad dogs about. There were no door handles or window cranks. The driver looked at him in the mirror, and the man in the gabardines looked straight ahead. Suttree leaned back and passed his hand over his eyes. As they came into town, people watched him from the street. "Pull over here, Pinky," the man said. They came to a stop at the curb. "Go get yourself a Coke."
I'm all right. Go get yourself a Coke.
The driver looked back at Suttree and climbed out and shut the door. The sheriff leaned one arm across the back of the seat and regarded Suttree through the wire. Then he climbed out and opened the back door.
Get up here, he said.
Suttree climbed out and got into the front of the car. The sheriff walked around and climbed into the driver's seat. He studied Suttree for a minute, and then he said,
"Let me tell you something."
"All right," said Suttree. He reached down and tapped Suttree's knee with his forefinger.
"You, my good buddy, are a 14-karat gold-plated son of a bitch. That's what your problem is. And that being your problem, there's not a whole lot of people in sympathy with you, or with your problem. Now, I'm going to do you a favor, against my better judgment, and it's not going to make me no friends. I'm going to drive your stinking ass to the bus station and give you an opportunity to get out of here."
"I don't have any money."
"I never reckoned that you did. I intend to put up $5 cash money out of my own pocket to get you started. I ain't interested in where you go, but I aim to see to it that you go $5 worth in some direction, and you and me both are going to hope that you don't never come back. Now, do you want to know why?"
"Why what?"
"Why I'm putting up the $5.
"No."
I thought maybe the economics of it might interest you. I hear tell you're supposed to be real smart."
"I don't care."
"The reason I'm investing $5 in your absence is because the man whose daughter's life you ruined happens to be a friend of mine, and a man I not only like but respect. And I'd like to see him have some peace of mind. I know he ain't going to thank me for this. What he'd like is to see you hung. But I know him for a fair-minded man and a peace-loving man. And I know that he'll be happier in his mind if he just gets you out of his sight. He might even come to forget there ever was a lowlife like you, although I doubt it."
"What do you get out of it?"
"Not a thing, good buddy."
"You said I ought to be interested in the economics of it."
"I said it, but I don't believe it. It's not much economics anyway. About the only thing to be said for getting fucked out of $5 this way is that you won't catch the clap. I never expected you to understand."
"No one cares. It's not important."
"That's where you're wrong, my friend. Everything's important. A man lives his life. He has to make that important. Whether he's a small-town county sheriff, or the president, or a busted-out bum. You might even understand that someday. I don't say you will. You might."
The sheriff turned in the seat and reached for the key and turned it. But the motor was already running, and the starter made a sudden, wild, screeching sound. He muttered to himself and shifted the gears, and they went on down the street. The bus station was in the back of a cafe, and when they pulled up in front, there were 2 buses idling in the alley. The sheriff shifted and took out his billfold and lifted a $5 bill from it and handed it across.
"I suppose I have to take it,"
Suttree said.
"You suppose correctly."
Suttree took the bill and looked at it.
"Now," the sheriff said, "I want you to take whichever bus out of here best pleases you. And I want you to ride $5 in that direction. And I don't want you back. You got that?"
"I've got it." Suttree was holding the money in his hand. The sheriff looked at him.
"You all right?" he said.
"Yeah, I'm all right."
"I'm puzzled that you'd have the face to come here."
"Well, you're puzzled."
"I will say one thing. You've opened my eyes. I've got 2 daughters, oldest 14, and I'd see them both in hell before I'd send them up to that university. I'm damned if I wouldn't."
"How many sons have you got?"
"Not any. Look, Suttree, I'm sorry as far as that goes. These people did want me to put you in jail."
"I know."
"Well, you get your ticket right in there. Don't let me see you on the street. You stay in there till your bus runs, you hear?"
Suttree opened the door and climbed out. He looked down at the sheriff, and then he shut the door.
"You take care," the sheriff said.
"Okay." The sheriff had bent forward to see his face. Suttree turned and walked into the cafe. He left the bus in Stanton, Tennessee, with $3 still in his pocket. It was 10 o'clock at night. He walked down to a cab stand and bought a pint of whiskey from the driver and put it in his shirt, and hiked out to the edge of town and stood in the road, holding his thumb up at the lights that passed. None stopped. After an hour, he walked on. It had turned cool. He could see lights far up the highway, a roadhouse or cafe. The sign said it was a truck stop, and there was a diesel rig pulled over on the gravel with the motor running. Suttree peered in through the plate glass window. A cold hall of a place, plastic tables, 2 boys playing a pinball machine. The driver sat at the counter drinking coffee. Suttree searched his pockets for a dime, but he had none. He went in anyway. An ancient waitress was cleaning out the coffee urn with a short-handled mop. When she saw Suttree, she climbed down off the chair she was standing on and came shuffling up the aisle behind the counter. Suttree leaned on the counter next to the driver. The driver looked at him. "Is that your rig?" said Suttree. The driver set his cup down. "Yeah," he said. "That's my rig." "You reckon I could get a ride with you?" "Where you going?" "To Knoxville." "I ain't going to Knoxville." "Well, where are you going?" "I ain't going to Knoxville." The driver bent and sipped his coffee, and Suttree stood looking down at him, and then turned and left the cafe. He started back down the highway toward the town. The lights had dimmed. The town seemed farther at this midnight hour. Partway down the road, he stopped and opened the bottle and drank. The first building he came to was a church. There was a small illuminated glass case standing in the yard, white letters on a black plastic board within. Insects were swarming over the dimly lit church news. Suttree turned across the lawn and went to the back of the church and sat in the grass and drank the whiskey. After he had drunk a little of it, he began to cry. He began to cry harder and harder, until he was sitting there in the grass with the bottle upright between his knees, wailing aloud. He must have slept. When he woke, he was lying in the grass, looking up at the heavens. A cloudless night strewn with stars. Salt taste of sorrow in his throat. He saw a star spill across the sky, a light trail of fire, and then nothing. Hot spalls of matter rifling through the icy ether, misshapen globs of iron slag. The night had grown much colder. He lay in the grass shivering, and he tried to sleep, but he couldn't. After a while he rose and took the whiskey and went to the rear door of the church and tried it, and it opened. He was in a cellar. There were stacks of old newspapers and magazines along one wall, and he stretched out on these and lay there. Then he sat up and took some to spread over him and lay down again. Then he started to cry again, lying there in the dark of the church cellar under the old newspapers. It was mid-morning when he woke. A truck gone out the pike had rattled the cellar door. He sat up in a flurry of newsprint and looked about. Light fell from a high window. Some kind of small bird was pecking in the grass there. Suttree rose and ran his hand through his hair. His throat was dry and his head hurt. The rest of the whiskey stood in the bottle on the floor, and he fetched it up and held it to the light. It was about a third full, and he unscrewed the cap and took a drink, and shuddered, and shook himself, and then took another drink. Then he went out. It took him all day to cross the state. He was unshaven, and he looked bad. Toward evening, he was in a nameless crossroads high on the Cumberland Mountains. A quarter-mile down the road, in the dusk, stood a figure like his own, a wanderer, long mirrored in the black asphalt, one arm aloft. Suttree walked on. It was a husky young boy, and he had stationed himself in front of a small country store to try for a ride. Suttree walked on past. The store was closed and the windows boarded up, and some twisted pipes grew from the concrete apron in front where a gas pump had been ripped up. "Hey," the boy said. "Hey," said Suttree. "You live around here?" "No." "You ain't got a cigarette on you, have you?" The boy was walking down toward him, studying him with a kind of sly intensity that drifters seemed to come by. "No," Suttree said. "I saw you thumbing down there. Where you headed?" "Knoxville." "I'm going to Florida. I got a sister in Fort Lauderdale." He turned and spat. He had on a short-sleeved shirt, and Suttree in his jacket was already cold. Dark as it was, he could see him but poorly. Tattoos along one arm.
"I'll go on down,"
said Suttree. The boy changed his tone.
"Listen," he said, "why don't we hitch together? We might have a better chance."
Suttree looked at him. He was dressed in jeans, and his hair was wild, and he wore a general look of dangerous filth. A big, mean-looking kid.
"I'll go on down," said Suttree. "Let you have first shot. You reckon anybody might stop along here after dark?"
"I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine."
"Yeah? Where did you come from?"
The kid's eyes shifted.
"St. Louis," he said.
"St. Louis," said Suttree. "I've been through there."
"Ain't this a hell of a place to get stuck?"
"Yeah. Good luck."
"Listen, how far is it to the next town?"
"I don't know." Suttree had started off.
"Listen,"
the kid called again.
"What? You got a quarter you could let me have?"
Suttree shook his head no. The kid was walking down toward him.
"Come on, man," he said. "I ain't eaten 2 goddamn days. Hell, 15 cents, something."
"I ain't got a dime," Suttree said.
"Let's see."
Suttree watched him. He was standing on the balls of his feet, and he looked hungry.
"What?" he said. "I said, let's see. Let's see you turn your pockets out."
"I told you I'm not holding anything." The kid moved slightly to his left.
"That's what you say," he said. "I'd like to see."
"That's your problem," Suttree said. He stepped back and turned to go. As he did so, the kid jumped him. Suttree ducked. They went to the ground together. Suttree could smell the stale sweat of him. The kid was trying to hit him, short chops with his big fists. Suttree pushed his face against his chest. Fear and nausea. The kid quit punching and tried to get him by the throat. Suttree rolled. They came up. The kid had hold of his jacket. Suttree swung at him. They closed, feet scrabbling in the gravel there in the near dark in front of the abandoned store. The kid turned loose of Suttree to hit him, and Suttree dropped to one knee and seized the kid behind the calves and pulled him down hard on his rump. Then he was running down the highway, the kid's shoes slapping after him, taste of blood in his mouth. But the footsteps faded, and when Suttree looked back, he could see, in the deeper dusk by the roadside, the kid crouched to get his breath.
"You yellow cocksucker!"
The voice came drifting up the highway. Suttree put his hand to his heart where it boomed in the otherwise silence of the wilderness. He went on up the road in the dark. It is little more than dawn when the general comes down Front Street, slumped on the box of his coal wagon. The horse named Golgotha hung between the trees and stumbling along in the cold with his double-jointed knees and his feet clopping, and the bright worn quoits winking feebly among the clattering spokes. In the whip socket rides a bent cane. There is a gap in the iron of one tire, and above the meaningless grumbling of the wagon it clicks, clicks, with a clock-like persistence that tolls progress, purpose, the passage of time. When they stop, it is in a violent shudder, as if something has given way. The general climbs and climbs down from his seat, and goes to the rear, and takes up his blackened basket and sets it in the street. He levers up the lantern glass and blows out the tiny flame. He hands down coal, lump by lump, until the basket is filled, and with pain he hefts and carries it toward the dim house, through the chill fog, bent and muttering, returning lightened but with no better speed or humor to where the horse stands sleeping in the traces. They come trundling and slowly a-clatter up the empty street, pass under the bridge, and take the bitter and frozen fields toward the river. In the hoar-colored dawn they seem to be drifting, closed away in the cold smoke, until just the general's shoulders, and the slouched back of him, with his hat perched on the shoulders of his clothes, and the hat the horse wore, float over the cold gray void like transient artifacts from a polar dream. "Oh, coal, kindling wood, would if I could, help me get sold. Coal now." It was 6 degrees above zero. Suttree crawled from his bed, pulled on his coat and got his trousers, and climbed up onto the bed to don them. So cold the floor was. He squatted and fished his socks out from beneath the cot, and shook out the dust, and pulled them on, and stepped into his shoes, and went to the door. Mist swirled about him. The old black coal peddler sat his cart. The horse sidled and stamped. "Couldn't you just leave a basket and go on?" "I see you ain't froze," said the general, climbing down. Suttree got the basket from beside the door and came down the walk. The river was frozen between the houseboat and the bank, a thin skim of wrinkled ice through which fell chunks of frozen mud from the underside of the flexing plank. He threw the empty basket up on the wagon and took the full one from the old man. "I gots to have me some money today," the general said. "How much?" "He owes me 85 cents. "How do you know?" The old man patted his gloved hands together. His head was wrapped in rags. "I keeps it all in my accounts," he said. "You keep your own if you don't like mine." "Where do you keep them?" "That's all right where I keeps them." "How much will you take?" "But all I can get, I reckon." Suttree set the basket on the frozen ground and reached in his trouser pocket. He had 35 cents. He gave it to the old man, and the old man looked at it a minute and nodded and pulled a cord that went down into his clothing. A long gray sock appeared. The top of it had been fitted with an old brass purse catch, and he unsnapped it and dropped in the coins and lowered it back where it had come from and climbed up onto the wagon box. "Hump, sleepyhead," he said. The horse lurched forward. Suttree watched them cross the field, fording the pale vapors. The dead lamp hung by its bale from the tailboard, the cart tilting up at the tracks and tilting back again and descending from sight. Upriver he could see a hazy swatch of cold blue light where the sun was rising through the river fog, but it was no light much, and no warmth at all. He took the basket of coal and toted it back up the plank and went in. He didn't even bother to shut the door. He put the basket by the stove and took up the coal scuttle and shook it. Jacking open the cold stove door with his foot, he tipped the scuttle, the coal clunking in, dry ash stirring upward. Suttree peered down the iron gullet, prying at the slag in the stove's belly with the poker. He crumpled a newspaper and dropped it down alight and held his hands to the fleeting warmth. The newspaper curled up in a tortured ash that rose in the stove's mouth, a charred gravure whereon lay gray news, gray faces. Suttree hugged himself and swore. An icy wind was singing in the cracks. He fetched the lamp from the table, removed the chimney, and unscrewed the brass wick piece and emptied the lamp oil into the stove. A white smoke rose. He struck a match and dropped it in, but nothing occurred. He snatched up a piece of newspaper and lit it and poked it in. A ball of flame belched up. He did a few stiff dance steps and went out to relieve himself. Ice lay along the shore, frangible plates skewed up and broken on the mud, and small ice gardens, whitely, all down the drained and frozen flats, where delicate crystal columns sprouted from the mire. He hauled forth his shriveled giblet and pissed a long and smoking piss into the river, and spat and buttoned and went in again. He kicked the door shut and stood before the stove in a gesture of enormous exhortation. A frozen hermit, his lower jaw in a seizure. He cast about and got his cup and looked into it. He turned it up and tapped it, and an amber lens of frozen coffee slid forth and went rocking and clattering around the basin. He took down the frying pan and set it on the stove and spooned the stiff gray grease. From his packing crate pantry he selected 2 eggs and tapped one smartly on the rim of the pan. It rang like stone. He threw it against the wall, and it dropped to the floor and rolled oblong and woodenly beneath the bunk. He hung the pan back on the wall and stared out the window. Frost ferns arched from the sash corners over the glass, and the river slouched past like some drear drainage from the earth's bowels. Suttree buttoned his coat and went out. All the weeds were frozen up in little ice pipettes, dry husks of seed pods. burdock hulls, all sheathed in glass and veins and shells of ice that webbed old leaves and held in frozen colloid specks of grit or soot or blacking. Wonky sheets of ice spanned the ditches, and the iron-colored trees along the wintry, desolate, and bitter littoral were seized with gray hoarfrost. Suttree crossed the brittle fields to the road and went up Front Street. A parcel of black children came by from the store, towing a child's wagon-load of coal, chips and dust scavenged from a rail siding, going along quietly and barely clothed and seemingly dumb to the elements. Suttree's underjaw chattered till he had thought for his teeth fillings. He crossed the street, and crossing the store porch, read the tin thermometer on the wall at 0 or near it. He entered and went directly to the back without answering Howard Clevenger's courtly matin greeting. An old black widow was crouched by the grocer's stove on an upturned basket, watching the fire through a jagged crack in the hot iron. She seemed to be in tears, so thick dripped the rheum from the red underlips of her eyeholes. She had a club foot and wore boots sewn up from an old carpet, a blue balding pile with mongrel flowers, an Eastern look about her, mute and shawled. She kneaded her hands each in their crop-fingered army gloves, and mumbled a ceaseless monologue. Suttree, standing there, inclined his head to hear, wondering what the aged dispossessed discuss. But she spoke some other tongue, and the only word he knew was Lord. Jabbo and Bungalow came in out of the weather in a bathless reek of cold wool and Splo whiskey. They stood by the stove and nodded and spread their hands. "Cold enough for you?" "I'm frozen." "You need your good drink, Suttree." "Well, go on and give him one now, big time." Bungalow looking at Jabbo with question. "Go on. Suttree ain't too proud to drink after a nigger. Is you, Suttree?" The old woman vacated her basket and moved away to the wall. "I pass." "Where's the bottle?" Bungalow, lifting the front of his jersey, drew a pint bottle partly filled with a clear liquid from his waistband. The blacks looked warily toward the storekeeper. Jabbo took the bottle and unscrewed the cap and handed it toward Suttree. "Here, go, man." "I can't use it." "Go ahead." "No." "I thought you said old Suttree didn't care to drink after a black man." "Why don't you come off that shit?" Jabbo was weaving very slightly, like a kite, just faintly disturbed. His sullen lip hung loose. He shook the bottle slowly. "It's good whiskey, man. Good enough for me and Bungalow." "I said I didn't want one." Jabbo pressed the bottle against his chest. Suttree raised his hand and gently put the bottle from him. The only sound in the store was the rusty creak of the damper swinging in the tin flue with the wind's suck. "It's Thanksgiving, man. Have a little drink." The bottle was at his chest again. "You better get that bottle out of my face," Suttree said. "You asking or telling?" "I said get it out of my face." "This ain't Gay Street, motherfucker." "I know what street I'm on. Maybe you better get off those red devils. Why don't you offer Howard a drink?" "He don't drink," said Bungalow. "Shut up, Bungalow. Come on, Mr. Suttree, please, sir. Take a little drink with us poor old niggers." Ocean Frog Fraser had entered the store. The members by the stove felt his presence, or perhaps it was the cold draft of air from outside, or the way the damper fluttered. The old lady had moved off to a corner where she mumbled among the canned goods. Ocean Frog came from the coal to the stove, palms gesturing benison, an easy smile. He looked at the blacks, and he looked at Suttree. Jabbo held the bottle uncertainly. "Friends and neighbors?" said Ocean Frog. "Old Suttree won't take a drink," said Bungalow. "Shut up, Bungalow." "Ocean Frog will take a drink," said Ocean Frog. Jabbo looked at the bottle. Ocean Frog took it gently and held it to the light, in spite of Howard Clevenger, who was now looking toward the rear. The bottle was about 2/3 dry. Ocean Frog tilted it. Bubbles shot upward through the liquid, and a great boiling and churning occurred within the glass, the liquor scuttling down the neck of the bottle. Fraser's black cheeks ballooned. He leaned and spewed a long, clear, piss-like stream through the standing door of the stove, and a ball of bluish flame leaped. Bungalow stepped back. Ocean Frog eyed the bottle sadly. His brows scorched up in little owlish tufts over the cold eyes. "That's awful whiskey, Jamo," he said. "Are you all drinking whiskey back there?" "Ain't nobody got any whiskey, Howard." "I better not hear no whiskey drinking in my store." "You all didn't ought to drink that old shit, Jamo. Here. What I want with that, motherfucker?" Ocean Frog, shrugging, dropped the bottle in the stove. Bungalow stepped back again. A whooshing disturbance occurred in the stove's bowels. "What say, Suttree?" said Ocean Frog. "Not much. How you?" "Just tiptoeing." "Fay-loving motherfucker," said Jabbo. "I guess I'm going to have to slap a black pump knot on somebody's old bony head," said Ocean Frog. He didn't even look at Jabbo. "Shit," said Jabbo. He jerked his jacket up on his shoulders and reeled toward the door. Bungalow looked after him. To go or stay? He spread his feet and held his hands to the warmth while he thought about it. "What's wrong with him?" said Suttree. "He thinks he's bad. Gets on them reds. Old Bungalow here, he don't do that shit. Do you, Bunghole?" Bungalow looked shyly at the floor. "No," he said. "You look like you've been hit with a blivet, Bunghole." Bungalow didn't answer. He stepped back to make room for the old lady, who had come to the stove again and was pulling at the basket and adjusting her skirts to sit. Suttree looked down at her as she refolded the shawl, at the thinly grizzled crown of her small skull. A few graybacks retreated in the rancid wool. "You ain't got a turkey staked out somewheres today, have you, Bungalow?" "I wished I did. I bet old Suttree does." "Not yet, I don't." "Shit," said Bungalow. "You know he is." "I guess in a bind we can eat at Bungalow's," said Suttree. "Shit, ain't nothing to eat at my house." Ocean Frog had turned around to warm his backside. Suttree heard a little choking sob, and looking down, he saw that the old woman was crying to herself, dabbing at her nose with a bony knuckle. "That old Suttree," said Ocean Frog. "You gotta watch him. He's a rat-hole artist. Tell him open his coat there, Bungalow, see if he ain't got a turkey under it." He looked at Suttree, and then he looked down at the doll-shaped pile of sticks at his feet. He stooped. "Hey," he said. "What's wrong with you, little mama?" She was muttering and talking and sobbing to herself, and she didn't seem to notice she'd been spoken to. "Hey, Howard," said Ocean Frog. "Who is this old woman?" "How would I know?" Howard, no," said Ocean Frog. He went to the box and lifted the lid and poked around, and came back with a half-pint of milk and opened it, and bent and put it in the old woman's hands. When Suttree left, she was still holding it, and she was still talking, but she wasn't crying anymore. He went on up the street. 2 small boys were coming along. "Hey, boys," he said. "What's your name?" said one. "Suttree, what's yours?" No answer. The other one said, "His name's Randy. He's my brother." Suttree looked at them. They were wreathed in steam, and small sacks of mucus hung from their nostrils. "Who's the oldest?" Randy's brother looked at the ground a minute. "Alan is," he said. Suttree grinned. "How many of you are there?" "I don't know." "You better come on," said Randy. "We'll see you," Suttree said. He watched them. Skipping down the street, one looked back. Ash-colored children hobbling down the gloom. This winter come, gray season here, and the welter of soot-stained fog hanging over the city like a biblical curse. Cheerless medium in which the landscape blears like Atlantis on her lightless seafloor dimly through eels' eyes. Bell toll in the courthouse tower like a fog warning on some shrouded coast. A burnt smell in the air compounded of coal soot and roast coffee. Small birds moved through the glazed atmosphere with effort. He crossed the street at the top of the hill and went through the rimy grass toward the post office. down the long marble corridor and out the far side. Up this alley, sheer brick walls the color of frozen iodine. Slow commence of traffic, pitch and clang of trolleys, newsmen stamping at their corners, fingers stirring the coinage in their soiled change aprons. On Market Street, beggars being set out like little misshapen vending machines. Whole legions of the maimed and mute and crooked deployed over the streets in a limboid vapor of smoke and fog. The car lights seemed to tunnel through gauze. Pigeons gurgled and gaped from their ledges on the market house. Winged shapes flapped forth through the gray haze. Shivering, he made his way toward the dewy neon window light that bears the painted ham. Suttree studied the breakfast through the glass, stroking the lavender lunule on the side of his jaw. None there he knew save one, Blind Richard at coffee. He shrugged up his coat about his shoulders and entered. A few heads turned, old codgers bent above their gruel, a clack of china teeth. In a shroud of cold he stood within the door, then made his way down the counter. "Richard," he said. Gray head goggling foul-wise on a scarious neck, turning. The soap-filled eye sockets.
"Hey, Suttree, how you doing?"
"Okay. How are you?"
"Other than being froze, I can't complain."
The blind man cracked a squalloid smile, all full of tooth black and breakfast scraps. "Are you holding anything?" Smile draining. Aye, gaped those barren, light-shorn eyeballs.
"What did you need, sir?"
"Let me have a dime." Richard sought about in a gray pocket.
"Here you go."
"Thanks, Richard." He moved down the counter to an empty stool and ordered coffee. Steaming cup of morning purgative. Ponderous white-chipped cup with a sandy rim. Spectra winking, pinlets of oil atop impotable tar leachings. He brimmed the cup with cream. Beyond the steam-bleared window panes, warped figures shrouded up in overcoats went wobbling past. He sipped the coffee. Ulysses entered. He hung his hat carefully and eased himself down on the stool by Suttree and laid his paper by and took up the menu.
"You still glutting the labor market, I see,"
he said. "Morning, Ulysses."
"Been anyone in here this morning hiring?"
"Not yet. Let's see a piece of the paper." Ulysses separated the sheets and passed him a section. He folded the menu and replaced it in the rack and looked up. "2 scrambled with ham and coffee," he said. The Greek nodded. Suttree thumbed forward his cup for a refill.
"Turned off a bit chill, isn't it?"
said Ulysses. They spread their papers. 2 cups of coffee clattered too. They were at passing cream and sugar, stirring idly. "Jojo says it went down to 6 above," said Suttree.
Said Ulysses.
The ham and eggs arrived on an oblong platter of gray crockery. Suttree folded the paper and laid it on the counter at Ulysses' elbow.
"You want to see this piece?"
said Ulysses. "No, thanks. I've got to go."
"Don't rush off."
Suttree drained his cup and rose. The Greek looked up from turning rashers of brains at the grill. Suttree pitched the dime on the counter and buttoned his coat.
"How's J-Bone these days?"
said Ulysses.
"About the same. He doesn't come around much anymore."
"He's working now." Ulysses smiled.
"Another victim fall into employment, eh?"
"All these good men," said Suttree. He went by Gay Street to the lower end of the town, down Hill Avenue, past the Andrew Johnson and Blount mansion to the viaduct. A little stone stairway descended from the street. No sign of life in the cold clay warren below.
"Gene?"
Voice croupy in the cavern. He looked about. After a while he called again. From the little concrete vault that housed sheathed pipes and strange gray vats of electricity came a muffled answer.
"It's me," said Suttree.
Pinched face at the door. Harrogate crawled out and squatted on the ground. He wrapped his arms about the folded bones within his denim trouser legs and looked up at Suttree. He was a pale blue color. "Well," said Suttree. "Shit," said Harrogate. "What happened to your bed?" Harrogate gestured over his shoulder. "I pulled the mattress in yonder. I've never knowed such cold as this." "Well, get off your ass and let's go uptown." "I went up to the hotel a while back. This nigger come over, asked me what it was I wanted, and I had to leave again." "You got any money?" "Not a crying dime." "Well, come on, let's go. You'll freeze down here." "I done already am. Shit." Harrogate rose and spat and hoisted up his shoulders in a shuddering gesture of despair and crossed the frozen ground toward the stairs. You could see the shape of his shoulder blades through the army jacket he wore. They climbed to the street above, hands in pockets. "Have you eaten anything?" Harrogate shook his head. "Shit, no. I'm a mere shatter." "Well, let's see about getting some groceries in your skinny gut." "You got any money?" "Not yet." "Shit," said Harrogate. They hiked up the cold and desolate street. A bitter wind had risen, and little balls of soot hobbled along the walks. Old papers rose and rattled in an alleyway, and a paper cup went scuttling. These lone figures going through the naked streets swore at the cold, and something like the sun struggled at 10 o'clock, sleazy and heatless beyond the frozen, pestilential miasma that cloaked the town. At Lane's Drugs, they peered in. "They're closed." "It's Thanksgiving." Harrogate looked about. "Well, hell," he said. "We'll go down to Walgreens. They always have a turkey dinner." Large posters hung within the glass facade. A steaming plate of turkey meat with dressing and potatoes and peas and cranberry sauce. The price was 59 cents. "How's that look?" said Suttree. Harrogate just shook his head. They filed through the door, and Suttree went to the cash register. A blonde girl in glasses raised up from below the counter with cartons of cigarettes to fill the little shelves. "Hey, good-looking," she said. "Hi, Mary Lou." "What are you doing?" "I came to eat." She looked past him and around. "Okay," she said. "I brought a friend." "Okay," she said. He smiled and pursed his lips in a kiss, and he and Harrogate made their way down along the counter and climbed onto stools. "2 turkey dinners," Suttree said. She wrote on the green ticket. "Y'all want coffee?" "You want coffee, Gene?" "Hell yes." 2 coffees. They sipped water from little paper cones in open-work holders. "Quit looking so nervous, Gene." Yeah, sure," said Harrogate. He was staring at the gaudy cardboard placards above the fountain, with their ice cream sundaes and model sandwiches. He looked about and he leaned towards Suttree. "I thought you said you didn't have no money," he whispered. "I thought you said you had some." "I'm getting the fuck out of here." Suttree took hold of his sleeve. "I was just kidding," he said. "You sure?" "Sure." Harrogate unbuttoned his jacket and began to look about more easily. Coffee arrived. "How did you sleep last night?" He spooned great lavings of sugar. "Not worth a shit," he said. "You?" Suttree just shook his head. The stripling on the stool beside him with his heron's legs dangling smelled like a smoked jockstrap. Even the waitress's eyes went a little funny when she passed, and she herself no rose garden. "Looky here," said Harrogate. She set before them each a white platter. Sliced turkey and dressing pooled over in thick gravy, and steaming creamed potatoes and peas, and a claret-colored dollop of cranberry sauce, and hot rolls with pats of creamery butter. Harrogate's eyes were enormous. "Y'all want some more coffee?" "Yes, ma'am." Harrogate had his mouth so crammed with food his eyes bulged. "Take it easy, Gene. There's no prize at the bottom of the plate." Harrogate nodded, slumped over the plate and encircling it with one arm, while he scooped falling forkfuls toward his underjaw. There was no conversation. Down the counter a man sat reading a newspaper. The waitresses lollygagged about, dragging foul dishclouts across the stainless steel equipment. Suttree took in the scene of stone-eyed boredom while he ate. He'd have ordered second plates around had it not been for attracting attention. With his belly full, Harrogate's countenance grew cute, and his eyes began to sidle. They drank more coffee. He leaned toward Suttree. "Listen, Soot. Let me have the checks, and we'll slip on around to the other side and look at the magazines till we see the coast is clear, and then we'll ease on out." "It's all right." "I'll save you money. We may need it. Listen, they're easy here." Suttree shook his head. "They're watching you," he said.
What all you mean, watching me?"
"You look suspicious."
"I look like it. What about you?"
"They can tell I'm all right just by looking."
"Well, you shit-ass."
Suttree was laughing with his mouth full of coffee.
"Come on, Suttree. Hell, you can go out first if you want, and I'll follow you."
Suttree wiped his chin and looked down at the sharp and strangely wizened child's face wrapped with larceny. "Jean?"
"Yeah?"
"You waste me."
"Yeah? Well—"
In the street they stood facing downwind, picking their teeth. "What are you going to do?"
"I don't know. Freeze?"
"Don't you know anybody over on the hill you could sort of visit?"
"I don't know. I could go up to Rufus's, maybe."
"We'll get somewhere. I'm going over to see how the old man is. We'll figure something out."
"I believe it's the end of the world."
"What?" Harrogate was looking at the pavement. He said it again. "Look at me," Suttree said. He looked up, sad, pinched face, streaked with grime. "Are you serious?"
"Well, what do you think about it?"
Suttree laughed.
"It ain't funny,"
said Harrogate. "You're funny, you squirrely son of a bitch. Do you think the world will end just because you're cold?"
"It ain't just me. It's cold all over."
"It's not cold by Rufus's stove. Now get your ass up there. I'll see you later." A colder wind was coming upriver across the bridge. Suttree scurried along like a hunchback. When he got to the other side, he scrambled down the frozen mud bank and ducked under the bridge. There was no fire. "Ho!" he called. "Oh!" said a voice from the arches. He entered and looked about. The old man's bed and the old man's cart and the mounds of junk and rags and furniture. Frozen seepage hung from the bell-joints of cesspipes overhead. Suttree turned and went back up the bank to the street and crossed the bridge again. He went up Market and up the hill to Vine Avenue, and the half-dollar doss house there. Old darkened brick and gably mansard roof, shingled up in slates, the shape of fish scales. He looked for a bell, but there were just the wires hanging from a hole, so he tapped on the glass of the sidelights. They gave, soft and soundless in their lead muntins. He tapped on the door. After a while he tried the knob. The door was unlocked, and he entered, into a cold and narrow hallway. He shut the door and went down in the semi-dark, calling out, "Hello!" No one was about. He paused at the coiled banister finial and gazed up the cold black stairwell. He listened. A sound of snuffling. Someone spat. He came back along the hall and opened a door. Upon a drawing-room full of derelicts. It looked like the hatching of some geriatric uprising, this congregation of the ravaged on their rickety chairs, all gathered about a patent iron stove. Old gray-looking men crouched by the warmth in the barren room, nodding and muttering and hawking gobbets of spit clogged with dust and blood against the hot iron to sizzle and stink. The ragpicker was crouched in the corner on the old hearth, almost behind the stove. Suttree saw him look up, eyes that couldn't see far. The ragpicker didn't know who had come in until Suttree said his name. "Who's that?" he said, craning his neck and looking up. "Suttree." "Ah," said the ragpicker. Suttree smiled. A warm odor of filth hung in the room, cut through with a reek of urine. "What are you doing?"
"Mill doing. You?"
"I'm freezing."
"This is just the commence of it. I look for the river to freeze over. You better draw your lines. The ice will cut 'em. You will never find 'em. I've seen it to happen. Bet me."
Suttree squatted and held his hands to the fire. A man with a mauve face, like the faces of the dead, was looking down at him. "How long have you been up here?" said Suttree.
"Since 2 days ago."
Suttree looked around. Mauve Man was looking at a hole in the floor. A quivering string of drool hung from his lower lip, halfway to his shoe.
"How long do you plan on staying?"
The ragpicker shrugged up his buzzard shoulders.
"For however long it stays cold. I don't care. I just wished I could die, and I'd be better off."
Suttree ignored this. He'd heard it all before.
"How many do they have staying here?" he said.
The ragpicker waved his hand.
"I don't know. What all's here, I reckon. Ain't no other place in the house warm that I know of."
"Where are the rooms? Upstairs?"
"Yeah, upstairs. The beds is all took."
Mauve Man had been listening.
"Cecil's ain't took," he said.
"Well,
"Cecil's ain't took."
who's Cecil?"
Just old Cecil. He died."
"Oh,
"He never died in the bed, though."
where'd he die?"
"Uptown. He got too drunk to come in, and I reckon he passed out." "He was froze, they said. I don't know." "He froze," said Mauve Man. "Old Cecil did." "Cecil froze. Old Cecil froze from head to toes, and stiffer than a tortoise, in spite of drinking strained canned heat, and dilute aquafortis."
Suttree waved away these things from his ears. Cecil was being discussed by the company. All agreed that the day of his death was a cold one. Today, even colder.
"It's colder than a well-digger's ass," said one. Another said, "A witch's tit." "A nun's cunt," said a third. "On Good Friday."
Suttree leaned and touched the old man's arm, his coat with the eaten elbows. The ragpicker jerked awake and turned a baleful red eye on him.
"Who do you see about a room here?" "He ain't here."
"It's 50 cents, isn't it?"
"By the night it is. You can rent by the week and beat them rates. $2.50, if you got it. What's wrong with your place? You've not got thrown out, have you?"
"It's for somebody else."
"Well, you better tell them to come on. With this weather, you can't look for somebody to die just every day."
"When is What's-Its due back?"
"I can't say."
"Can I look upstairs?"
"You can look any place you take a notion, 'cause he ain't here."
"Do you need anything?"
"I need everything."
Suttree rose.
"Bring something for the pot," said the ragman, "and you can sit in."
He gestured upward with a gray hand webbed in part of a sock. A lard pail simmered on the one eye of the iron stove, and a pie plate with a rock in it lifted along one edge like a thin frog jaw and belched forth a gout of steam and clapped shut again. "I'll see what I can do," said Suttree. He eased his way around the edge of these half-addled, aged and rum-soaked dotards and ascended the stairs. Muted light fell through a window at the end of the hall. The doors had all been unpinned from their hinges and taken away. Suttree peered into an old boudoir with mattresses along the walls. Tattered gray army blankets. A thin little man was squatting by the window, masturbating. He didn't take his eyes from Suttree, nor did he cease pulling at his limp and wattled cock. It was deadly cold in the room. Suttree turned and went back and down the stairs. Mrs. Rufus opened the door. "Cold enough for you?" said Suttree. She motioned him in. Harrogate was sitting by the stove with a parcel of blacks. All of them were drunk or working at it. When Harrogate turned and raised his head, Suttree saw that the city rat himself was reeling.
"How the hell did you manage to get drunk this quick?" he said. "Drinking whiskeys, huh? Have a goddamn drink, Soot. Give him a drink, Cleo."
An angular black with splayed teeth held forth a quart pickle jar half full of splo. Suttree waved it away. "Where's Rufus?"
"He ain't here."
"I can see that."
"I told that fool not to give him none of that whiskey,"
said Mrs. Rufus, from behind him in a muted shriek.
"I never poured it down his throat,"
said a dark dwarf by the stove door. Suttree looked around. "Well, fuck it," he said. "Who is this cat?" said a tawny, freckled half-breed. Small skull covered with snips of copper wire. "He's cool, man. He's cool," said Harrogate, having fallen easily into the way of things. Suttree turned and went out. He pulled the door to behind him and went along the little cinder path past the hog lot, a pair of snouts working in the fence mesh to get the wind of him. Long ears tilting, pale eyes watching from their purlieu of frozen mire. He went out to the road and across the viaduct toward town. The lightest rain of soot was falling, and a handful of small birds flared suddenly about him, moving through the bitter air with a faint rasping sound. Suttree looked down at the Blackwater Creek swirling below, the gray panes of scalloped ice. He went on toward the town, a colorless world this winter afternoon, where all things bear that grainy look of old films, and the buildings rise into an obscurity prophetic and profound. He went up Central, slumped and hands deeply pocketed. An eyeless beggar, addled with the cold, sat on the empty feast-day street, singing a canticle to his eternal night and holding out a simple frozen claw for whatever might fall almswise. Suttree hawked up and thooped forth a clot of phlegm against a boarded store window and started across the street. As he did so, his eye fell on a car token in the gutter. He bent to claim it. Small brass coin stamped through with a K. He crossed the street and swung up through the open door of a standing trolley and dropped the coin in the glass cage and went down the aisle. The driver watched him in the mirror. Suttree eased himself into the cold leather seat and looked out. Lights came on above the shops, a neon sign here, sudden paltry spanglements against the blue-gray dusk, a fabled miscellany in this pawnshop window. The door clattered and hushed shut, and the trolley lurched forward. The pale domes of light in the clerestory waxed more yellow. The seats to the front of the streetcar were vacant, yet two blacks hung by one arm each like gibbons from the chrome rail overhead, and swayed with the gathering speed. With the heel of his hand, Suttree cleared a small window in the frosted glass and peered out at the few figures receding along the walks. Fellow citizens in this bewintered city. A passing rack of hot neon washed his own sad countenance from the glass. He leaned his head against the cold pane, watching pedestrians toil from pool to pool of lamplight, trailing wisps of vapor, bent figures, homebound. He could smell the old varnished wood of the sash and the brass of the catches. The trolley slowed, surged forth again. Cars passed below, a rumpling sound of tires over the bricks. The buildings dropped away. They were going by a frozen mudflat, lunar, naked, spoored with fossil dog tracks. Under the billboard lights, small sprawling mica constellations. The light wires slung past in shallow convections, pole to pole, and the loneliness rode in his stomach like an egg. Bell ching. This archaic craft grinding to a halt. People shuffling out through the folding door. A wet pneumatic hiss, clanking into motion once again. Your face among the brown bags, old lady. Waiting to cross. Blinking at the transit of these half-empty frames slapping past. Beyond, in a yellow-lit house window, two faces fixed expectant and forever in some domestic vagary. Rapid his progress, who petrifies these innocents into stony history. They swung past the deserted park, the midway, the Ferris wheel like a burnt-out armature standing black and cold against the farther street lamps. The trolley heeled hard by a brick wall and went rattling down an alleyway, where scrawled fucks in rain-washed chalk flashed past the window under the crackling blue stroboscope of the antenna. They wheeled through a long car barn and pulled to a stop with dimming lights. "End of the line, buddy," the driver called back. "I'll just ride on back to town with you," Suttree said. "Well, you'll have to come up here and put a token in the box." "I thought you could ride as far as you wanted on one token." "Not on this streetcar." Suttree rose and made his way down the aisle. his eyes studying the floor for a chance of coin or token among the match stems and gum wrappers. "Listen," he said, "can't I just ride on back?" "Fare's one way," said the driver. "I don't have another token." "They're 5 for 30 cents, or you can put in a dime." "I don't have any money." "Oh, well," said the driver. He reached and got his little leather bag and rose. "This would be a pleasant world if everybody could just ride and ride." He descended the steps with his satchel and crossed through the dim electric gloom of the terminal toward the dispatch office. Suttree went out to the street. A few car lights came owl-like from the murk and receded. He stood beneath a street lamp with his thumb out. In his thin coat he was cold to the bone in moments. The streetcar hove from the car barn and sucked by. The soft yellow bore of the headlamp went trundling past. Blacks nodding in their window strips. A trolley of dolls or frozen dead. Suttree, with one foot in the gutter, glared numbly after the helmless driver, and the spring-worn trucks moaned and lolled on their shackles, and a blue tail star clicked along the wires, and the trolley drew away into the night. He gripped his thighs through his threadbare pockets and set off along the weedy walkway. The lights of Knoxville quaked in a faint penumbra to the west, as must the ruins of many an older city seen by herders in the hills, by barbaric tribesmen shuffling along the roads. Suttree, with his miles to go, kept his eyes to the ground, maudlin and muttersome in the bitter chill, under the lonely lamplight. The old railroader had a fire going in the little iron stove, and had pulled his bed crosswise before it for warmth. Suttree slid the door shut. Back down the tracks, the gray ruins of summer weeds looked wrinkled and very old. "Come sit by the fire," the old man said. "I didn't know it was so cold." "I brought it all inside with me. How've you been?" "Mean as ever. How you making it?" "I'm about froze out. Thought I'd better check on you to see where you're still living." The old man chuckled to himself. "Well, Lord," he said, "a little cold won't kill me, I don't reckon. Sit down." He raised himself up slightly and rocked to one side, as if he would make room, and then subsided in the same place. Suttree sat on the edge of the bunk, strangely like his own, the rough army blanket. The old man had been reading a coverless book, and he laid it down and removed his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. A small desk stood against the wall, and in the pigeonholes were yellowed timetables, waybills, and tear sheets. In the far corner, a great stack of old newsprint and magazines. The old man's eyes must have followed his. "I give up on the newspapers," he said. "Why's that?" "I never read one but what somebody ain't been murdered or shot or something such as that. I never knowed such a place for meanness." "Was it ever any different?" "How's that?" I said, "Was it ever any different?" "No, I reckon not." "Well, it's always been in the papers, hasn't it?" "Yes. I just give up on it, is all. I get older, I don't want to hear about it. People are funny. They don't want to hear about how nice everything is. No, no. They ain't somebody murdered in the papers, their day is a waste of time. I give it up myself. Seen it all. It's all the same. Train wrecks, of course. Natural catastrophe. A train wreck will make you think about things." "Did you ever see a train wreck?" "Oh, yes." "What's the worst one you ever saw?" "Seen or heard tell of?" "Either one." "I don't know. I seen a boiler cut loose in Lettahatchee, Alabama, blowed the whole locomotive cab and all up onto an overpass, and just left the truck sitting on the track. They'd stopped to take on water, but before they could fill her, the crown sheet went. I seen that. But there was one blew up in the roundhouse in San Antonio, Texas, in the year 1912 that blowed the whole roundhouse down and a lot of other buildings besides. They found one chunk of the boiler that weighed 8 ton a quarter-mile from the wreck. Another piece weighed almost 1,000 pounds, tore a man's house down a half-mile away. I was just a young man at the time, but I remember reading it like it was yesterday. Had all the pictures in the paper. I think there was 28 killed and I don't know how many maimed for life." Suttree looked at the old man. "A 1,000-pound piece of iron went a half-mile?" he said. "Oh, yes. Hadn't hit this fellow's house, it might still be going." "Would you have liked to have seen it, Daddy?" The old man looked at Suttree in alarm. "Seen it?" he said. "Where from?" "I see," said Suttree. "Of course, there's been a lot of worse wrecks than them. There was a Penzie engine left the track in Philadelphia about 10 years ago. Hot box caused the axle to break. Throwed some cars into a bridge and killed 80 people, all told. Your worst wrecks was the telescopes. One car would run inside another and just gather everybody up out of their seats and make a big mud pie out of them at the end. Then, of course, there was bridges and trestles. I remember 2 trains run out on a double-track trestle up in Kentucky going in opposite directions. About the time they got abreast of one another, the whole thing just folded up and dropped into the river. Trestle, locomotives, tenders, cars, folks, all of it. Kaploosh. Back then, most of your trestles was just wood. The coaches was wood, too, and they had stoves in them about like this in here, and when they'd wreck, they'd tip over and set the coaches afire and burn up everybody inside. I tell you, riding a train back in them days was a thing you give some thought to." The old man rose heavily from the bed and opened the stove door and dumped in coal from the scuttle and sat back down again. He dabbed with the back of one knuckle at his nose. Outside it had grown almost dark, and a cat appeared at the clerestory window and whined. "You can't get in that way, idiot," the old man called. "You come to the door like everybody else." "When I was young, I didn't care for nothing," he continued. "I was always easy in the world, saw right smart of it. Never cared to go just wherever." "How'd you happen to end up here?" "I ain't ended yet. Used to hobo a right smart, back in the 30s. There wasn't no work. I don't care what you could do. I was riding through the mountains one night, state of Colorado. Dead of winter it was, and bitter cold. I had just a smidgen of tobacco, about enough for 1 or 2 smokes. I was in one of them old slat-sided cars, and I'd been up and down in it like a dog trying to find some place where the wind wouldn't blow. Directly I scrunched up in a corner and rolled me a smoke and lit it and throwed the match down. Well, there was some sort of stuff on the floor about, like tinder, and it caught fire. I jumped up and stomped on it, and it ain't done nothing but burn faster. Wasn't 2 minutes, the whole car was afire. I run to the door and got it open, and we was going up this grade through the mountains and the snow with the moon on it, and it was just blue-looking and dead quiet out there, and them big old black pine trees going by. I jumped for it and lit in a snowbank. And what I'm going to tell you, you'll think peculiar, but it's the God's truth. That was in 1931, and if I live to be 100-year-old, I don't think I'll ever see anything as pretty as that train on fire going up that mountain and around the bend, and them flames lighting up the snow and the trees and the night. They nodded and shivered in the fogged car while the gray dawn hovered without. They groaned and stirred and slept. Sometime in the night, Sharp had come awake, freezing, coatless, and climbed out to stir about in the alleyway, gathering pieces of crate wood and paper. J-Bone reared up in the front seat. "What's that?" he said. "What time is it, Jim?" "I don't have a watch. Where's that smoke coming from?" "This fire here?" J-Bone raised himself and looked over the back of the seat. Sharp had a small fire going in the floor of the car, and he was holding his hands over it. J-Bone leaned over the seat and held his own hands out for warmth. "Watch Cabbage's leg there," he said. Sharp jostled the bony knee. "Hey, Cabbage, get your leg out of the fire." Cabbage reared up wildly and subsided. "Better crack that window, hadn't we?" said J-Bone. They grinned at each other across the smoke and the flames. "I'm about to freeze my ass off. What time you reckon it is?" "I don't know. What time's it get light?" "Shit if I know. You sure they open at 5? "Yeah, have for years." Sharp was peering out across the blue-black night, the buildings stark and tall, the few street lamps encoiled in fog. "It's getting smoky in here," said J-Bone. "Does Suttree have a watch?" No, I don't think so. He bent to see. Suttree lay slumped under the wheel with his folded hands between his knees. Sharp cranked down the rear window. Smoke was rolling blackly through the car. Cabbage raised up and looked at Sharp with drunken, sleep-shot eyes. "What's happening?" he said. "We're waiting on that 5 o'clock beer." "The fucking car's on fire." "We're trying to get warm, Cabbage," said J-Bone. Cabbage looked from one to the other of them. "You sons of bitches are crazy," he said. He opened the door and lurched out into the alley. J-Bone got out on the other side. "Come on, Sharp. Let's walk around some before we freeze. See if you can get some more wood out there." Suttree woke and looked out the window. A garbage truck had gone down the alley. He sat up. He was alone in the car. He opened the glove box and reached around inside and shut it again. He felt under the seat, and he looked in the back. The remains of the fire lay in a blackened crust of burnt rubber on the floor. He looked out down the alley. He was shaking with the cold. He climbed stiffly from the car and shut the door. Traffic was commencing in the murk, headlamps boring past in pale shrouds. A dog crossed in the hobbled lights. Suttree stove his hands deep in his pockets and hunched his shoulders and went toward the street. They were seated in a row on stools within the watered windows of the Signal Cafe, and they were drinking beer. An old news peddler sat at the front of the counter, humped over his coffee. Suttree swung through the door, blowing on his hands, and took a stool. "This goddamn Suttree is a 5 o'clock alarm clock," said Sharp. "Wasn't no danger of sleeping over with Soot along." "Let me have a red top," said Suttree to the counterman. "You rest well, Soot? You sons of bitches would let a man lay out there and freeze to death." "I was going to come out there and get you, bud. We run out of firewood." "How long you all been in here?" "This is our first one. Hell, he just opened this minute." Suttree seized the bottle before him and drank, and hiked his shoulders up and drank again. Across the street, a neon sign that once said Earl Hotel said Le Ho. Two workers with their lunchboxes in their armpits stamped and smoked on the corner. Suttree looked at his companions. Their bottles rose and fell like counterweights. "I thought 5 o'clock would never get here," said J-Bone. By 9 o'clock that night, they were 12 or more, all good hearts from McAnally. An hour later, they were at a roadhouse called the Indian Rock. They threaded their way among the tables, Billy Ray Callahan stopping where girls had gone to dance and left purses among the drinks. Callahan draining the glasses and taking the money from the purses and moving on, smiling and nodding to friends and strangers. Past a table where a big boy was sitting. Callahan smiling at him invitingly. "What say, big boy?" Big boy looked away. They pulled tables together and ordered cokes and set out pints of whiskey. Under the tilting smoke, the dancers whirled, and the music, with its upbeat country tempo, scored like an overture of the gatherings of violence just beneath the surface, the subtle exchanges in the heated air. Suttree and J-Bone made their way toward the men's room. Cabbage on the floor, already dancing mightily, the girl laughing. Kenneth Tipton at a nearby table holding out his hand. "We gotta get these cunts," said J-Bone. "Let's not get too drunk." When they got back, their table was gone. The drinks lay in a pile of glass and ice cubes on the wet concrete floor, and the table lay caved in a corner. Suttree saw one of the legs in someone's hand. The area was clearing fast, people moving along the walls. Suttree saw Hoghead move with stealth along the rear of a phalanx of battlers and draw back and hit a boy behind the ear and move on. Earl Solomon came pedaling backwards out of the line and slammed up against the wall. Paul McCully was trading punches with 3 boys all by himself down by the ladies' room door, and the door kept opening and closing, and girls looking out by turns. "We better get some of them off of Holly Babe," said J-Bone. They started down the room, but before they'd gone far, someone fell into J-Bone. J-Bone shoved him, and he turned around and took a swing, and at it they went. Suttree made his way on to where Paul was, and grabbed a boy by the wrist and whipsawed and flung him into a table full of half-empty drinks. He screamed something at Suttree, but it was lost in the melee. Paul hit one of the other boys, and he went down and got up and walked off. The third one hit Suttree in the side of the head. Suttree squared off and ducked, and the boy looked and saw McCarthy coming for him and said, "I ain't fighting the two of you." "Why, you crawfishing son of a bitch," McCarthy said. "You didn't mind it the other way around." He shoved the boy back against the wall, but the boy turned and ran. "Get that little fucker, Red," called McCarthy. Callahan was standing bloody-headed in the middle of a pile of fallen bodies, looking about. He reached and took the boy by the shoulder almost gently. "Pow," he said. Suttree turned his head. McCarthy had his arm around him, hugging him and laughing, and taking him directly into the thick of it. "Who the fuck are we fighting?" said Suttree. "Who the fuck cares? If he ain't from Mackinac, bust him." And they are whelmed in a dark riot. The smoking hall in no man's land filled with lethal-looking drunks, reeling about with bleeding eyes and reeking of homemade whiskey. A scuffling of feet, fists thudding, long endless crash of glass and chairs, and overhead the intermittent whoosh of whiskey bottles crossing the room like mortar shells to explode on the block walls. A wave of bodies swept over Suttree. He struggled up. In the midst of it all, he found Kenneth Tipton seemingly encased in a nimbus of peace, holding his wrist and working his hand open and shut. "I've fucked up my hand," he said. Then he was swept away. The floor was slick with blood and whiskey. Someone hit him under the eye. He tried to see J-Bone, but he couldn't. He saw Callahan go by, one eye blue, shiny, smiling, his teeth in a grout of blood. His busy, freckled fists ferrying folks to sleep. He saw a bottle in a fist rise above the melee, saw it powdered on an unknown skull. The fight washed up against the ladies' room wall, and the structure groaned and slewed. Suttree saw a head snap back and cave a cracked dish shape in the wallboard. Somebody had an old boy in the corner with handkerchiefs, trying to stop his ear from bleeding, and the old boy was ready to whip his nurse to get back into it, slapping away the hand attending him, his ear hanging half off. The bouncer was working his way like a reaper through the crowd by the wall, flattening people with his slapstick. When he came upon McCarthy hit him solidly in the jaw. The bouncer reeled back and shook his head and came on again and swung with the slapstick. It made an ugly sound on the side of McCarthy's head. McCarthy swung again and caught the bouncer in the face. Blood flew. The bouncer fell back and recovered. Both were preparing to swing together when McCarthy's knees gave way, and he knelt in the glass and the blood. The bouncer moved on, making his way toward Callahan. Behind him came a man lugging a floor buffer. A heavy machine, he could just by main strength raise it. When he hit the bouncer with it, the bouncer disappeared. Suttree tried to work his way toward the wall, but a heavy arm came athwart his eyes. He spun, surrounded now by strangers. The man with the floor buffer washed up nearby. The buffer rose, trembling above the crowd. It came down on no head but Suttree's. He felt the vertebra in his neck crack. The room and all in it turned white as noon. His eyes rolled up in his head, and his bowels gave way. He distinctly heard his mother say his name. He was standing with his knees locked and his hands dangling, and the blood pouring down into his eyes. He could not see. He said, "Do not go down." He swayed. He took a small step, stiffly fending. What waited was not the black of nothing, but a foul hag with naked gums, smiling. And there was no Madonna of desire or mother of eternal attendance beyond the dark rain with lamps against the night. The softly cloven powdered breasts, and the fragile clavicle bones, alabastrine above the rich velvet of her gown. The old crone swayed as if to mock him. What man is such a coward he would not rather fall once than remain forever tottering? He dropped, like a zombie among the din and the flailing, his face drained, his eyes plate-like with the enormity of the pain behind them. Someone stepped on his hand as he was crawling across the floor. He tried to rise again, but the room had composed itself into a tunnel, down which he kept falling. He didn't know what had happened to him, and his eyes kept filling up with blood. He thought he'd been shot, and he kept telling himself that the damage could be repaired if nothing else befell him, dear God, to be out of this place forever. He pulled himself up a swaying wall and tried to see. All that frantic bedlam before him seemed to have slowed, and each whirling face swam off in perfect parallax, like warriors and their mentors twinned, a room full of hostile and manic Siamese. "Ah," said Suttree. Making his way toward the door, he realized with a faint surge of that fairyland feeling from childhood wonders that the face he passed wide-eyed by the side of an upturned table was a dead man. Someone going with him saw him see. "That's fucking awful," he said. Suttree was bleeding from the ears and couldn't hear well, but he thought so too. They stumbled on like the damned in off the plains of Gomorrah. Before they reached the door, someone hit him in the head with a bottle. He must have fallen foul of yet other hands afterwards, because when he woke in the hospital he had a broken finger, 3 broken ribs, a mouthful of loose teeth, and 1 missing. He tried to move, but the jagged ends of bone in his chest were like scissors. His head was pounding, and his vision skewed in some way, and he was vaguely amazed at being alive, and not sure that it was worth it. He raised his eyes and felt the dried blood crack across his forehead. Lights kept rising one by one, and after a while he realized that they were bulbs in a corridor ceiling, and that the periodic squeaking sound was a caster on the cart that was wheeling him. The emergency room was filled with people bleeding. Groomus battlers with misshapen heads, all watched over by hordes of police. They wheeled Suttree on, bearing his pained bones in their boat of flesh, to where the dead carriage waits in the dark, perhaps the wrath of God after all. Friends, row by row, watched his passing and waved at him with their fingers and whispered among themselves. Who'd spoke of disorders of the soul and news of night? When you asked for the shop of the heart's apothecary, we thought you mad. We saw you took down to the brain surgeon's keep, deep in the cellar, under the street, where saws sang in stoven skulls, and wet bone meal blew from an air shaft in the alleyway. Out there in the blue moonlight, a gray she-corpse being loaded into a truck. It pulled away into the night. Horned minstrels, small dancing dogs in harlequin garb, hobbled after. The night is cold and colder. A fog moves with menace in the streets. Malefic stirrings underfoot. A foul breath rising visibly from the pierced sewer lids. The water truck goes by like a night beast, its drum-shaped brush clanking. Water wells, ink-black in the streets, repeating the pole lamps in glossy rosettes, that dish and slide in the wash like radiolarians pale with phosphorus on a midnight sea. The sweepers broom the trash along the flooded gutters, their yellow slickers bright with wet. They leap to the truck and ride with brooms aloft like figures done in lacquered wax, like hortatory gnomes. The hotel nightlights shine behind the drawn Venetian blinds, and the slatted patterns on the curbside cars give them the look of anchored small craft with lap-strake hulls. Out there in the winter streets, a few ashen anthroparians scuttling yet through the falling soot. Above them, the shape of the city, a colossal horde of retorts and alembics ranged against a starless sky. Uneasy sleeper, you will live to see the city of your birth pulled down to the last stone. Suttree heard people discussing his skull. Could he but see himself? His head half-shaved and gray and numb with Novocaine. An old doctor with a mosquito clamp and a needle stitched his scalp. Suttree still in his street clothes, one sleeve cut away, stained and stinking with blood and beer and shit. A nurse sat with his elbow in her lap, picking out pieces of glass with a pair of forceps and placing them in a steel tray. He woke in a small white room. Late evening. Bird shadows oblique upon the wall. He raised his head and looked about. 2 pigeons on the windowsill ruffled their feathers. A westerly view, cold winter sunlight. Constant beyond the sounds of traffic in the streets, there boomed a slow roll of surf. His head was swathed in bandages, and his hand hurt. He held it up, one finger wrapped and resting in an aluminum holder. His hands separated into two hands, side by side, both injured. He blinked his eyes, and they rejoined. "Callahan, you bastard," he said. He lay back and slept. When he woke again, he saw that he was not in a room, but in a ward. The screen had been pushed away from his bed, and he could see down a long hall many men in beds like his. Nighttime, yellow bulbs burning in the ceiling. A nurse was going down the ward with a cart, collecting the dinner trays. He had to keep blinking his eyes to keep things ordered and discreet. He seemed to be in an old folks' home. Iron beds filled with gray octogenarians, propped upright in nightshirts, humped and hawking and leering beadily at one another, like paranoids. Suttree tried to raise himself onto one elbow, but his chest hurt. He was wrapped in tape to his armpits, and he had an image of burial windings here in this room among the dying. He tried to focus his eyes, to see one person in the ward who looked as if he might have more than days to live. A cold sweat broke out upon him. He felt his head. Terminal brain damage under the towels. He tried to recite the multiplication tables, and this filled him with sexual memories and caused him to lie back, smiling. He slept, and in his sleep he saw his friends again, and they were coming downriver on muddy floodwaters. Hoghead and the City Mouse and J-Bone and Bear Hunter and Bucket and Boneyard and J.D. Davis and Earl Solomon, all watching him where he stood on the shore. They turned gently in their rubber bull-boat, bobbing slightly on the broad and ropey waters, their feet impinging in the floor of the thing with membranous yellow tracks. They glided past somberly. Out of a lightless dawn receding, past the pale day-star. A fog more obscure closed away their figures, gone a sadder way by psychic seas across the tarn of Acheron. From a rock on the river he waved them farewell, but they didn't wave back. In the morning the old men were upright and drooling with the first light. Two nurses came down the ward with breakfast trays. The one named Miss Aldrich bent above him smiling and went away again. An enameled name-pin. Her white starched frock crackled like sheet iron, and her crepe-soled shoes went silently as mice. Suttree had been taken from his bloodied clothes and bathed and laid out in clean, coarse linen. Miss Aldrich helped him down the long corridor, the old men watching furiously from their rows of beds on either side. Her soft breast against his elbow, crossing from band to latticed band of morning sunlight where it fell through the barred windows. He stood in a concrete room painted white and pissed painfully a few drops into an old-fashioned urinal and came out again. She was waiting for him. "Did you do your business?" she said, smiling. "Just a little." "Number 1 or number 2? Suttree couldn't remember what the numbers corresponded to. "Wee-wee," he said. He felt completely stupid. She took his elbow to help him back to his bed. "I can make it all right," he said. "I know." "Oh. Aren't you ashamed?" "Of what?" "Getting into such a terrible fight. You haven't seen yourself in a mirror, have you?" Suttree didn't answer. "What's wrong with my head?" he said. "You broke it." "Broke it?" "Yes." "Is it bad?" "No. Well, it's not good. It is fractured." "I keep seeing double." "It'll go away. Here." Suttree tried to get into the bed painlessly. "Shit," he said. He sat with care. "How many ribs?" "3. Who else is here?" "You mean your little friends?" "Yes." "None. Most of them were treated and taken to jail. A few escaped, I think. Are you ready for some breakfast?" "I guess so. Am I?" "Why not?" She brought him a tray with a bowl of oatmeal and milk and a cup of watered coffee. "Is that it?" he said. "That's it." She fluffed his pillows, helped him to sit. soap scent of her hair and her breast brushing across his eye. "I suppose this is Knoxville General," he said, sniffing the porridge. She smiled. "So you don't even know where you are?" "Isn't it? What makes you think you're in Knoxville?" "Come on." "Yes. At St. Mary's you get poached eggs, but you have to say your prayers first." She put her hand to her mouth. "Oh," she said, "you're not a Catholic, are you?" "I've been defrocked. This tastes like wet mattress stuffing." "But do you like it?" "Just so-so. Listen, what is this ward? It looks like where they lock up dangerous incurables." "It's just a ward. Most of our patients are older people." "Older? There's no one in here under 90. What do? Unload them here to die?" "Yes." "I see. They're all indigents. Some of them they bring down here from the nursing home when they get too sick. It's an experience." "I'll bet. You created quite a sensation." "What, among the inmates?" "No, silly. Among the nurses." She brought him the morning paper, but he couldn't focus on the print. She cranked up the old metal bed, moving about, flirting with him, and smelling good. She told him of her life in the nurses' home, her wide face full of humor. She roomed in the old morgue along with the other nurses in training. Their beds all leveled under two legs with bricks where the concrete floor sloped toward the drain. At supper, she brought her girlfriend, a short, heavy-set nurse with instructions to take care of him. "Just remember, I saw him first," she said. She winked at Suttree. "I'll see you tomorrow." But he was afoot and gone with fall of dark. Hobbling down the corridor in his nightshirt, past the snoring elders and through the door at the end. A little vestibule. Through the wired glass he could see out into the lobby where the night nurse sat at her desk. Suttree turned and went back through the ward to the doors at the other end. A further corridor, dimly lit. He came upon a washroom and a closet, where white orderly coats and jackets hung from pegs above the mop buckets and jugs of chemicals. He dressed quickly in the first clothes to hand, and he looked at himself in the glass. A wounded peon. He found a door that opened onto the main hall of the hospital, and he walked toward the light at the entrance and out into the night. He went down the street toward Central Avenue and crossed to the corner grill. His toes were so folded in the old black shoes he'd found that he could hardly walk. Strange apparition to enter the dim of the little tavern on a quiet Saturday night. Big Frigg rose to help him to a booth with elaborate solicitousness, and he and the brothers Clancy reckoned him sole survivor of a madhouse rising, an ice cream rebellion, before leaning to hear of his trials. He got a quart of milk from the store, and with a bottle under his arm crossed through the winter twilight the littered benchland to the river and home. He hadn't been asleep long before someone tapped at his door. "What is it?" "Ain't dead in there, are you?" "No." "Ain't seen you about. Allowed you was dead." "I'm all right." He lay in the dark listening to the crazed railroader breathing beyond the door. The old man muttered something, but Suttree couldn't make it out. "What?" he called. He was blowing his nose. Suttree got up and scratched about on the table for a match, and lit the lamp, and came to the door in the shorts and sweater he'd worn to bed. "Heidi," said the old man. "Come on in." "Is you in bed?" "It's all right. Come on in." The old man entered stiffly in his striped overalls, his shadow bobbing and looming anxiously behind him. "Cold in here," he said. Suttree set the lamp on the table and went to the stove to poke the fire up. "What happened to your head?" "I got hit with a floor buffer." "Say you did." "What time is it?" "Could you not hear it coming?" "No. What time is it?" He was hauling at the chain, looking about the dim little cabin. "What are you up to?" "I was just on my way in. Thought I'd better check on you. Ain't seen you and all. I thought you died on me." You and old Hooper are just alike. All you either one talk about is dying. What do? Sit around and cheer one another up? Oh, no, I see him seldomer and seldomer. A man gets to my age, he thinks about dying some. It's only natural. What? Dying or thinking about it? Do what? I thought you were going to tell me what time it was. The old man tilted the watch in his hand toward the lamp. I can't see good in here, he said. You want a glass of milk? I don't use it, thank you. Suttree poured his tumbler full and drank, and regarded the old man. I make it 8:46, the old man said. Suttree rubbed his eyes. We all gotta go sometime. He looked at the old man. I said we all got to go sometime. You get older, you think about it. Young fella like you. The old man gestured in the air with his hand. You couldn't tell what it meant. He sat in the chair by the table, still holding the watch in the palm of his hand. You want a cup of coffee? No, I'm just on my way in. Suttree leaned back against the wall and sipped the milk. He could feel the air in the cracks like cold wires. The old man sat there, seemed transfixed by the lamp flame like a ponderous cat. After a while he heaved up his shoulders and sighed and put away his watch. He rose and adjusted his cap. Well, he said, if I'm going to cross that river tonight, I'd as well start now. You take care. He looked about the little cabin. Well, he said, I'm satisfied you ain't dead anyways. I'll look for you on the river. Okay. Suttree didn't get up from the bed, and the old man raised his hand and went out into the night. A few minutes later, Suttree heard the dog start up along Front Street. And later still, when he wiped the water from the glass and peered out, he could see the old man on the bridge. Or rather, he could see the faintest figure disturb the globes of light one by one slowly until the farther dark had taken him. In the morning he went down the river again to run his lines. 2 boys from the riverfront down off the foot of 15th Street had just come in. When Suttree passed, they were handing up a string of carp, wet and yellow, with rubber mouths sucking. One of them chained the boat with an old bicycle lock, and they moved up the bank in their cheap black shoes, stopping now and again to pluck the winter nettles from their trouser legs. Suttree raised his hand, and they nodded, tossing their heads like small vicious horses, and going on across the tracks. His own lines came up heavy with dead fish. He cut the droppers one by one and watched the pale shapes flare and rock and sink from sight. He tied on new baited snells and recovered the current with the oars. He looked at the gray sky, but it didn't change, and the river was always the same. In just spring, the goatman came over the bridge, a stout old man in overalls, long gray hair and beard. Sunday morning, before anyone was about. A clicking of little cleft hooves on the concrete, and the goats in their homemade harness drawing tandem carts, cobbled up out of old signs and kindling wood, and topped with tattered canvas. Horned goat skulls, biblical messages, the whole thing rattling along on elliptical wheels like a whimsical pull toy for children. Loose goats flowed around the man and the wagon. A lantern swung from the hinder axle tree, and a small goat face peered from the tailboard, a young goat who was wearied and must ride. The goatman strode in his heavy shoes and raised his nose to test the air. The cart rumbled and clanked on its iron wheels, and they entered the town. Goats fanned over the post office lawn on Main Street and began to graze, the goatman watching them paternally, hiking along at the head of his curious circus. An officer of the law spoke to him. "Get them damn goats off the grass." The goatman located the voice with narrowed eyes. "Let's go, old-timer." "Them's mulish goats at times," said the goatman. "Off," said the lawman, pointing. "You, Susie, get off that grass there now. It ain't for you. All of you now." The goats grazed on with soft goat bells, with goats' ears tilting. "Them goats needs to be on a lead or something. You want to bring 'em through here." You can't do nothing with him.
This ain't no place for a bunch of damn goats.
We just passing through, said the goatman. One of the goats defecated copiously on the paving, dry, round turds that rolled like buckshot. She moved onto the green with grace, the ambling tolerance of goathood, fat teats winking from between her legs. The policeman looked at the goatman.
I want them goats out of here.
They going.
This ain't Sevierville or some damn place where you can bring a bunch of goats through the middle of town anytime you've a notion and let 'em shit all over the place.
I came through there, but I never stayed over.
Well, let's be for going through here and not staying over.
Come on, honey, the goatman said to the nanny that stood sleeping in the traces. She opened one eye, a cracked agate filled with sly goat sapience. The goatman patted her rump where bones reared up beneath a hide that you could hang a hat on. A puff of dust. She moved. They passed the policeman in a sedate trundling. Little goat peering from the wagon. The goatman calling, "Who now?" A tiny clatter of goat hooves in the silent Sunday morning, and the goats and the cart and the goatman going on in a penumbra of sunlight. A cartwheel trapped and squealing in the trolley track till he stoops to lift it out. Stout goatman, strange hat in one hand, the company swinging out and down Market Street toward the river. A bunched and sidling half-circle of goats starting and checking and wheeling past the goatman down the steep hill, and the goatman himself with his back to the cart to check its descent. Suttree woke in late morning with the cabin filled with sunlight. Light lapping on the farther wall where it played off the water, a faint bleating of goats. He rose and went out to the deck in his shorts, stretching in the Sabbath noon, a dreamy tranquility. The river lay empty of traffic, and the sawmills' small skylights winked in the sun-crossed river with their crooked glass. He propped himself on the rail and looked about. The field between the railroad and the river was filled with grazing goats, and there was a small, strange, hooded wagon there, and a rigid, windless spire of smoke standing in the bright air. "Goats," he said, scratching his chin. He looked upriver. Jones's tavern boat, the Marble Company, the curve of the river toward Island Home. The stand of canes tilting at the point, and the dark folk fishing there in overalls and faded floral wear. He looked toward the field again. He counted as many as 24. A small one tethered to the wagon wheel stood on buckling legs. A bearded man in overalls came to the rear of the wagon and got something from within and disappeared again. Suttree went in and dressed. The goatman looked up at his approach. He was wearing little wire eyeglasses, and he was reading from the Bible. He went back to his reading, and Suttree squatted by the fire and watched him, the old man's finger moving on the page, his lips forming the words. After a few minutes, he laid the book aside and took off the spectacles and folded them and placed them in the bib pocket of his overalls. He looked up at Suttree, one eye lightly squinted. "Morning," said Suttree.
"And a good day to you," said the goatman. "Ain't the law, I don't reckon, are you?"
"No, I live in that houseboat yonder." The goatman nodded. Suttree looked up at the wagon. A large blue sign atop it read, "Jesus Wept."
"Pretty day, ain't it?" said the goatman.
"It is. How many goats have you got?"
34.
34.
Sally died.
Oh.
She never was real stout.
I guess you like goats pretty well.
Well, I've got used to 'em. We've been on the road 14 years now.
How come you have so many?
Had nothing to do with it. Goats will be goats. I used to have more than what I've got now. Didn't have but one kid this spring. I think old Billy yonder's getting too old to cut the mustard."
Suttree looked out over the field at the goats grazing. 3 small black boys had come across from the road and stood now uncertainly just outside the goatman's camp and regarded him with wide eyes.
"Come up, boys," he said.
They made their way to the head of the wagon where a huge old billy goat was tethered. They stood around looking at him.
"Can you touch him?"
one said.
"Why, sure. Just go on and rub his head. He won't bite? No, scratch his old head there. He likes that.
One reached out tentatively and began to rub the goat's nose. The goat sniffed at the boy's sleeve and began to nibble at it.
He's eating your sweater, Loftus. I don't care.
He stroked the huge, whelked horns.
Where are you going with these here goats?
Down the road, said the goatman.
What you wants with these goats, anyway?
Little or nothing. Good fresh milk. God's best cheese.
Do you have any other animals? Said Suttree. Dog or anything?
No, just goats. I think a fella gets started with goats, he just more or less sticks to goats.
I guess so, said Suttree.
He had squatted in the grass. The goatman's fire puttered gently among the stones. By the river, goat bells clanked thinly in the soft forenoon.
Say you live right yonder?
Said the goatman.
Yes. What, live by yourself, do you?
Yes.
Well, it's got a lot to recommend it. Ain't never been married?
Once, said Suttree.
I had 3, and it was 3 too many.
He squinted his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose.
The good book says that there'll be 7 women for every man. Well, somebody else can have my other 4. What about you?
Suttree smiled and shook his head noncommittally. He was making a little noose from a weed stem. One of the black boys had come to the rear of the wagon where the young goat was tied, and the young goat reared and tugged at his rope.
He ain't used to folks yet, said the goatman. When will he be? I don't know. Talk to him some there. He'll come around. Here, goat, said the black boy.
The other 2 had come to the edge of the fire and stood looking at the men squatting there. The goatman eyed them critically.
What's your name? He said.
Lonnie.
Lonnie, you need some goat's milk to chink up the slats in them ribs. What do you think?
I ain't never had none.
Be watchful of them elbows. You don't knife somebody. Who's your buddy there?
He ain't my buddy. He's my brother.
You don't talk much, I guess.
He won't say nothing less than he knows you.
You know this fella here?
He nodded towards Suttree.
He's a fisherman, said Lonnie's brother. Thought you said he didn't talk.
Lonnie looked at his brother, and his brother looked at the ground.
Is that right? Said the goatman, turning to Suttree. You a fisherman?
Suttree nodded.
Make a living at it, do you?
A poor one.
It's an honorable trade. What do you fish for?
Carp, catfish.
What do you catch?
Suttree smiled. Carp and catfish, he said. Might catch a drum now and then, or a gar.
Man don't always catch what he fishes for.
No.
You ain't got any catfish today, have you?
I might. You want some?
I wouldn't care to have just a mess for myself.
I'll see what I can do. It'll be this evening. I usually run my lines late on Sundays. The goatman turned to him.
On the Sabbath?
The fish don't know the difference. The goatman shook his head.
Can't say as I hold with that.
They sat silently for a moment. The old man smelled of goats and wood smoke. The boys were going from goat to goat down the field by the river. Why did Jesus weep? Said Suttree.
Huh?
He pointed up at the sign. Why did Jesus weep?
Don't know scriptures?
Some.
He wept over folks working on Sundays.
Suttree smiled.
Jesus wept over Lazarus, said the goatman. They don't say it, but I reckon Lazarus might have wept back when he seen himself back in this vale of tears after he'd done been safe and dead 4 days. He must have been in heaven. Jesus wouldn't have brought one back from hell, would he? I'd hate to get to heaven and then get recalled. What about you?
I guess so.
You can bet I intend to ask him when I see him.
Ask who?
Jesus.
You're going to ask Jesus about Lazarus?
Sure, wouldn't you? Oh, I intend to have some questions for him. I'm going to be talking to him someday just like I'm talking to you. I better have something to say.
Suttree rose and swiped at the seat of his trousers and looked off down the river. "Well," he said, "I'll bring you a catfish if I get one."
"I don't require a big one."
"No. It's okay if it's caught on Sunday?"
"Just don't tell me about it."
"All right."
"I wouldn't want to aid and abet."
"No." Here come some more fans. A group of people were picking their way across the pitted lot toward the goatman's camp.
"I preach at 4, said the goatman. "Ought to be a good crowd here by then."
"Preach?"
"I preach every Sunday at 4 o'clock, rain or shine. Just straight preaching, no cures, no predictions. Folks ask me about the second coming. Most ain't heard of the first one yet. You be here?"
Suttree looked down at the goatman. "Well," he said, "if I'm not, just go ahead and start without me." He went up the river path toward Ab Jones's. The 3 black boys had one of the goats by the horns and were going around in circles with it, while one of them attempted to climb on its back. A white derelict named Smokehouse opened the door. He recalled Suttree dimly through drink-galled eyes and stood aside for him to enter. "How's Tom?" said Suttree.
"Tom's okay," said the derelict.
Suttree entered the dim room with its odor of stale beer and the urinous smell of chitlins cooking in the back. The derelict shut the door and hobbled on his twisted legs to the wall, where he had left his broom leaning. "Where's Ab?" said Suttree.
"Ain't seen him."
"Where's Doll?"
"He's back in the bed."
"What happened to your head?"
"What happened to yours?"
Suttree smiled and rubbed the patch of stubbled hair at the back of his head. The derelict had a massive bandage taped across the left side of his forehead. "I got hit with a floor buffer," Suttree said.
"I got hit by a bus."
"Again?" Smokehouse nodded, looking down at the floor, sweeping futilely at the trash. "Doesn't it hurt?" said Suttree.
"Some."
"Some."
"I got drunk first."
"Oh."
"I wouldn't do it without I got drunk first. I got more sense than that."
"Well, how do you manage to keep from getting killed if you're drunk?"
"It ain't easy. That's how come that bus run over my legs that time, is 'cause I got too drunk. You gotta keep your head about you."
"How much will you get this time?"
"I don't know. They don't want to settle. I may have to get me another lawyer."
"What'll you do with the money if you get it?" Smokehouse looked up from the floor. He seemed surprised by the question.
"Well," he said, "get drunk, I reckon. At least I won't have to sweep the floor for no niggers."
"For a while." The derelict pushed at the trash.
"Sun don't shine up the same dog's ass every day," he said.
"I hope not," said Suttree.
"Things has come to a sorry pass when a white man has to look to a nigger for work."
"Hard times on the land," Suttree agreed.
"You don't have a little drink on you anywheres, do you?"
Suttree had not. Smokehouse had started a new tack when the curtain flipped back and Doll, in her disheveled housecoat, held out a $50 coin. "Run, get me 2 packs of Luckies," she said. He stood his broom carefully against the wall and took the coin and got his hat from the back of a chair where he'd hung it, and shuffled out the door, his racked body like something disjointed and put back by drunken surgeons, the elbows hiked out, the feet bent wrong. Doll watched him with her one watery eye. "Morning," she said. "Morning," said Suttree. "How's the old man?" "I don't know. He laid up in bed. Go on back." "I don't want to bother him." "He ain't asleep. Go on." She held the curtain back for him. Suttree entered a room darker yet, some sort of heavy material curtaining the window on the river, a rich funk of nameless odors. There was a radio playing so softly that he just could hear it. The footrail of the bed came right to the door, and Jones lay in the bed like a tree.
"Who dat?"
he said. "Suttree."
"Young blood, come in."
"You're not asleep?"
"No, I just resting."
Come on in.
He raised himself up slightly in the bed, and Suttree heard him catch his breath.
I just stopped by. Sit down. Where's your beer?
I didn't want one.
Hey, old woman.
He was groping around in the near dark for something, and finally came up with a bottle, and unscrewed the cap, and drank, and put it back. He wiped his mouth with the heel of his hand.
Hey,
he called out. She appeared at the curtain.
Bring this man a beer. Sit down, young blood.
Suttree could see him better. He shifted his huge frame, and so clearly was he in pain that the fisherman sat at the foot of the bed and asked him what was wrong.
Don't say nothing to her.
What happened?
Same old shit. Your little blue friends. Hush.
She came to the curtain and handed a bottle of beer into the room. Suttree took it and thanked her, and she went out again, no word.
Did they put you in jail? Yeah. I got out about 8 o'clock this morning. Made bond. She think I've been out whoring, I reckon.
Suttree smiled.
Weren't you?
He said. The scarred black face looked grieved.
No, man. I'm too old for that shit. Don't let her know it, of course.
Are you all right?
Ain't nothing. I gotta keep my shirt on so you don't see the tape.
Who taped you?
Me?
You know how to do that?
I done it a few times, for it is.
I guess you have.
Being a nigger is an interesting life.
You make it that way.
Maybe.
Suttree sipped the beer. It was very quiet in the cabin.
They don't like no nigger walking around like a man, Jones said.
He had drawn his bottle forth and unscrewed the cap and was taking a drink. Can you get up and around?
Yeah. I ain't down, just resting.
If you need anything, I can get it for you. If you need some whiskey.
I know you would. I'm okay. Well, you got a good heart, young blood. Look out for your own.
I don't have any own.
Yes, you do.
Where are they? Jones wiped his mouth.
Let me tell you about some people, he said. Some people ain't worth a shit, rich or poor, and that's all you can say about 'em. But I never knowed a man that had it all but what he didn't forget where he come from. I don't know what it does. I had a friend in this town I stood up for him when he got married. I'd give him money when he was coming up. Used to take him to the wrestling matches. He was just a kid. He's a big man now, drives a Cadillac. He don't know me. I got no use for a man pissed backwards on his friends.
Suttree was sitting at the foot of the bed. He took a sip of the beer and held the bottle between his hands.
You see, a man, he's scratching to make it. Think once he got it made, everything be all right. But you don't never have it made. Don't care who you are. Look up one morning and you a old man. You ain't got nothing to say to your brother. Don't know no more'n when you started.
Suttree could see the huge veined hands in the gloom, black mannequin's hands. An ebon last for a glove-maker's outsize advertisement. They were moving as if to shape the dark to some purpose.
I used to work on the river, the Cherokee. Then I was on the Hugh Martin, the H.C. Murray. It had a better store than them uptown. After the First War, there wasn't no more packet boat trade. I was born in 1900. Of a night, you could hear them boats howling on the river like souls. The old Martin had a steam horn could and used to did bring the glass out of folks' sashes. I went on the river when I was 12. I weighed 180 pounds then. This white man shot me 'cause I whipped him. I didn't know no better. I was older then. I must have been 14. Dumb as shit. I went home and got better, and before I could see him to kill him, somebody had done it. Cut his head off. Wasn't no friend of mine. Throwed my black ass in the jailhouse. Went up the side of my head with they old clubs and shit. I laid there in the dark. They ain't give me nothing to eat yet. That was my first acquaintance of the wrath of the path.
It's going on 40 years now, and it don't signify a goddamn thing. These bloods down here think it's something to whip up on some police. They think that's really something. Shit. You ain't got nothing for it but a busted head. You can't do nothing with them motherfuckers. I wouldn't fight them at all if I could keep from it.
Suttree bent to see his face. Jones blinked, eyeballs like eggs in the mammoth black skull. He must have read his pale friend's look, because he said, almost to himself,
That's the truth.
How did you get out?
They found his head. Man had it in his shoebox.
He was unscrewing the bottle cap, taking a drink. His eyes closed and opened slowly in the gloom.
This man was a gambler and a whoremaster. He never drunk nor smoked. Run a whorehouse on Front Street that was well known in them days. Boats come in, the hands would all turn out for his place. Streets full of whores, queers, any color, thieves. They come out like roaches whenever you had a docking. Then this fella cut his head off and carried it around in a shoebox with him. He got drunk one night down on Central Avenue and started showing the old head around. Folks running screaming into the streets. Next day, I was out.
Was he crazy?
Who?
The murderer.
I don't know. He didn't kill him to rob him. I guess he was a little bit crazy.
Would you have killed him?
I don't know. I reckon I would if that was how he'd have wanted it.
Suttree took a sip of his beer. He could hear Smokehouse in the outer room again, puttering about, glass clinking. He looked at Jones. Have you ever killed anyone? He said.
Not on purpose,
said Jones. It was dark when he came in from running his lines. The nose of the skiff broaching rafts of drifted trash and skeins of shorelight in the Black River. Radio music from a shack on Front Street, carrying clearly over the night waters. The slamming of a door. He could see the lights at Ab Jones's, and downriver he could see the fire at the Goatman's camp, with the Goatman's cart in silhouette, and dark goat shadows shifting in the forward reach of light. He boated the oars and stalled against the tire casings alongside his houseboat, and stood up in the skiff and made fast. He had a live box made from angle iron and chicken wire hanging in the river by a rope, and he hauled this up and opened the top and transferred the fish from the boat to the box and lowered it into the river again. Then he hefted a small catfish up from the floor of the skiff, holding it by the gills, and climbed over the rail and went down the walk to the river path and down to the Goatman's camp. A few people were gathered at the fire. When Suttree came up, the Goatman turned, as if he sensed him there, and he smiled and nodded.
I thought you'd forgot me.
I brought you fish.
I see you did.
You've not eaten supper, have you?
No. You?
Suttree shrugged.
You're welcome to share with me if you like.
I don't much like fish.
That there's a nice one.
Suttree handed down the fish, and the Goatman took it and held it to the fire to see.
What do I owe you?
I don't know, said Suttree. We can trade it out if you like.
Trade it out, said the Goatman. I don't know what I'd trade. Ain't got nothing but some picture postcards I sell.
That'll be okay.
Postcards?
Sure, why not? The Goatman looked at Suttree, then rose and turned toward the wagon. The eyes of the visitors at his fire followed him. He rummaged through his duffel and called out to Suttree.
How many you want?
I don't know. What do you get for them?
10 cents.
Well, what about a half dozen? He came from the wagon with the cards. The fish bowed and shivered in the firelight.
Take these, he said.
Suttree took the cards. The cards were old, but the Goatman by the fire was not changed from him that posed upon them.
Okay,
said Suttree.
Ain't no need to rush off.
What makes you think I was rushing off?
I don't know, but you're welcome to stay.
I'd better get on. The Goatman watched him. He was trudging out across the field with his chin down, so that withdrawing in the firelight he looked like a headless revenant, turned away from the warmth of men's gatherings. "Say," called the goatman. Suttree turned. "You know, if you had a goat or two down here, they'd be good company. You never would be lonely." "What makes you think I'm lonely?" said Suttree. The goatman smiled. "I don't know," he said. "I ain't wrong." It is told first by Ocean Frog Fraser to idlers at the store, how a madman came down from the town and through the steep and vacant lots above the river. Fraser saw him plunging past in a drunken run, fording a briar bush with no regard, and on across the stony yard until he was capsized by a clothes wire. "He's murdered someone," Ocean Frog said. The fallen man mauled at the earth like a child, not even putting a hand to his throat where the wire had all but garroted him. He scrabbled off on hands and knees across the dirt, and soon he was running again. He ran full tilt into the barbed wire fence at the lower end of the lot. "He's crazy," said Ocean Frog. He stepped to the door and called to him. The man turned. His clothing was ripped, and the shreds of his shirt front lifted about him like confetti in the breeze, and he was covered with blood. "What are you doing?" called Ocean Frog. The man screamed, a high, parched gurgle like a rutting cat. Then he turned and ran again, following the fence, out of the lot, crashing through the crude pole gate and crossing the road and disappearing in the fields by the river. A few dead bats, or dying, appeared in the streets. Roving bands of unclaimed dogs were herded off to the gas chamber. Harrogate kept himself attuned, somehow fearing that he might be next. One day, by Suttree's, he said he'd seen a bat. "A dead one?" "Just up yonder." "You better go get it," said Suttree. "It's worth $1. "It's worth what?" $1. You have to take it to the Board of Health. It was in the paper." "You're shitting me." "No, it's worth $1.
Why would anybody want to give $1 for an old dead bat?"
They think they've got rabies. It says not to touch them, just scoop them up and put them in a bag." Harrogate had already started out the door.
"Hey, Gene."
"Yeah?
"Do you know where to take it?"
No. Where do I go?"
"General Hospital, out Central."
"Yeah, I know where it's at. That's where they took me."
It was true. Legal tender for all debts, public and private. He had the bill changed at Comer's, dropping it with a careless flourish onto the glass countertop. He took the change downstairs to Helms and got $1 for it, and changed the dollar at the sanitary lunch, but no one seemed to notice. Already schemes were clambering through his head. He bought a chocolate milk and sat wedged in the row of theater seats at Comer's before a $2 check game, and pondered and sipped the milk.
"Fucking rat poison,"
he said, suddenly looking up through the smoke and the din toward a far wall with wide eyes. People turned to look at him. Cocky paused in mid-stroke at the table, the cue quivering in his old palsied hands. Harrogate rose and drained the carton of milk and dropped it in a spittoon and went out. Rat-like himself, quietly in the dime store aisles. A small box of pellets slid between the lowermost shirt buttons to lay against his skin. Things to be done. The Ford hood that he portaged on his shoulders up the river path had sheltered chickens. He stopped often to rest. It had rained in the night, and his clothes were soaked from the bushes. Scarlet trumpets of cowwitch overhung the little house, and wildflowers bloomed up through the twisted shapes of steel, by whatever miracle renders grease and cinders arable. And the junkman's lot was a garden more lovely for the phantasm from which it sprang. Harrogate paused at the fence and leaned his hood there. He pushed open the weighted gate, starting a hummingbird from the flowers in the dooryard. Rainwater still dripped from the tar-paper eaves, and it lay in bright pools and slashes on the gray and steaming backs of the autos, where they reared above the grass and fronds like feeding bovines. He rapped at the open door. The cane at the corner of the shack rattled gently in the wind. Everything lay quiet and sun-dabbled in this quaint garden by the river.
"What can I do for you?"
said the junk man. Harrogate stepped back and looked. The junkman was hanging half-drunk from the one small window. "You remember me, don't you?" said Harrogate. "No." "Well, listen, I need a car hood." "Just a minute." He appeared at the door, with splayed fingers attacking the matter that webbed his eyes. "What kind?" he said. "It's a Ford." "Any particular year?" "I don't know. I got it out here if you could match it up." The junkman spat and looked at him and started down the stoop past him. "Where's it at?" He was standing in the yard with his palms on the small of his back, squinting about. "Right yonder, leaning against the fence." The junkman followed his pointing finger. "I hope it don't lean too hard," he said. He sauntered over to the fence and looked down. He gave the hood a shove, and it fell over in the dust with a sad bong. The junkman looked it over, and he looked at Harrogate. "Hell, son," he said. "What's the matter with this one?" "I hope there ain't nothing the matter with it. I just need me one more." The junkman looked at him for several minutes, and then he went back across the little yard and entered the shack again. When Harrogate peered in, he was lying on the cot with one arm across his eyes. "Hey," said Harrogate. "I ain't got time to mess with you," the junkman mumbled. "Listen," said Harrogate. "I need two alike to make a boat out of." The junkman removed his arm from his face and looked at the ceiling. "I wanted to get 'em welded together and tar up the holes so I could have me a boat." "A boat?" "Yes, sir." "How do you sons of bitches find me?" "It ain't but just me. All you crazy sons of bitches. I wish I could catch whoever it is keeps sending 'em down here." "I just come by myself." Yeah. "Have you got a hood to match that one?" "I got a 46. It's the same except for the chrome. You can have it for $6 if you want it." "Well, I wanted to talk to you about that." He looked like an enormous turtle going to the river, staggering under the weight of the welded car hoods, the aft one dragging a trail in the summer dust. He hadn't found any way to take the pot of tar, so he'd tied it to one ankle, and it scuttled along after him. He put in above the packing company, sliding his boat through the grass and down the mud of the bank. The water that trickled in looked like ink beading over the tarred floor. He bent and untied the tar pot and set it in the boat and then stepped in cautiously. The steel flexed with a little dead buckling sound somewhere. He gripped the sides, going along on his knees. The back end lifted from the mud, and he was adrift in the river. "Shit, a brick," said Harrogate, with cautious enthusiasm. He pulled off his shirt and sponged up the water to better see where the leaks were, drifting past the packing company, the lumber yard. "What is that?" called a watcher from the shore. "Boat," called Harrogate back. By the time he reached the bridge, he was sitting in the center with his feet spread before him, taking the sun and enjoying the river breeze. He came in at Goose Creek, paddling with his fingers. Up the small estuary, under the low bridge of the railway, lying on his back, mud dauber nests overhead, and lizards in little suction-cup shoes sliding past his face, easing himself along the wall with one hand. And under Scottish pike and up the creek, standing in the stern of his new boat and poling with a stick he'd found, the rounded prow browsing through the rippled sludge that lay thick on the backwater. He spent the night under the boat, it upturned like a canoe and propped with sticks, a small fire before him. Vestal boys came down to visit and to envy. One among the younger was sent for a chicken from his mother's yard, and they plucked it and roasted it on a wire, and passed about a warm RC cola, and told lies. He came out of the creek into the river the next morning, rowing with a board and a split paddle in oarlocks made from a dog chain. An eerie, rattling apparition stroking through the fog. He had not gone far before he was near run down by the dredger from the gravel company, just set out downriver. A face passed high up the bank of the fog, not even looking down from the floating wheelhouse. Harrogate had stood in his boat and raised a fist, but the first bow wave almost tilted him out into the river, and he sat quickly on the floor again and called a few round oaths. He rowed upriver with his back to the rising sun, envisioning a penthouse among the arches and spans of the bridge he passed beneath. A retractable rope ladder, his boat at anchor by a stanchion, the consternation of a marveling citizenry. At Suttree's he pulled in and rapped on the door of the deck with his knuckles. "Hey, Soot!" he called. Suttree raised up in his bunk and looked out. He saw a hand from the river holding onto the houseboat deck. He rolled out and went to the door and around and stood there in his shorts, looking down at the city rat. "Slick, ain't it?" said Harrogate. "Can you swim?" "This time tomorrow you will be talking to a wealthy man." "Or a drowned one. Where the hell did you get that thing?" "Made it? Me and old drunk Harvey." "Good God," said Suttree. "What do you think of it?" "I think you're fucking crazy." "You want to go for a ride?" "No." "Come on, I'll ride you." "Gene, I wouldn't get in that thing and it on dry land." "Well, I got to get on." Harrogate pushed off and took up his trailing oars. "I got a lot to do," he said. Suttree watched him go up on the river, the little keelless contraption skittering and jerking along. It went pretty good. Harrogate turned up First Creek and rode beneath the railway trestle, and continued on until he came to a narrows composed of abandoned machinery and high-tiered tailings of garbage. He wired his boat to a small tree and went backwards up the bank, admiring it. He tried to nap, but lying there in the heat beneath the viaduct with the traffic overhead, he had such fantasies of plenitude that his feet made little involuntary trotting motions. By late afternoon he was up and about, flexing his sling with its new red rubbers and firing a few flat stones through the light wires where they caromed and sang enormous lyre notes in the budding tranquility of evening. An addled cock crowed from the black hillside. He looked to his appurtenances and set forth. He emerged from the creek mouth past the curious dark fisherman, oaring slowly and studying the sky. He stroked his way upstream, past the last of the shacks and as far as the Marble Company. Coming about on the placid evening calm and easing back the oars alongside and taking up his sling. Pinching up the leather in his fingers. Pouring the pellets. One flew, and there! A goat-sucker wheeled and croaked. He hove back on the sling bands nearly to the floor and let go. And again. Random among the summer trees, house lights came on along the southern shore. The neon night shapes of the city bloomed, the replicas in the water like discolored sores. Across the watered sky the bats crossed and checked and flared. Dark fell, but that was all. He was drifting beneath the bridge. He laid down the sling and took up the oars and came back. It was a hot night for heavy thinking. He lay with his hands composed upon his chest. Beyond the bridge's arching brow, drifting fireflies guttered against the night, and the wind bore a heady scent of honeysuckle. It was a gray-haired and avuncular apothecary who leaned, not unkindly, down from his high pulpit. Enormous fans stirred overhead, shifting the reek of nostrums and purgatives. Beyond the counter ranged carboys and gallipots and stained-glass jars of chemic, and cotton-mouthed bottles cold and replete with their party-colored pills. Harrogate's chin rested just at the cool stone trestle, and his eyes took in this alchemical scene with a twinge of old familiarity for which he could not account. "May I help you?" said the scientist, his hands holding each other. "I need me some strychnine," said Harrogate. "You need some what?" "Strychnine. You know what it is, don't you?" "Yes," said the chemist. "I need me about a good cupful, I reckon." "Are you going to drink it here or take it with you?" "Shit fire. I ain't gonna drink it. It's poisoner than hell." "It's for your grandmother." "No," said Harrogate, craning his neck suspectly. "She's done dead." The chemist tore off a piece of paper from a pad and poised with his pen. "Just let me have the name of the person or persons you intend to poison," he said. "We're required to keep records." Suspecting japery, Harrogate grinned an uneasy grin. "Listen," he said, "you know about these here bats?" "Oh, yes, indeed." "Well, that's what it's for. I don't care to tell you because ain't nobody else but me could figure out the rest of it." "I'm sure that's true," the chemist said. "I didn't bring nothing to fetch it in. You got a jar of some kind?" "How old are you?" said the chemist. "I'm 21. "No, you're not." "What'd you ask me for, then?" The chemist removed his glasses and closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose between his thumb and forefinger. He donned the spectacles again and looked down at Harrogate. He was still there. "I can't sell strychnine to minors," he said, "nor to folk of other than right mind. It's against the law." "Well," said Harrogate, "that's up to you." "Yes," said the chemist. Harrogate backed, sidling down the pale medicinal corridor, past ordered rows of canisters and jars. The rotors overhead sliced through the antiseptic air, slow and constant. He pushed back the door with one hand. Bell ching. A slender rod came sucking out of a little piston. The chemist had not moved. "You're just an old fart," called Harrogate, and ran. Suttree just shook his head. He was sitting with his trousers rolled and his bare feet hanging in the river. "Come on, Soot." "Jane." "Yeah?" "I'm not going in no goddamn drugstore and buy strychnine. Not for you, not for anybody." "Hell, Soot, they'd sell it to you. If I tell you what I want with it, will you?" "No." They sat there watching Suttree's toes resting on the river. "Listen, Soot." Suttree put his forefingers in his ears. Harrogate leaned more closely. "Listen," he said. He waited down on Stinky Point, one eye for measuring the sun's decline, the other weathered out for his friend's coming. He had a pie plate with a piece of high and wormy hog's liver in it, and he was cutting this up in small gobbets with his pocket knife. Suttree came through the weeds, hot and perspiring, and squatted on the bank and drew a small package from the hip pocket of his jeans. "Here, you crazy son of a bitch," he said. Harrogate's black rat's eyes glazed over with joy. He untied the string and lifted a glass vial from the paper and examined it. A pale label with a green skull and bones. "Shithouse mouse," he said. "Thanks, Soot. I sure as shit appreciate it." "You owe me $2. "Oh, buddy, that kind of money ain't nothing now. You'll have it in the morning." Suttree watched him go on through the weeds to the river, where his boat rode tethered to a cinder block by a length of wire. He turned and smiled back and stepped neatly into the boat, holding the bottle in one hand, the tin of liver in the other. He sat carefully and laid his things out before him, and leaned slightly forward and unpocketed the small catapult he'd fashioned from a tree fork. Unwiring himself from the land, he took up his makeshift oars and feathered gently into the current and away. From the deck of his houseboat, Suttree watched the antics of this half-daft adolescent with a mild disgust. Standing amidships in his cockle-craft, Harrogate tacked here and there. In the quiet evening, the face of the river grew glassy. Suttree muttered to himself. He'd not muttered long before a bat came boring crazily askew out of the sky and fell with a plop onto the surface of the river and fluttered briefly and was still. Suttree sat up in his folding chair. Bats had begun to drop everywhere from the heavens, little leather-winged creatures struggling in the river, Harrogate oaring among them. One dropped with a mild and vesperal bong on the tin of Suttree's roof, another close by in the water. Lying there on the dark current, it seemed surprised and pitiful. Harrogate in his tin coracle was hefting them aboard with a dip-net of his own devising. A bullbat fell bandy-winged. A swift, a swallow. Along the dimming shore of broken fence and rubble, and over the sparse colonies of jake-like dwellings, a new curse falling, a plague of bats, Small basilisks, pug-nosed with epicanthic eyes and upreared dog's ears filled with hair and bellies filled with agony. In the smoke and burgundy dusk, they dimpled the face of the river like lemmings. 2 small black boys had packed a half-gallon pickle jar with ones they found and screwed down the lid to keep them until needed. In the floor of Harrogate's boat, the brown and hairy mound grew. Strange cargo. Such small replicas of the diabolic, with their razorous teeth bared in fiends' grins. By dark he had half a boatload, and by the warehouse lights he struck a landfall just below the creek and tied up. He sat on the bank and drank in the evening calm and the winey, honeysuckle air, and waited for the last of the crawling pile of bats to die. When they had done so, he loaded them in his sack and staggered up the bank and home. In the morning he set out with them. A light heart and deep rejoicing for the fortune of it made the load less heavy, yet he still must rest here and there by the street side. By such stages he labored out Central Avenue, small and bowed and wild-looking. "What you got in the sack, son?" He peered from under the load at his inquisitor lounging in the open window of the halted cruiser. He shifted the weight a little higher on his shoulder. "Bats," he said. "Bats?" "Yes, sir." "What, ball bats?" "No, them little uns. Flittermouses." The policeman's face bore a constant look of tolerant interest. "Set the sack down, son, and let's see what all you got there." Harrogate rolled the sack from his shoulder and lowered it to the paving and spread the drawstring mouth with his thumbs. A musky smell rose. He tilted it slightly policeward. The officer thumbed his cap back on his head and bent to see. A prefiguration of the pit. Vouchsafed a croaker-sack vision of hell's floor, deep with a hairy, damned, screaming, mute and toothy, toward the far and heedless city of God. He raised his head and looked at the waiting Harrogate, and he looked at the bright sky above Knoxville, and he turned to the driver. "You know what he's got in that sack?" "What's he got?" "Dead bats." "Dead bats?" "Right." "Well, what do you think?" "I don't know. Ask him where he's going with them." "Where you going with him?" "Up here to the hospital." The officer had his chin resting on his shoulder. His face went blank. "Rabies," he said. He turned to the driver and said something, and they pulled away. Harrogate shouldered the bats and set forth again. He climbed the marble stairs and went past the old columns of the portico and down the hall to a desk. "Howdy," he said. A nurse looked up. "I got some more." "What?" "Some more. Bats." "I don't know what you're talking about." "Bats. I got a whole sack full." She stared at him warily. "Looky here," he said, pointing. She stood up and leaned over and looked down. Harrogate fumbled with the sack, trying to see her tits. She put her hand to her collarbone. He spread the sack open, and she leaped back. "It's a mess of 'em, ain't it?" "Get those things out of here," she whispered. "Where do I take 'em?" But she had gone down the hall in her white crepe shoes. She came back with a man in a white tunic. "Him?" said the man. Harrogate stood his ground. "Let me see what you've got there." He held open the mouth of the sack. The man turned pale. He gestured at the nurse. "Call the clinic," he said. "Tell them we've got about a bushel of dead bats up here." She was dialing. "Where did you get them?" said the man. "Just here and there," said Harrogate. A woman was coming down the hall. The man went to her and ushered her back toward the door. "Dr. Hauser says to bring them on," said the nurse, holding one hand over the mouthpiece of the telephone. "Tell him we're on our way." "I guess you ain't used to getting this many at a time," said Harrogate. They set him in a little white room and gave him a box of vanilla ice cream. He watched the sunlight on the walls with dreamy content. After a while, the nurse brought him a little metal tray with a hot lunch. "You can just take it out of what all you owe me," Harrogate told her. The afternoon set in, and he grew bored. He went to the door and looked out. An empty corridor. He sat some more. It grew warmer. He lay on the tile floor with his hands cradling his head. His mind roved over store windows. He saw himself ascending the stairs at combers in pressed gabardines and zipper shoes, a slender cigar in his mouth, an Italian switchblade knife, silver-bound with ebony handles in one pocket, a gold watch chain draped across the pleats of his slacks. Greeted by all, pulling the roll of bills from his pocket. He went back down the stairs and came up again in a different attire, a pullover shirt like Fiesel's, dark blue, with pale gray trousers and blue suede shoes. Belt to match. The door opened. He sat up. "Mr. Harrogate?" "Yes, ma'am. Dr. Hauser would like to see you." They went through 3 doors. The doctor was standing at a bench among bottles and jars. The nurse closed the door behind him. Harrogate stood there with his hands hanging down inside the pockets of his capacious trousers. The doctor turned and looked dourly across the upper rims of his glasses at him. "Mr. Harrogate?" "Yes, sir." "Yes. Would you just come with me a minute?" Harrogate followed him into a tiny office, a little white cubicle with glass bricks in the ceiling. Occasional pedestrians walked overhead, muted heels in sunlight. The pipes that hung from the ceiling were painted white. He looked everything over. "That was quite a collection of bats," said the doctor. "There's 42 of them." "Yes. None rabid at all. We were curious. We couldn't find any marks on them." Harrogate grinned. "I figured you might reckon they'd been shot or something. Many of them as they was." "Yes. We examined one." "Mm-hmm. Strychnine." Harrogate's face gave a funny little twitch. "What?" he said. "How did you do it?" "Do what?" "How did you do it? Poison 42 bats. They only feed on the wing." "I don't know nothing about it. They was dead. Listen, I brought one down here before and nobody never said nothing. They never said there was a limit on how many you could collect on." "Mr. Harrogate, the city is offering a reward for any dead bats found in the streets. We have what could become a critical situation here with rabies. That's the purpose of the reward. We have not authorized the wholesale slaughter of bats." "Do I get the money or not?" "You do not." "Shit." "I'm sorry." "Well, I would like to know how you managed to poison them." Harrogate sucked at his black foretooth. "What will you give me?" he said. The doctor leaned back in his chair and studied him all over again. "Well," he said, feeling the spirit of things, "what will you take?" "I take $2. "That's too high. I'll give $1. "Make it $1.25. "All right." "That includes the dinner and the ice cream." "Okay." "I done it with a flipper." "With a flipper?" "Yes, sir." The doctor looked at the ceiling. "Ah," he said, "I see. What, did you poison scraps of meat and then shoot them in the air?" "Yeah, them sons of bitches like to never quit falling." "Very ingenious. Damned ingenious." "I can figure out anything." "Well, I'm sorry your efforts were for nothing." "Maybe $1.25 ain't nothing to you, but it is to me." When Suttree called on him, he found a shrunken djinn, hulked over an apple box, tracing with a chewed pencil stub a route beneath the city on a map of it. A sanguine scene, there by the blood-colored light of the construction lantern. At Suttree's approach, a bright red cat rose from before the lamp and moved away into the dark. Harrogate looked up, feet tucked and bright smile, a diabolic figure across which the shadow of a moth passed and repassed like a portent. "How did you make out?"
"Sit down, son. Not worth a shit."
"Wouldn't they pay?"
"Nah. I gotta hand it to them. They're smart."
"Well,
I'm glad you come. Look here at this map."
Suttree glanced at it. It shows where all the buildings is, and you can measure it on here. See? On this here scale. Yeah? Well, shit. I mean, what with them caves down there, and it all holler and everything? So? Lord, Soot, it's tailor-made. They're just asking for it. Suttree rose. Jean, he said, you're crazy. Sit down, Soot. Looky here. The goddamn bank is only... I don't want to look. I don't want to hear. Harrogate watched him wane from the gory light toward darkness. It's a dead lock, Soot, he called. I need you to help me. Beyond in the dark of the town, late traffic passed. Soot! A chained dog yapped from the shack-strewn hillside across the creek. I need you to help me, he called. In the early months of that summer, a new fisherman appeared on the river. Suttree saw him humped over the oars in a skiff composed of actual driftwood, old boxes and stenciled crate slats, and parts of furniture, patched up with tin store signs and rags of canvas, and spattered over with daubs of tar. A crazy quilt boat sculled through the loose fog by a sullen oarsman who looked not right nor left. Standing at Turner's stall, Suttree stared down into the long glass beer. Little beads of water ran on the heavy slant panes and their nickel and porcelain mortises. Inside, on a bed of crushed ice dimly lit and lightly garlanded with parsley sprigs, lay a catfish with a 9-inch dinner plate in its mouth. Old men kept drifting by to peer in and comment. A little card rested against the broad yellow flank. It said, caught on the Tennessee River, June 9th, 1952, weight 87 pounds. Morning, Suttree, said the fishmonger. Where the hell did you get this? Some Indian brought it in here this morning. Ain't that a fish? It's the biggest catfish I ever saw. Old Bert Vincent was by a little while ago, said it was the biggest he ever seen personally. I don't guess you'll be needing any fish this morning. Not this morning. Suttree crossed through the market house and went on toward Niggertown with his fish. In the evening, he watched the Indian set out again on his one line below the railway trestle. And back. He hove to in the blue shadow under the bluff and drifted from sight. 87 pounds, Suttree muttered. On his run downriver in the morning, he watched for the Indian skiff. He saw it swinging loosely below the sheer rock of the south shore. Trash hung in the vines all down the face of the bluff, and a thin fault line angled up and switched back until it gained the rim of a cave 100 feet above the river. Up there watching was the fisherman. Suttree raised his hand. The figure on the cliff gestured back. Suttree eased the oars into the river and went on. When he came back upriver, the Indian was cleaning fish on a rock at the foot of the bluff. When he saw Suttree, he stood up and looked up at the cave and wiped his hands on the sides of his jeans. Suttree eased the skiff alongside the rock and shipped the inside oar. There was a shallow pool among the rocks, and from the bottom countless fish heads stared up through the silty water to the streaked sunlight of a world dead to them. Coiled viscera ebbed in the murk, and a few tins gave back a baleful light. "Howdy," he said. "Hey," said the Indian. "How's it going?" "Okay." "I saw that blue cat down at Turner's. I don't see how you got it in the boat." "Yeah," said the Indian. Suttree looked out over the water, and he looked up at the Indian again. A tall and ochre-skinned stranger in a pair of busted-out brogans. The sorry clothes, the stove knees and elbows not patched but simply puckered shut with crude stitching. Pinned to his shirt and joined by their weighted wire, he wore a pair of china eyes that had once swung in a doll's skull. "I live upriver yonder," said Suttree, "just above the bridge in that first houseboat." The Indian nodded. "I seen you," he said. In the sun, his home-cut hair looked blue, and his eyes were black. Suttree couldn't tell if he was looking at him or just down at his shoes. "There's the size I catch." Suttree held up the smallest catfish in the boat.
You want some bait?
Bait?
Sure.
What kind you got?
Wait on me till I get you some.
Suttree watched him, sculling to recover the current. He went up the bluff like a goat. When he came back, he handed down a jar to Suttree. Suttree took it and looked at it, and turned it against the sun and unscrewed the cap and sniffed at it.
God damn, he said.
The Indian had squatted on the rock to watch him more closely, and now he slapped his thigh and laughed.
Shit,
said Suttree. He clapped the lid back over the mess.
Don't smell it,
said the Indian, grinning.
Now you tell me.
He tilted the jar at arm's length.
Will it stay on the hook? Sure.
Well, thanks. Maybe I'll catch one of those big mammy jammers.
Sure,
said the Indian. Suttree set the jar on the seat and pushed off from the rocks. Thanks again, he said. Come see me. The Indian stood and put his hands in his pockets and gave a little toss of his chin.
Okay,
he said. The next week he didn't see him. The crazy boat was gone. Suttree tried the bait, but the odor of it, the gagging vomit reek, was more than he could stand. He'd wash his hands again and again after molding it on the hooks. The third morning he caught 2 turtles, and he let the jar descend down through the dun-colored water behind the last flaring dropper, and went back to his cut-bait and dough balls. Monday morning someone rapped at his door, and he turned out in the dawn chill to find the Indian there. He wore the same clothes, the same shoes, the tandem eyeballs still pinned to his pocket.
Hey, he said.
Come on in, said Suttree.
How you do with the bait?
Okay. Kept catching turtles.
Hey, turtles. Snappers, eh?
Yeah. Watch your head. The Indian stooped and entered and turned. Sit down. Suttree motioned loosely toward the dim interior.
Them is good to eat, said the Indian. Best meat there is.
Yeah, well, they're a lot of trouble to fix.
You bring 'em to me. I show you how to fix 'em.
You want a cup of coffee?
Sure.
Have it in a minute. Go on, sit down. The Indian sat on the bunk and crossed his legs.
I didn't see you for a couple of days. No.
Suttree ladled water out of a lard pail into the coffee pot and lit the burner. He measured in the coffee. I used to know an old guy who shot turtles down on the river. I never see the meat for sale, though.
Yeah, well, I sell 'em sometime.
Suttree set the pot on the burner and put the lid on and turned the flame up. He got down the spare cup. It had a dead spider curled in it, and he pitched the spider into the trash and rinsed both cups. When the coffee perked, he poured the cups full and turned and handed one to the Indian. He took the cup gravely and blew on it. He gave off a rich, acidic smell of wood smoke and grease and fish. Sparse whiskers on his fine skin. His arms lean, long-muscled, blue-veined. I never ate one, Suttree said.
What?
Turtle.
You come to my place sometime. I fix 'em for you.
Okay, said Suttree. The Indian sipped the coffee and regarded him above the cup rim with grave black eyes.
I got thrown in jail, he said.
When?
Last week. I just got out.
What did they have you for?
Vague, you know. They got me once before.
How'd you get out?
They let me sweep up. They let me clean up, and then they let me out. I come down this morning, and my boat was gone.
Where did you leave it?
Just down here. I reckon some boys took it.
Have you looked for it?
Yeah.
Suttree watched him. Well, he said, why don't we go in my boat and see if we can see it?
I'll pay you.
It's all right. He got his shoes and socks.
These river rats will steal anything that's not nailed down. They might have sunk it.
Would it sink?
Put enough rocks in it.
Suttree shook his head. They went downriver with Suttree rowing and the Indian bailing, bending toward each other at their tasks. They had a hell of a nigger in there, the Indian said.
Where's that?
In the jail. They had this great big nigger. They fought all over the jailhouse. They'd go in there and bust his head with slapsticks. He'd come around after a while and start cussing them all over again.
Suttree stayed the oars.
He raised some knots on a few of them jailers, the Indian said.
Did he get out?
Yeah. Somebody come and got him yesterday.
Suttree rowed on. They went past the last bridge and down the bend in the river. They watched the shore. "That's not it, is it?" said Suttree, pointing. The Indian shaded his eyes.
"No," he said. "It's just some trash."
Suttree dabbed his eye against his shoulder with a shrugging motion and went on.
"You want me to row a while?"
"No, it's okay." They found the skiff awash in shallow water near the head of the island. Suttree eased alongside and laid back the oars. The Indian stood. "Is it stove?" said Suttree.
"No, I don't think so."
"They must still be here on the island." The Indian scanned the steaming reaches of reed and willow. A plover was crossing the silt bar like a gallery bird. Suttree stepped out with a rope, and they pulled the skiff ashore. There was a little path going up the island through the weeds. They went with caution. Redwings circled and cried. They entered a clearing where charred sticks and blackened stones marked a fire. A few empty bean tins. They walked around the glade. "Looks like they skedaddled," Suttree said.
"Yeah.
"They can't be far."
Let 'em go,"
the Indian said.
"Yeah? Sure. Okay."
They turned and defiled out of the glade, Suttree behind the Indian. Dragonflies kept lifting from the tops of the reeds like little Chinese kites. "What's your name?" said Suttree. The Indian turned and looked back.
"Michael," he said.
"Is that what they call you?" He turned again.
"No," he said. "They call me Tonto, or Wahoo, or Chief. But my name is Michael."
"My name's Suttree." The Indian smiled. Suttree thought maybe he was going to stop and shake hands, but he didn't. They got the boat bailed and afloat, and Suttree shoved it out onto the pale brown waters. The Indian took up the oars and brought it about, headed upriver.
"What do I owe you?" he said.
"Not anything."
"Well, come see me and I'll fix you that turtle."
Suttree raised his hand.
"Okay," he said.
"Watch out for the cops." The Indian dipped the oars into the river and pulled away. Suttree stepped into his skiff and walked to the rear of it and shoved off from the flats with one oar. The Indian's patchwork boat was soon far upriver, light winking off the sweeps where they'd been broken and pieced back with tacked and flattened food tins. He eased his own oars into the water and started up the inside of the island. He watched for signs of the thieves along the shore, and he saw a muskrat nose among the willows, and he saw a clutch of heron shaws gawping from their down nest in the reeds, spikelet bills and stringy gullets, pink flesh and pin feathers, and boneless legs spindled about. He tacked more shoreward to see. So curious, narrow beasties. As he pulled abreast of them, a rock sang past his ears. He ducked and looked toward the shore bracken, but before he could collect himself, another rock came whistling out of the willows and caught him in the forehead, and he fell back in the boat. The sky was red and soaring and whirled like the ball of an enormous thumb, and a numb, gritty feeling came up against the back of his teeth. One oar slid from its lock and floated off. The skiff drifted down past the landing and down past the end of the island. Suttree lay sprawled on the floor with blood running in his eyes. A tree branch turned against the sky. He pulled himself up, gripping the side of the skiff. He could taste a tincture of iron in his throat, and he spat a bloody mucus into the water. He knelt over the side and palmed water at his face, and his face was slippery with blood, and blood lay in the water in coagulate strings. He touched gently an egg-shaped swelling.
His whole skull was throbbing, and even his eyes hurt. He looked upriver toward the island and swore murderously. The other oar was floating a few yards downriver, and he sculled after it. Light kept winking up on the riffles, and blood was dripping from his forehead, and he felt half nauseous. He recovered the drift oar and rowed back upriver in the main channel. He watched along the shoreline of the island, but he saw nothing. After a while, his head quit bleeding. Doll came to the door at Ab's and looked him up and down. "Huh?" she said. "What happened to you?" "Some son of a bitch hit me with a rock." "Mm-hmm," she said, shaking her head. "Come in." "How's Ab?" She shut the door behind him. Suttree turned in the stale and darkened room. "Why didn't you tell me he was all screwed up?" "I can't do nothing with him." "Where is he? In the back?" She gestured him with one hand, and he pushed back the curtain. At first he couldn't see him well, but gradually the black's half-closed and swollen eyes appeared, his glistening, misshapen face. His broken mouth moved painfully. He said, "Hey, Youngblood." Suttree heard his breath suck in the quiet. "Hey, Ab," he said. "How are you?" "I'm okay. I was just slipping me a nap. What you up to in the heat of the day? You catching any fish?" "Not to amount to anything. Have you had a doctor?" A throaty laugh shook the sagging bed springs. He moved his head on the pillows as if he'd seek a darker place to rest it. "What I needs with a doctor?" "I think you need some help." "That may be, but I ain't in need of being patched up and prayed over." "What can I get you?" "Oh, Youngblood, I don't need nothing." "Somebody told me you tried to whip everybody at City Jail." "You can't do nothing with them crackers. They needs their wigs tightened every little bit." "I remember the last time they picked up Bird and Sam Slusser. You saw cops for weeks all over Knoxville with bandages and black eyes limping around." Jones chuckled. "I guess as far as that goes, we might look for some this week." "Oh," said Jones. "Ain't but one of them I wants." "Who's that? Quinn?" Jones didn't answer. "How's your little buddy?" he said. "He ain't drowned himself in that boat yet, is he?" "Not yet." "He come by here the other day trying to sell the old woman what he calls scobs." "Scobs?"
"What he call them? Look like old pigeons to me. He had 'em all dressed and everything. He's some kind of mess, ain't he?"
"He's crazy as a mouse in a milk can." Jones chuckled. "I'm going uptown. You want me to bring you anything?"
"No."
"You sure you're okay?" He turned his battered face.
"Do something for me, Youngblood."
"Name it."
"Go see Miss Mother for me. Tell her I needs to see her."
"Wouldn't Doll go for you?"
"Doll don't want me to have no truck with her. She won't run her off if she comes down here. You tell her."
"What else?"
"That's all. I'd be much obliged."
"Okay. Take care, and I'll see you later."
"Yeah," said the black.
He crossed the fields and went up Front Avenue, and turned down a steep cinder path past a run of chickens, a sleeping dog. The path went through a locust wood, and the huge bean pods hung everywhere in a sunlight stained and made obscure by wind-blown papers staked out among the blackened upper branches, tents of newsprint and trash, and the ruins of kites all tattered and rain-leached and impaled upon the locust spikes. He crossed an iron sewer main half out of the ground, and he descended into an old limestone sink that had been filled back as a city dump and graded over years ago. Now it was a small glade, and there was a raw board shack in the center of it. Suttree came down the path and out from the last of the trees. The nine-killer flew. A few garish outland birds leaned from the limbs to watch him. Gaudy, long-tailed fowl. He didn't know what kind. Their molt feathers lay about in the dust of the yard. He crossed to the door and tapped with his knuckles. It opened on a female dwarf, coal-black in widow's weeds, who wore little gold-wire spectacles on a chain about her neck. Scarce 4 feet tall she was, her hand on the doorknob at her ear like a child or a trained house ape. She looked up at Suttree and she said, "Well, you ain't come for yourself, I don't reckon." "No, ma'am," he said. She turned her head and cocked it slightly. He said, "I came for Ab Jones. He wanted to know if you could come over to his place."
"Come in here,"
she said, stepping back. He entered with a peculiar feeling of deference. When she shut the door behind them, they were in almost total dark. She led the way along a hall and through a curtained doorway. Black drapes were tacked to the window sashes. He could make out a table and some chairs and a small cot.
"Sit down,"
she said. He sat at the table and looked about. She had left the room. Strange effects began to accrue out of the semi-dark, like figures in a dream. On the table was an assortment of silver vases and candlesticks and porringers and bowls, all covered over with sheets of yellow cellophane. There was a fireplace that held a broken coal grate propped on bricks, and there was a beveled looking-glass above the mantel. On the mantel a lamp, a vase, a marble clock, what appeared to be a stuffed bird. Smaller objects harbored in the gloom. An electric fan on the table kept turning from side to side and washing him with periodic gusts of fetid air. Flowered wallpaper had been glued over the shack's naked boards, and the joints had laddered and split the paper. Everywhere hung portraits of blacks, strange family groups, where the faces watched gravely from out of their paper past, hanging in the dark like galleries of condemned, their homemade clothes. He heard the creak of a cellar door. On the hearth, cut flowers in a blue coal scuttle stirred and trembled. He could hear her coming from outside, door latch and the scuffle of her soft shoes. She entered and closed the door behind her. In the light of its closing, he saw a coat rack hung with little fairground birds that swung or turned on their wires in the wind. She came to him and took his head in her hand and held up something small and oddly shaped and wrapped in an old sock toe. Suttree fended it off. "Wait a minute," he said. "What is that?"
"Hold still,"
she said. He reared back. In his hand, her forearm felt like a thin piece of kindling.
"Ain't a fool a wonderful thing?" she said. "It's ice, boy. Now sit still."
He subsided into the chair, and she laid the cold, wet rag against the knot on his forehead, and took his hand in her own, a thin little thing you'd remember from touching hands with a monkey through the bars or having a pet coon. She guided his hand to the ice, and he held it there. A small rill of water ran down his nose. His head began to feel nicely numb. "You'd better bring some of this for Jones," he said.
"What's got with him?"
"He got beat up pretty bad down at the jail last week. I guess that's why he wants to see you."
"He don't care nothing about that. He want to kill his enemies is what he want."
"Kill his enemies?" Suttree had his head bent forward to let the water drip.
"Mm-hmm."
"Which enemies?" Standing there by the chair where he sat, her eyes were level with his. She looked at him. A face wherein lay everything and nothing. A visage hacked from cold black wax. She gestured with one hand, extending her arm and suggesting the world that stood beyond the thin board walls and beyond the locust forest. A gesture both grave and gracious, that acknowledged endless armies of the unbending pale. That was all. She put a finger in her mouth to adjust her teeth. Suttree stood and said that he must go. She held back the curtain, and he went through and made his way to the door. He paused there with his hand on the knob. "What should I tell Jones?" he said.
"I can't make no call down there."
"He really wants you to come."
"Mm-hmm.
"He needs you to come."
I knows that."
"Can I bring him up here?"
"He knows where I'm at."
"Well." He opened the door. White sunlight blinded him. "Thank you for the ice," he said.
"Mm-hmm,"
she said. By the time he reached the street, the ice was gone, and he stopped in Howard Clevenger's to get another piece. Lifting the rusty lid of the drink box and sorting through the cold water for a right-sized chunk. The smooth shapes sliding about among the bottlenecks with bits of paper and flakes of fallen paint. Gatemouth was watching him from the rocker, and when he raised up from behind the lid and clapped the piece of ice to his forehead, he laughed and wheezed and rocked and shook his head. "Ho, ho," said Suttree. "Who went upside of your head, baby?" Suttree leaned back. On the cardboard ceiling were tacked odd-shaped bits of paper. "Who you jump salty with, Soot?" "I ran into a door." "Hee-hee," chuckled Gatemouth. "Where's all your nut-wagging friends today?" "Out amongst them." "Good," said Suttree. He held the ice to his head and went out. Clevenger, slouched in his chair with his arms crossed, opened one eye when he passed the counter and closed it again. Suttree went up the hill toward town. It was late afternoon when he returned. He sat on the porch and watched the river pass. Before dark fell, he rose and went up the river to Ab Jones's. 2 white men were drinking beer in the corner, and Dahl was frying hamburgers on a little burner in the galley. He went through the room and pushed back the curtain. The bed was empty. He pushed back the plastic shower curtain on the other side. Jones was standing at the urinal, bracing himself up with one hand against the wall. He was wearing a pair of khaki undershorts, and even in the dim light from the small window on the river, Suttree saw such galaxies of scars and old rendings, mended and slick and livid suture marks, as made him gasp. He looked like some dusky movie monster patched up out of graveyard parts and stitched by an indifferent hand. Suttree let the curtain fall. "What did she say, young blood?" "She said for you to come up there." He was looking at the floor, waiting for an answer. Jones didn't answer. "I told her you needed her to come, but she wouldn't have any part of it." "Well, you want me to try again?" "No. Go on out there and get you a beer." "Do you think you could make it up there?" "I'll get up there one of these days." Suttree went back to the front room. "You want a hamburger?" Dahl said. Suttree said he would. He got a beer from the cooler and crossed to the far corner and sat down. The 2 men watched him. Suttree took a long pull from the bottle and set it on the marble at his elbow. She came shuffling over in her house shoes and set a thick plate before him with a hamburger and some pickles and went back. "Hey," said one of the men. Suttree looked at them. "How come he gets his first? He come in after us." She looked up from behind the plywood counter. Her one eye blinked. She looked enormously tired. "He work here," she said. They looked at Suttree. He raised the hamburger and took a good bite. It was heavily seasoned with pepper. Rich grease and mayonnaise dripped to the plate. "Hey, buddy, you work here?" Suttree looked at them. They didn't look good. "How about bringing us a couple more beers, good buddy?" He pointed toward Dahl. "Tell her," he said. "Hell, she said you worked here. Do you not wait tables?" "Shit, boy, we might be heavy tippers and you not know it." Suttree set the beer down and leaned forward in his chair. "I'm going to tell you goofy prick something," he said. "If you cause that big son of a bitch to come out here, as bad as he feels, he's going to kill you where you sit." They looked toward the rear where he'd pointed. One turned to the other. "Is he back there?" he said. "Shit if I know. I thought he was in jail." Suttree looked at Dahl. She was turning the pats of meat, her sullen face shining with grease and steam. "We'll see you outside, motherfucker," said the man at the table. "Sure," said Suttree. He finished his hamburger and drained the beer bottle and rose. He set the plate and bottle on the counter and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. "What do I owe?" "You don't owe nothing." "Thanks, Dahl." "Don't you bring that witch down here." Suttree grinned. "She wouldn't come," he said. "Mm-hmm." She came from behind the counter with the plates, and Suttree went on to the door. He listened for the men to say something, but they didn't. He crawled into bed without lighting the lamp, and he was up not much past daybreak and out to run his lines. When he came back upriver with his catch, the Indian's skiff was moored to the rocks under the bluff, and the Indian hailed him from the top with a piercing whistle. Suttree waved. The Indian cupped his hands and called for him to pull in. Suttree feathered the left oar and came up under the shadow of the rocks. The Indian was working his way down the path. Suttree sat the oars and waited. "I got us a turtle," the Indian said. He bent to look at Suttree. "What happened to you?" "What?" He pointed at Suttree's head. Suttree put a finger gently to his wound. "I got that yesterday. Your buddies." "My buddies?" "When I was coming back up after I left you, somebody cut loose at me with a flipper." "He was a hell of a shot." Suttree looked up to see if he was smiling, but he wasn't. He rose and went down the rocks. "Come on," he said. "I'll show you your supper." Suttree climbed from his skiff with a rope and made fast. The Indian had taken up a cord from among the rocks and was hauling it in hand over hand. A hulking shape loomed and subsided. It entered the shadow line of the rock pool and scuttled slowly among the ebbing fish heads. Suttree shaded his eyes. It rose up, dragged by its head, a moss-colored shadow taking shape, a craggy, leather-covered skull. The Indian braced his feet and swung it up, dripping from the river and onto the rocks, and it squatted there watching them, its baleful pig's eyes blinking. It was tied through the lower jaw with a section of wire, and the Indian took hold of the wire and tugged at it. The turtle baited and hissed, its jaws gaped. The Indian had out his pocket-knife, and now he opened it and he pulled the turtle's obscene neck out taut, and with a quick upward motion of the blade, severed the head. Suttree involuntarily drew back. The turtle's craggy head swung from the wire, and what lay between the braced forefeet was a black and wrinkled dog's cunt slowly pumping gouts of near-black blood. The blood ran down over the stones and dripped in the water, and the turtle shifted slowly on the rock and started toward the river. The Indian undid the wire and flung the head into the river, and reached up the turtle by its tail and swung it trailing blood toward Suttree for him to heft. Suttree reached to take it by one hindfoot, but when he touched the foot it withdrew beneath the scaly eaves of the shell. "Here, you can get him by the tail." He reached past the Indian's grip and took the headless turtle. Blood dripped and spattered on the stones. "What do you think he'll weigh?" "I don't know," said Suttree. "He's a big son of a bitch. 30 pounds, maybe?" "Maybe. Lay him down here and we'll dress him." Suttree laid the turtle on the rock, and the Indian scouted about until he came up with a good-sized stone. "Watch out," he said. Suttree stepped back. The Indian raised the stone and brought it down upon the turtle's back. The shell collapsed with a pulpy, buckling sound. "I never saw a turtle dressed before," said Suttree. But the Indian had knelt and was cutting away the broken plates of shell with his pocket-knife and pitching them into the river. He pulled the turtle's meat up off the plastron and gouged away the scant bowels with his thumb. He skinned out the feet. What hung headless in his grip as he raised it aloft was a wet gray fetal mass, a dim atavism, limp and dripping. "Plenty of meat there," said the Indian. He laid it out on the rock and bent and swished the blade of his knife in the river. "How do you fix it?" said Suttree. "Put him in a pot and cook him slow. Lots of vegetables, lots of onions. I got my own things I put in. Come on, I show you." "I've got to get on to town with these fish. How long does it take to cook?" 3-4 hours. "Well, why don't I come back this evening?" "Okay." Suttree looked at the sack-like shape of the shucked turtle dripping from the Indian's hand. "You be sure and come," the Indian said. "I'll be here." He pushed off in the skiff and took up the oars. The Indian raised the turtle and swung it before him like a censer. As he left the market house, it was beginning to rain.
Merchants were out with poles, winching down their awnings. The vendors scurried among their trucks, stowing their produce more inboard. And a crazed prophet in biblical sandwich boards tottered past, muttering darkly at the heavens. Suttree went up the alley and up the back stairs at Comer's. A company of mutes were playing check at the rear table, and some raised their hands in greeting. Suttree raised back, going to the wash basin for paper towels. One of the mutes gestured at him, carving words with a dexter hand in the smoky air. Suttree was drying his face. He thought he had the gist of it and nodded and formed words with his own fingers. Puzzled, erased, began again. They nodded encouragement. He fashioned his phrase for them, and they laughed their croaky mute's laughter and elbowed one another. Suttree grinned and went on to the lunch counter. Eddie Taylor was playing bank pool in the side room, one-handed, against a stranger, and spotting him 2 balls. Suttree sat at the counter and turned his stool to watch. The balls rifled across the felt and whacked viciously into the pockets. Taylor laughing, joking, chalking his cue, bending, stroking. The ball smoking back down from the end rail. Whop! "The Knoxville Bear," called out Harry the horse on his way to the cash register. Stud was wiping the counter at Suttree's elbow. "What for you, Sut?" he said. "Let me have a chocolate milk." "Buddy boy," said Jake. "Hey, Jake." Jake spat into the stainless steel spittoon and wiped his mouth. "The bear can walk the balls to the pocket, can't he?" "Yes, he can," said Suttree. While he was drinking his milk, small, weird Leonard took a seat beside him and leaned to case the game at the table and leaned back. "Hey, Sut." "Hey, Leonard." "What the fuck is a yegg?" "A yegg." Y-E-double-G. Suttree looked at Leonard. "Who called you that?" "What is one?" "Well, I don't know. A yegg is, I guess a hoodlum." "Hoodlum, huh?" "More or less." "Yeah, okay. I never heard the word except in this crazy newspaper." "Yeah, well..." Leonard looked about